must have been heavily damaged, as its judgment and movement made little sense. It did not try to jump into the sea for a quicker escape. Instead, it ran off towards the ice field. It still had speed, but its movements were shaky. Strike the wound on its head. Wise England fired an arrow at the wound created by Hansen's elephant Rex strike. This caused the wound to gush out more blood, and the beast to cry out in pain. Wang Yuan wanted to rush ahead, but he only had a single ancient sword, and thus could not get close. The frosty bear was managing to pick up its pace, despite the pain it was enduring. The three of them were in tight pursuit, but they eventually lagged behind and felt themselves losing it. Fortunately, the damage dealt to the brain was severe, and it wasn't working well as a result. The bear did not change direction once, maintaining its course the entire time. As a result, the trio didn't lose its tracks. Most people did avoid the bear, but one group didn't. Instead, they ran towards it, wanting a piece of the action. Tana, why do we have to step aside? Whoever kills it, owns it, plain and simple. I don't see your name on the bear, so why can't we kill it? The man leading the group said. Wise England looked at the people and realized it was Kai Ziyuan's men from the Black God Army. Although they belonged to the goddess shelter, the four armies were individual, and Wise England didn't have the authority to tell them to stand down. After the people rushed towards the bear, others who were nearby noticed the possibility of nabbing an easy kill, too. They also sought to join the fray. The possibility of earning an easy beast soul was all too enticing. It was too late for Hansen to stop them, however. He watched many people descend on the bear, to which the creature they were pursuing had a wretched reaction. It summoned its frosty aura and unleashed a hail of ice chips to pulp the fresh attackers, freezing the majority of them. The strongest of those who sought to join in were most likely of a fitness level of about 100. They had not even unlocked their gene locks, and as a result, they had no chance of withstanding such an attack. The bear then pummeled the ground, which led to a cascade of blood. A few people were crushed, and none of their bodies were left complete. Severed limbs were strewn about, and organs were left exposed. One person was crushed into mincemeat. Even though Hansen wanted to stop it, he didn't have the strength right now. His energy had yet to recover from his first usage of Elephant Rex strike, so he couldn't use it again just yet. And ordinary strikes were useless against the rampaging behemoth. Hansen could only hope his energy would recover soon. If he could wallop the bear with one more Elephant Rex strike, it would surely perish. Oh no, the frosty bear is headed towards one of my night-class shelters. Wise England's face changed. He called out to Wang Yuan, saying, "Little uncle, you have to draw it away." Wang Yuan, with a depressed look on his face, said, "I assure you, I am trying. But the fiend is no longer right in the head. It won't pay me heed as it once did." Wise England's eyes turned red. He rushed ahead, attempting to evacuate the shelter that the bear was approaching. When the frosty bear saw it, the beast made no delay in targeting it. The people inside would not have enough time to escape. It was a shelter oriented around business, so most of the people inside didn't even know how to fight. If the frosty bear entered, it'd be a massacre. Blood would run up and down the walls as it hacked and hewed the people inside with little to no resistance. Many people inside the shelter had witnessed the bear's previous killing spree out on the tundra. It created mass chaos and panic, as people climbed over each other in a bid to escape with their lives. The halls were clogged with people as they rushed out in disheveled unison. The gates were congested with the maddened people, which made evacuation efforts even slower. Hansen looked and frowned. Although the shelter belonged to Wise England, every shelter across the ice field paid taxes, which helped to line Hansen's pockets with cash. This shelter in particular was amongst the highest-paying shelters when it came to taxes. Hansen didn't want his income reduced, and neither did he want to see people slain. His energy had yet to recover, so he couldn't use Elephant Rex strike again. The frosty bear drew near the shelter and threw its weight against the wall, as if it were trying to claw its way over. Its front paws created deep scratch marks on the surface of the wall. The people in the shelter, beyond those walls, screamed in fear. The wall was all that separated them from the frosty bear. They could see it, though, all murderous and mad-looking. Everyone watched Hansen descend from the sky to land, with a giant fire-wreathed weapon in hand. It looked like an 50 drill head that was spinning at max speed. It looked terribly powerful. "Go to hell, bear. Eat my flaming asshole cracker." Hansen leapt into the air, his war cry emboldening his spirit. The fiery Rex spike was aimed at the butthole of the frosty bear, which was still up against the wall. With a tremendous thrust, Hansen rammed his weapon up its anus. Fire blazed and blood gushed as the 2-meter-long drill ground inside the bear's posterior. Hansen's heart was skipping like mad, and his bones groaned under the thundering power he had summoned. Hansen had once again pushed his strength to the max, and with both hands clutching the weapon, he shoved it as deep as it could go. Half of the spinning wreck spike had been pushed in, streams of blood squirting into the wind like petals on the breeze. Everyone who watched this scene was frozen in place, without motion. The strike they had just witnessed made them extremely happy, though the muscles in their buttocks clenched tighter. Roar! The frosty bear let out a painful cry. It attempted to turn around and grab Hansen, but Hansen let go of the flaming wreck spike to dodge. And when he was clear, he kicked the handle of the protruding wreck spike 7 times. Every kick was like a hammer, malleting a peg deeper and deeper into the brown earth. After the 7th kick, Hansen shouted to the sky. He drew what remained of his power to his fists and punched the handle of the wreck spike, the only part that had not been driven inside the bear. After that, the entire flaming wreck spike was inside its body. Blood cascaded from its behind as the bear cried out, but its yelp was cut short as the body slumped down to the ground heavily. It resulted in a quake that vibrated the entire shelter. Super creature hunted, giant frosty bear. The beast's soul has not been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Hansen heard the familiar voice but was disappointed not to receive the beast's soul, despite the incredible difficulty he had in slaying the super creature. But Hansen had to expect it sometime. Still, he did have a high drop rate of beast souls when it came to super creatures. Of course, no one would mind an extra goodie for performing a trying task, and the same applied to Hansen. Therefore, he had been hopeful that he'd be able to procure the Frosty Bear's beast soul. Hansen, Wang Yuheng, and Li Xingwen sat in a triangular formation in an ice cave. They placed the fist-sized life geno essence in the middle. Wang Yuan gulped, asking, "Is this really a life geno essence?" Li Xingwen could not believe what they had accomplished this day, and so he said, "Did we really kill a super creature? Are we the first to ever do so in the second God's sanctuary? Bossman, are you going to sell the life geno essence? According to the contract I signed with you, I should receive a 30% cut of the proceeds. If you want, I'll pay you the additional 70% and purchase it off you entirely," Wang Yuhan asked, looking at Hansen. From the contract that they had signed, it stated that Hansen was to receive 50%, Wang Yuan was to receive 30%, and Li Xingwen was to receive 20%. If Hansen decided that he didn't want it, what happened with the life geno essence next fell to Wang Yuheng. "Of course I want it. I want super geno points," Hansen replied succinctly. There was no way he was going to pass up such a treasure. Wang Yuheng coughed and said, "Bossman, from what I have heard, after the Jai family obtained their own life geno essence, no progress was made. They tried everything they could, but they were unable to obtain super geno points. If you return with this in your possession, it will most likely yield the same result. If you want, sell it to me, or foregoing that, provide it to me in the Wang estate. We can investigate its secrets on your behalf and see if we can learn how to obtain super geno points from the life geno essence." The Jai family's life geno essence was never consumed. Hansen was surprised to hear this. He had assumed that Jai King had eaten the life geno essence a long time ago. He did not expect that they were still investigating how to obtain super geno points from the artifact, and couldn't simply eat it straight away. Yes, they have tried a great many different ways of eating it, but they were all to no avail. The life geno essence is like obsidian. It cannot be hewn in two, burnt, or drowned, Wang Yuan said. Li Xingwen then chimed in to say, "It is, indeed. I hacked into the Jai family's system and perused their records. They have tried countless different methods, but they were all hopeless. They're at their wits' end, trying to figure out how they might gain super geno points. They even called upon professionals from the Alliance, but that was futile, too. Zero progress has been made. That is most likely why the Alliance has yet to make an announcement about the super creature and super geno points." "Did they try swallowing it?" Hansen asked. "They did. It was useless swallowing it, as well. It came out whole and was not digested in the slightest. This is my first time getting a life geno essence, as well. How about you let me investigate it first? The share you deserve. Do you want it now or next time?" Hansen did not want to give it to the Wang family for research, but if he really couldn't figure out how to consume the item, then he might have to reconsider. "Save it for next time," Wang Yuhan and Li Xingwen replied. Simultaneously, they didn't have any particular lack of finance, so they weren't willing to give up their share for money, and so they decided to save it for next time. Hansen was researching the life geno essence, and the rumor of him potentially slaying a super creature began to spread. After all, there were many witnesses, and there were many factions privy to the knowledge of the existence of super creatures. Jai Yanran then sought to give Hansen a call but found that his line was busy. He was in a call with someone else. Jai Yanran hung up her communicator and did not push further. She knew it was only a matter of time before Hansen would come looking for her. She was sure of it. Hansen left his room to visit Jai Yanran's office. Now that the whole world seemed to know what he had done, he felt she deserved a more thorough explanation. You really killed a super creature in the second god's sanctuary? Jai Yanran asked, with her mouth wide open in shock as she looked at Hansen. Even though Hansen had explained the details of what transpired, she found it difficult to believe. So, she had to ask the question again. I said I killed it, didn't I? That means I killed it. Is it really that difficult for you to believe? Hansen sat on Jai Yanran's office chair, holding her as she sat on his lap. Will you die if you don't bless me? Jai Yanran jested, as she looked at Hansen's boisterous and cocky face. She couldn't help but squeeze his waist in response. What did the family say? Hansen smiled and asked. My dad told me to ask if you really did kill a super creature. He asked if you received the beast's soul and life geno essence, and whether or not you'd be willing to sell them. Jai Yanran explained to Hansen, without dilly-dallying. I killed it, yes, but I didn't receive the beast's soul. I did get the life geno essence, however. If you need it, I will give it to you. Hansen smiled. Hansen understood Jai Yanran, so that was why he said that. Jai Yanran loved what he had just said, and replied, that was my dad's idea. If you need it, you should keep it for yourself. You earned it. So, don't worry, there is no pressure for you to give it up. And if you do end up selling it, please consider selling it to the Jai family first. After all, I am your girlfriend. Give me some more time to research this stubborn thing first. If I am still unable to consume it, I'll allow my wife to handle it, Hansen said, smiling. Who is your wife? Jai Yanran rolled her eyes, but she was super pleased on the inside. Hansen was in a rush, trying to find a way he could consume the life geno essence. If he still couldn't find a way, he wouldn't mind giving one away for the Jai family to research. After all, the Jai family was powerful and far-reaching. There was a high chance they might find the solution, and it'd make Jai Yanran happy. Hansen knew that Jai Yanran had never complained about his status during their time together, but he knew that she had received a lot of pressure from her family regarding her choice to be with him. The life geno essence could earn Jai Yanran a lot of relief from her family. Of course, giving her the life geno essence was the worst-case scenario. Hansen wanted to eat it, first and foremost, and if he was able to eat it, he wouldn't have to sell it to the Jai family. Hansen had a few theories of his own regarding the nature of the life geno essences. He could not, however, prove them. If people could not eat the essence from the first god's sanctuary, that meant the life geno essences were the same between both shelters. For absorption, they'd need a special method. But Hansen had eaten the life geno essence without trouble in the first god's sanctuary. Now that he thought back to his time there, the first god's sanctuary was different than the second god's sanctuary in a number of ways. The first life geno essence he ate was not obtained through hunting. It was because the golden growler spat the life geno essence to the baby golden growler, and Hansen had stolen it. Ever since then, Hansen had been able to absorb super geno points by slaying super creatures. It was only now that Hansen realized that might have been the reason. Aside from that, Hansen could not remember any other differences between now and the time he was in the first god's sanctuary. Everything he had in the first god's sanctuary he had now, but even better. The only difference was his inability to consume the life geno essences. Hansen could only theorize that the reason he could absorb life geno essences in the first god's sanctuary was the golden growler. But thinking of things this way, Hansen could only hope that his predictions weren't true. There was no way he'd be able to find another super creature willing to spit out another life geno essence for him. There must be a way to absorb a life geno essence, but whatever it is, I just haven't found it yet, Hansen thought to himself. Humans were getting better and better in this world. It was only a matter of time before someone else succeeded in the task of killing a super creature, especially in the first god's sanctuary. It was likely more and more would be killed there. Hansen did not think there was a point in keeping it a secret anymore. But Hansen knew that killing a super creature in the second god's sanctuary was a deed that no one aside from him would be able to accomplish for a long time to come. The super creatures in the second god's sanctuary were frighteningly powerful. No one could kill a super creature unless it was severely injured beforehand, without first having fully maxed out their super geno points in the first god's sanctuary. If others wanted to kill a super creature in the second god's sanctuary, they would have to wait until someone had maxed out their super geno points in the first god's sanctuary. Since the people in the first god's sanctuary couldn't consume life geno essences, no one would be able to max out their super geno points before coming to the second god's sanctuary. No progress could be made with the current state of things. Right now, Hansen was the anomaly. He was the only one who could make progress. Only he could hunt super creatures in the second god's sanctuary and exclusively obtain the resources such beasts would provide. Hansen was a vacant leader, deflecting all tasks and leadership responsibilities onto her, so she was the one who had to attend to every request. In addition to that, she had to take care of the Special Forces business. This left no time to herself. It does not matter if you are the leader of the shelter or just the leader of the Special Forces. You should do something. It was difficult for young Manly to attend and finish all the work she had for the day, but when it was done, she had to pay Hansen a visit. This was something important to discuss, but when she walked in, she saw Hansen sitting on a chair, one hand holding a golden gourd and his other hand busy stroking his silver fox. There was a silver-haired lady behind him, also. She was busy massaging his shoulders as another blonde-haired lady tended to his feet. She thought it wasn't fair on her, having to work so hard every day while Hansen reclined in his chair getting waited on. Hand and foot. I am satisfied with the quality of your work, Hansen said, smiling. Young Manly had been busy doing a lot of stuff at all times. She was practically in charge of the ice field. You should at least write your own reports. Young Manly could not cope with Hansen's current attitude. She did not understand why a person who made so much money was so carefree and casual about all things. She also wondered why he let her be in charge of everything, as well. With the position she was in, it wouldn't take much for her to bring down Hansen's empire if she chose to. Lining her own pockets by skimming the books would have been easy enough, too. But young Manly found that Hansen didn't care about the business at all. Being a leader of the ice field might have been a great boon of wealth for somebody else, but to a person who had just killed a super creature, the ice field were nothing. I can help you write the report, but there is a mission you must attend to yourself, young Manly told Hansen. What mission would that be? Hansen looked at young Manly as he asked. A young man has just arrived at the second god's sanctuary, born on the ice field. He requests that you protect him, young Manly said. Hansen furrowed his eyebrows and asked, where will I find the time to do such a thing? Let one of the other groups bring him into the fold. I won't stand for that. Young Manly lifted a smile. Of course he will. Even if it was the Son of God himself, he'd get the same treatment as everyone else, Hansen proudly proclaimed. He's not the Son of God, but his surname is Kin. So, you go attend to that. I am unable to help you in such a task. Young Manly shrugged. Kin? Hansen looked puzzled and asked, what is his relation to Captain Kin? He is Captain Kin's nephew. Young Manly smiled at Hansen again. Ah, I see. Then have him come find me. Hansen's tone changed at the drop of a hat. Suzayo Kiao. Hansen looked at the person with surprise, not expecting that he too had become an evolver and arrived at the ice field. Brother Sen, I have finally found the organization. Suzayo Kiao excitedly grabbed Hansen, looking as if he wanted to cry. Hansen chatted with Suzayo Kiao for a bit, and then asked young Manly to give him a position in the goddess army. After that, he went on to see Qin Wenjiao. He looked barely 20 years old, and he exuded the image of a gentle, young man. He had a soft baby face, one that Hansen thought women loved. Greetings, Uncle Sen. I am Qin Wenjiao. The young man was polite in greeting Hansen. But in Hansen's heart, he was taken aback, thinking, Uncle, am I old enough to be considered so? I'm only in my 20s, a few years older than you. It seemed like Qin Wenjiao understood what discomforting thoughts now plagued Hansen's mind. He said, my auntie told me to respect you, and since you both are of a similar age, I thought I'd call you uncle. If I didn't call you uncle, my auntie would think I was being disrespectful. I suppose that is okay, Hansen responded, caring little for the intricacies of formalities. Overall, he looked at Qin Wenjiao and asked, why do you want me to be your guardian? Qin Wenjiao replied, my auntie has always told me that you are a good and powerful man. It is my hope that one day I can become like you. It was fortunate that I was sent to the ice field, so I came here hoping to learn from you. And do not fret, I won't be a burden or cause you unnecessary trouble. I will work and train around your schedule. Really, your auntie really said that about me. Hansen's heart was happy to hear that, and so he had to ask. Yes, she talks about you often. She frequently uses you as a role model in our teachings, someone we should strive to be like. The young ones in our family really admire you, Qin Wenjiao said. Can you give me an example of how Qin Xuan usually compliments me? Hansen shamelessly asked. Qin Wenjiao was a young man who was polite and knew his place, so Hansen had no problem with becoming his guardian. What surprised Hansen the most, though, was how talented Qin Wenjiao looked. Now that super creatures had been found, Hansen wondered why the Qin family allowed him to become an evolver so soon. He could have waited another few years to see if he could collect super geno points. Along their journey towards the peach forest, they managed to kill a good number of creatures. When they reached the eaves of the peach forest, Hansen did not dare bring them inside. He took a quick look himself, though, and noticed that all the flowers had wilted. Beneath the green leaves, however, he could spot green fruit that was as small as beans. It seemed it would be a while longer before they were ripe enough for collection and consumption. As they got ready to leave, they heard a monster roar from within the forests. It came from very far away, so the noise was faint. But Hansen, panning the surroundings with his ears like radar dishes, felt his face drop. The noise sounded like it came from the black bear that he encountered at the giant tree. The roar was a mixture of sadness and anger, and he couldn't imagine what might have spurred its cry. Although Hansen greatly desired to find out what had happened, he wanted to take Qin Wenjiao and Su Xiaokao to the nearest shelter first. When he took them there, he bid that they should wait for him. Then he returned to the forest borders. Standing outside the peach forest, Hansen could still faintly hear the cries of the black bear. The continued noise eased his worry that the creature might be dead, and taking great care, he stepped into the forest and treaded lightly as he followed the sound of the cries. Because he hadn't brought the silver fox with him, he made sure to take the utmost care along the way. Suddenly, Hansen saw a pink little snake slithering. Had he never visited this forest before, he would have continued on his way. But the pink snake looked a little inconspicuous. It was only 1 foot long, and it was very thin. With its pink body, it looked practically harmless. It gave the impression that it was the sort of creature you could simply squish underfoot. But Hansen remembered this snake. This pink little snake was under the giant tree, practicing with all the other creatures. It was a scary snake. Hansen felt as if something was wrong, so he opened his gene lock and planned to run off. But that was when he noticed a group of snakes surrounding him. There were red, green, black, white, and patterned snakes. They were all around the ground and all along the trees like vines. He couldn't tell how many were there. The king of these creatures is so evil. Hansen was shocked at what had happened, so he summoned his wings and tried to fly away. But then he saw a snake with wings leap out of the trees. Even the pink little snake had transparent blood wings. It flew above Hansen and circled there, prohibiting any chance of an airborne escape. Hansen quickly summoned his flaming Rex spike, the 2-meter-long weapon. He threw it at a group of snakes, which instantly incinerated them into charcoal. The strike formed a gap in the ring of snakes around him, and he dashed through it. It didn't take Hansen long to realize that the pink snake was very similar to the Wolf King and Pegasi King. Its powers rested in the abundance of its subordinates and its ability to command them. The snakes established a formation, and although they had trouble in their attempts to harm Hansen, they forced Hansen to go deeper into the forest. What does this pink snake want? Hansen was shocked, but then he noticed that the pink snake might not want to kill him. It just continued to push him deeper and deeper into the peach forest. Who knew what it wanted? But that was what it did. It was almost obvious how much the pink snake wanted to drive him deeper. Hansen did not want to underestimate the intelligence of these creatures. He wanted to escape, but not a single window of opportunity had become available. The forest was full of snake-like creatures. Sometimes, they flew out from the crowns of peach trees like locusts, a plague everywhere. On and on, they banished Hansen into the deeper recesses of the peach forest. The snakes were chasing Hansen towards the black bear. Hansen had been pushed 100 miles, and the roars of the bear were clearer and more distinct. The cries were louder than he had imagined, and the bear was extremely angry now. Hansen gritted his teeth, thinking he might as well speed up and fly towards the bear. The crowd of snakes did not attack, but they picked up their pace to follow him. For some reason, they really wanted Hansen to go there. Perhaps it was because of the snake group, but Hansen did not see any other creatures. The peach forest seemed to be solely for the countless snakes. Inside the peach forest, Hansen had no idea how far he had now traveled. All that occupied his vision were snakes and trees. As he went, the roar of the bear came closer and closer. From afar, Hansen could see that a section of the peach forest was in chaos. Snapped trunks of trees were strewn about, branches littered the ground, and soil had been churned up in a mess. He ascended a hill, and he finally saw the black bear. It was guarding the entrance of a cave, its body stained in blood. It roared to the sky. In front of it was the bone elephant. The bone elephant's trunk and tusks kept bashing the bloodied bear, and it was clear that the bear stood no chance against the enraged elephant. It had many wounds on its body, and blood oozed from its mouth. Still, it continued to guard the cave entrance and keep the elephant from passing. Does a treasure reside within the cave? Are both super creatures fighting for treasure? Hansen changed his position to get a good look at what was inside the cave. What he saw inside was a smaller black bear, peeping its head out of the cave's entrance. Now Hansen understood why. Despite its inferior strength, the black bear insisted on guarding the cave. It was protecting its child. The bone elephant's body was turning red, while the black bear's body was turning pitch black. They were both strong when it came to vitality, and the scene of them battling, in view of the hill, was a shocking spectacle. Rocks had been broken, trees had been unearthed, wood chips and leaves were mixed into the soil, and the ground trembled when the titans collided. The black bear was huge, and he thought it was scarier than the frosty bear. The frosty bear possessed ice powers, but the black bear had powerful vitality. Even though Hansen had his flaming Rex spike with him, he doubted it'd be able to penetrate the creature's hide. It was a shame that the bear had to confront a much more powerful enemy like the bone elephant. They were both magnificent super creatures, yet if one was weaker in one particular department, the weakness would be obvious for the other to see and exploit. The big black bear held back a tusk that was being driven towards it. The power was too much, though. The bear was pushed back against the cliffside by the bone elephant, the cliffside developing a crack under the force. The tusk penetrated through the bear's defense and skewered the bear. Blood coated the tusk that now pierced it. The black bear kicked the bone elephant's neck, which made it fall back a bit. But the bear's attack was, quite obviously, not very effective. If it continued fighting like this, it would only be a matter of time before it died. What if this was a chance for another easy kill? If the black bear could produce babies, perhaps its life geno-essence was the same as the golden growlers. Maybe it could be absorbed by humans. Thinking about this, Hansen got excited. Maybe this was Lady Luck smiling on him, providing him the opportunity to be the one who cracked the secrets of the life geno-essence. Hansen then contemplated when might be the right time for him to strike. That was when he suddenly heard some noise come from behind. In fright, he turned around and saw the pink snake writhe around a branch near him. Repeatedly, it stuck its tongue out and hissed. Hansen froze in place. He had no idea when the snake had drawn so near. He hadn't sensed its approach at all. That should have been impossible against someone like Hansen, who had superb senses. The pink snake was 2 feet away from Hansen, and so he didn't dare to move. He was afraid that the pink snake would strike if he tried anything. The flaming Rex spike was too big for the snake, too. It was ideal for taking on big super creatures, but for something as small as the snake, Hansen would need precision. The Rex spike was too cumbersome and large to effectively target the snake. The pink snake, however, did not intend to attack Hansen. The snake watched Hansen, and then it squeezed its body and broke the branch it had slithered along. It then writhed itself around the broken branch and used it to write on the ground. Hansen watched the pink snake with surprise. He had no idea what it wanted, but its intelligence was astounding. Hansen watched the pink snake hold onto the branch and draw a few simple lines, which eventually formed the shape of an elephant. Hansen quickly realized it was referring to the bone elephant, but Hansen did not know why the snake was drawing. As he wondered why, he noticed the pink snake draw an X on top of the image. Seeing that the bone elephant's picture had been crossed, Hansen then understood that the pink snake wanted Hansen to kill it. Hansen was flabbergasted. He thought the pink snake might have wanted to get an easy kill along with him by targeting the black bear. After all, the black bear had already been grievously injured and was severely weaker compared to the bone elephant. It would have been possible to wait until the bear was on the brink of death before waltzing up and killing it in a single strike. But the little pink snake wanted to get rid of the bone elephant instead, and this surprised Hansen a great deal. Hansen remembered when he was under the giant peach tree, the pink snake and the black bear were the same. Inside them, there was no energy flowing. It was just a blur. But the bone elephant and the little black bear had a special energy flow inside them. Is there any connection between them and what's going on now? The more Hansen thought about things, the more shocked he became. If the little pink snake's target were the creatures that had energy inside them, its desire to deal with the bone elephant seemed normal. But now that the big black bear was heavily injured, if the little pink snake got rid of the bone elephant, the cub would have lost its protection. The cub might end up as another target of the pink snake. After all, this forest did seem to be the pink snake's territory. With its army of snakes, the other creatures could be considered outsiders. They didn't have others to help them. These kings are always so menacing. Hansen shouted in his heart, but hope still resided there. The pink snake forced Hansen to go near the bone elephant, as it planned for them both to tackle the monster together. The pink snake itself was afraid of the power that the bone elephant possessed, so it sought to use the human called Hansen for help. Hansen was interested in both the bone elephant and the cub inside the cave. The 3 life dino essences he had collected so far were obtained from super creatures that did not leave bodies behind. Hansen guessed that might have been because they were first-generation super creatures. The bone elephant and the black bear were second-generation super creatures, and if they were anything like the golden growler, their bodies would not disintegrate when they were killed. Instead, they'd leave behind an edible life genoessence. Hansen, regardless of the snake's pushing, believed he should take out the bone elephant. Otherwise, if the big bear died, it'd be harder for Hansen to get the cub, as it would then be in the possession of the bone elephant. The pink snake watched Hansen still standing there. It opened its mouth and hissed, prompting him to go. Hansen groaned and then summoned his flaming Rex spike. After that, he approached the bone elephant. The pink snake saw Hansen rush forward, so it spread its blood wings and flew off like an arrow into the bone elephant's ear. Its aim was fairly clear, in that it wished to cause the elephant harm from inside its body. The bone elephant sensed the pink snake's sly attack, as it wriggled around in the elephant's ear. In response, it used its trunk to grab a hold of it and pull it out. The pink snake writhed and wriggled in the air, dodging the follow-up attack. Hansen's flaming Rex spike was driven down onto the elephant's body with a fair strike. The metal noise rung out after the hit, however, and only white marks scuffed the red bones. Hansen's hands were numbed by the strike. He almost couldn't hold the weapon anymore. "It's tough," Hansen said to himself in surprise. The elephant reacted to the attack with added rage. Despite not being injured very much, it attempted to turn around and rush towards Hansen. But the big bear's paws latched onto the elephant's tusks and prevented it from turning. That was the opportunity the pink snake needed to try to wriggle its way into the elephant's ear again. Hansen raised the flaming Rex spike again and brought himself closer to the bone elephant's body. The bone elephant's bones were totally red, and there were no apparent weaknesses. So, Hansen took aim at the thinnest bone he could find and gave it a good wallop. The bone elephant's tusks were still being grabbed by the bear, and it couldn't move. It trumpeted to the sky. With an enormous burst of strength, it picked up the bear as it clung onto the tusks and threw it towards the mountainside. There was a large crashing sound and much of the hill was ruined. The bone elephant then quickly retrieved the snake from its ear with its trunk again. It kicked its thick back legs, one of which had the flaming Rex spike bearing down on it. One foot hit Hansen and sent him flying away. The bone elephant was so strong, it effortlessly battled 3 opponents and dominated them with ease. Hansen's body was sent careering through several peach trees before he dropped to the ground. Although he had his golden armor and gargoyle glyph for protection, he still ended up spitting blood. His chest was on fire. Fudge, this bone elephant is so much harder than the frosty giant bear. Hansen bit down on his teeth and pulled himself back up on 2 feet. The bone elephant trumpeted again and lowered its head, aligning its tusks with the immobile black bear. It took off sprinting towards the bear, looking like a mountain falling from the sky. If the bear was hit, it'd be very dead. The big bear had already been significantly injured. On top of the situation it had just been thrown into, it couldn't get itself free from the rubble, and a finishing strike from the tusks seemed likely. Roar! The cub that was hiding in the cave, seeing its mother about to be killed, let out a young scream. The fur on its body looked obsidian as it emerged from the shadow of the cave. It hopped onto the bone elephant and scratched a few deep marks into its bones. The bone elephant screamed in pain as it used its trunk to remove the cub that was on top of it. This bought the big bear enough time to climb out of the rubble. Seeing the bone elephant about to hit the cub, the big bear grabbed onto the elephant's trunk and fell down on its knees. It roared, pulling down on the trunk as best it could, not allowing the elephant to move it. The bone elephant kept moving its trunk, trying to get rid of the big bear that clung onto it so tightly. The powerful downward force of the bear had its feet digging into the earth, creating 2 large trenches as it pulled as hard as it could. The pink snake used this third opportunity to fire itself into the elephant's ear like a bolt of lightning. It caused pain to the elephant, which had it screaming to the skies. In its sudden madness, it managed to toss the bear and the cub away. Hansen was behind the bone elephant's back. He performed Toxic Dragon Drill and once again took aim at his foe's backside. He wanted to replicate the results of his battle against the giant frosty bear and break his enemy's butthole. The strong spin dug hard into the elephant's clenched anus, which caused a terrific firework of sparks. But it didn't drill for long, and soon after, it stopped. The bone elephant's body was built from steel, and Hansen lacked the power to drive it further. The big bear was the tank that absorbed damage. If the bear had not been there to sustain most of the bone elephant's attacks, Hansen and the cub would have died many times over. Hansen gave it everything he had, trying to draw its attention while the bone elephant dealt with the big bear. Although the cub was not as strong as the bone elephant or its mother, it had obsidian claws. It was still better than Hansen's flaming Rex spike. The cub was whacked by the trunk and sent flying. Its little body knocked down a few peach trees. What surprised Hansen the most about this, however, was the way it leapt right back onto its feet and went running back into battle. Hansen was in shock as he watched it. The black cub was very young, yet it was already that resilient. When it grew up, it was sure to be as strong as the bone elephant. The mountains shook and the ground was torn asunder. A few scary creatures were battling to the death, and in their midst was Hansen. He was like a pawn, only doing minor things. He did not dare to use Elephant Rex Strike, no matter how much he wanted to. He was too weak to fight the bone elephant, and he knew he was little more than a distraction in the grander scale of this fight. Hansen would become weak after a single use of Elephant Rex Strike, so it was not a skill he dared to use on a whim. The power the skill required was massive, and even with Long Live and Jade Sun Force, it'd take an hour for him to regenerate the energy it used. The situation had become complicated. The bone elephant was screaming louder and louder, however. It stomped and rattled the earth with rage, perhaps even panic. If this carries on, the pink snake will be the one to earn the kill. Hansen was now in a rush. Hansen and the bear battled for their lives against the rampaging elephant. The pink snake might have been nibbling the interior organs of the elephant by now, and if it killed the elephant, Hansen's struggle would have been for nothing. But Hansen had no way to kill it himself. Even if he used Elephant Rex Strike, he had no idea if it'd be effective enough to snap one of the creature's bones. The bone elephant unleashed a horrible power, blasting the big bear away. The elephant shook its head and ran towards the hill while yelping in pain. The cub ran towards the big bear, and they didn't look like they wanted to give it chase. Hansen looked at them both disapprovingly. Then he gritted his teeth and went after the bone elephant by himself. Although the big bear was heavily injured, it could still fight. Furthermore, there was a cub guarding its side. Hansen was still at a huge disadvantage, even if the fight was to proceed with 2 versus 1. Hansen ran across the mountains, following the bone elephant. He wondered what the pink snake might have done inside its body to drive it to such insanity. Hansen saw that the bone elephant was bleeding from all 7 orifices. It was quite frightening, and Hansen imagined what a terrifying enemy the pink snake would be. If it drilled into his own ear, he couldn't imagine the wretched pain that would follow. Just thinking about it made him shudder in phantom pain, as a chill ran down his spine. Earlier, the pink snake had appeared behind Hansen out of nowhere. Just thinking about that, Hansen broke out in a cold sweat. The trail they followed was blocked by a cliffside wall, but the bone elephant did not stop. Boom! The cliffside wall started to collapse as the elephant charged against it ceaselessly. Broken rocks fell atop the elephant, but it did not care. Over and over, it kept bashing the wall with its head. It looked as if it was ready to shatter its brain against the stone. The bone elephant brought up its trunk, and it punched its own head repeatedly. The skull of the elephant almost looked ready to break open. Hansen was getting goosebumps just watching the scene. He swore he would never again let a snake get close to him, small snakes in particular. For this wretched demise to be dished out to a super creature of such Goliath power was incredible, and Hansen didn't think his own body would have lasted half as long. The bone elephant continued carving a new valley through the cliffside, and as the lands around shook, the elephant looked almost pitiful. Hansen kept his distance while he watched the scene unfold. The bone elephant was too strong, and he imagined that the pink snake was still biting a critical organ, fueling its madness further and further. It looked as if its demise was near. It wept bloody tears as the light inside its eyes faded. Its brain had now most likely been ravaged by the pink snake. Blood cascaded from its mouth and ears with little restraint, like a tap. It was sure to die any second now, in the hopeless, twitching mound it had collapsed into. Hansen's heart then began to beat with speed. The bone elephant had driven its head into the cliffside many times, but its skull didn't shatter after all. This most likely meant that Hansen could not get an easy kill, but he had to do something. Even if he used Elephant Rex Strike, there was no guarantee he could split the skull in 2. This made the final hit seem pretty much secured by the pink snake. Hansen cast his senses to scan the bone elephant, its head in particular. His hands gleamed as he gathered frightening strength. The Dongshuan Sutra simulated the bone elephant's flow of energy. His whole body was replicating the bone elephant's persona, thrumming with power like a living scream. His hands were illuminated with a most terrifying power. Hansen did not summon the flaming Rex Strike, however. It would have been useless for him to try to crack the skull now. He only had one chance, and he had to secure a one-hit kill on the elephant. If the Elephant Rex Strike did not work, there would be no second chance. Hansen chose to use his hands to cast the Elephant Rex Strike, because he was opting to use his Yin-Yang Blast and drive the power directly into the elephant's brain. He wasn't going to rush this, however. He couldn't afford to screw up his one chance. He needed to watch carefully and unleash his attack in the final second before the creature's death. At the same time, Hansen sensed the pink snake's location in the elephant's brain. He hoped that this hit could also deal significant damage, or perhaps even death, to the pink snake at the same time. If great damage was dealt, it would at least buy Hansen some time to escape with the goodies. If he couldn't strike both creatures at the same time, Hansen was certain the snake would not let him go. Plus, he'd be weak. Suddenly, Hansen's pupils shrunk. His body burst with power like a raging scream. He struck the bone elephant's head with his fiery palms. 10. The powerful elephant Rex strike was sent directly into the elephant's brain. It was like a torpedo in the deep sea, detonating the brain from the inside. Super creature hunted, Saint Bone Elephant. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. You may also collect the life geno essence. As the announcement played in Hansen's head, the pink snake launched out of the dead elephant's ear. It was like a star falling into the forest. It disappeared. Hansen saw traces of pink blood sprayed across the floor, so it looked like his palm had dealt it some decent damage. He was overjoyed, because his fitness was not as high as it could be. The elephant Rex strike was only enough to mop up an easy kill. It wasn't strong enough to kill a super creature at full health, but Hansen had damaged the thin pink snake, which prompted it to fly away. It was fairly obvious that the snake was heavily damaged. Perhaps it had already been injured during the scramble to get into the elephant's brain, or being in there the entire time. Regardless, it seemed to have run off for good. After all, the bone elephant was a second-generation super creature. Even if it did drill inside its body, the pink snake must have exhausted a lot of effort and strength to do so. Hansen was just glad that the pink snake was spooked. The snake must have had no idea such a strike was coming. Only being able to perform such a strike once, it was fortunate the hit was as effective as it was. Hansen quickly summoned his angel. He wanted to see if she'd eat the bone elephant, for perhaps this would be what it needed to evolve. Hansen did not take the retrieval of beast souls as seriously as he used to. Obtaining them was no longer as important to him. His biggest priority lately was figuring out how he could consume the life geno essences. Angel saw the body of the Saint Bone Elephant, and when she saw it, her eyes glowed red. With a ravenous appetite, she leapt onto it. She grabbed its bones and began munching on them with a rabid hunger, the sounds of snapping cartilage ringing through the air. Snap, snap, snap. She broke the bones, sucked on the marrow, and crunched on the tusks like glass. Hansen was frozen. He thought that the angel's teeth were a bit too hard. Watching her nibble her way through a mound of super creature bones was a little frightening. Hansen summoned his flaming Rex spike and hit the elephant's skull with it, hoping to crack it open and obtain the life geno essence. That was all he personally needed. Nothing else mattered to him. But surprisingly for Hansen, the bones were not as hard as he expected. It seemed that after the bone elephant's death, the bones softened somewhat. The Rex spike broke the top of the skull open like a pinata, letting out the run of white, creamy brain juice. Hansen was rather shocked, but at least he understood how the angel was able to eat it so ferociously. After death, the elephant's bones really weren't all that hard. Hansen was so happy, but during this happiness, he heard a sound from all around him. A sea of snakes were slithering towards him. It looked like the pink snake was not too fond of Hansen's theft, and it seemed as if it had rallied its brethren to kill him. The pink snake was riding the back of another snake. This mount snake was a large Titan boa. The pink snake was hissing at Hansen with obvious anger and frustration. Hansen felt bad, seeing the angel munch upon the bone elephant. It would probably take a long time for her to eat it all. But with Hansen's current weakness, if the snakes attacked, he'd have no hope of repelling them all. He considered whether or not he should quickly grab the angel and escape, leaving behind the bone elephant's flesh in the process. But suddenly, he heard a bear roar. Looking to the top of the hill, he saw two bears, one big and one small, roaring in his direction. They rushed down the hill towards him, tearing up the legions of snakes in the process. Nothing could withstand their rabid claws. They stopped near the body of the bone elephant, not entirely sure what was going on. Hansen thought he should summon his wings and fly away. But the big black bear seemed really human. It nodded to Hansen. And then the bear turned around and roared at the pink snake. The pink snake hissed in response. They both groaned and made noises to each other, staring one another down. After a while of this, the pink snake gave Hansen one last jealous look before turning around and leaving alongside the rest of its snakes. The tide of snakes washed away. The big bear then roared to Hansen. It picked up the cub, put it back on its back, and returned to the woods. Hansen was shocked, not entirely sure what had just happened. How and why would the two bears come all the way over here just to repel the snakes that had threatened him? Did they think the reason I fought the bone elephant was because I wanted to help them? Was this them returning the favor? Hansen didn't know for sure, but this was what he hypothesized. But regardless of why it had happened, it was a good thing. He had already decided to fly away with the angel and escape. This unexpected turn of events allowed the angel to munch on the elephant in its entirety. Hansen sat on the floor and rested, observing the surrounding area. He wasn't simply taking in the view, though. He wanted to make sure the snake was gone for good and didn't plan on backstabbing Hansen by coming back once the bear had left. But Hansen was just being paranoid, and the pink snake made no plan to return. The super creatures of the second god's sanctuary are so human, the children especially so. They are appearing more and more intelligent every time I see them. What will things be like when I reach the third god's sanctuary? Hansen was in deep thought as he tossed the bone elephant's essence in his hand. It was a curious thing, like a fusion of bone and jade. But it was slightly transparent, too. This life geno essence did not look violent and red, and it was a whole lot more like the peaceful bone elephant he had once witnessed sitting beneath a tree, meditating. It wasn't at all representative of the ordinary bone elephant he was used to seeing. I hope I can eat it this time. If I can't, I'm really out of solutions for how I might collect the super geno points I need. Hansen gave the life geno essence a good lick. The result was disappointing. The life geno essence did not change. It was still as solid as ever, it did not melt, and it continued to look like bone. Hansen held on to the bone life geno essence and then used the Dongchuan Sutra to simulate the bone elephant's flow. That thundering power rumbled across the insides of his body. Suddenly, he felt the life geno essence in his hands begin to follow the flow of the energy inside him. A rhythmic beat developed, and it followed every note and jump of the energy. This made Hansen very happy, and he knew he had stumbled onto the correct path. He sped up the elephant's flow of energy, which made the life geno essence shake even more. Hansen could feel the bone elephant's life geno essence provide him with a strange, foreign power. It seemed as if it was going to follow Hansen's own energy and burst out. Hansen simulated the bone elephant's energy flow again. But the energy inside the life geno essence did not burst out. He stuck his tongue out and licked the life geno essence again. But it did not melt. If I can activate the life geno essence, why can I not eat it? Hansen frowned. But Hansen knew he was on the right path, and progress was being made. Otherwise, why would it have become active the way it did? He simply could not observe it because his simulation of the elephant was not powerful enough. After all, his Dongchuan Sutra had not yet broken the first tier. He could not simulate things one-to-one. And there were a few minor differences from the original creature. It looks like I need to finish up my first tier of the Dongchuan Sutra. If this is the way it has to be, then that means I have to absorb the second or third generation life geno essences of super creatures. And before I kill them, I must have an understanding of their energy flow. If I don't get a grasp of that, there's no point in killing them. And to kill a first-generation creature, well, that would be even more pointless. Hansen furrowed his brow, although the first-generation life geno essences must possess another method of absorption. Hansen had already had one breakthrough for the day. For now, he would focus on what he had just figured out before working on the next conundrum. Should I kill the silver fox and eat his flesh? That guy is definitely a second-generation super creature. Hansen wore an evil smile. But it was just a thought, nothing more. There were many second-generation super creatures out there in the second god's sanctuary, just waiting to be found. It would not be necessary for him to kill the silver fox, and as the fox had been a diligent pet for so long, he'd feel terrible doing that. There was the little black cub, though, but if he wanted to go after that super creature, it'd be 2-on-1. That would be too much for him to handle. Red Pony. Hansen thought back to the Legion of Pegasi, and the wolf pack that ate at each other, then quickly dropped the thought, as well. 8 small snow turtles. He didn't even need to think about that one. He would be better off taking a suicide pill than going up against a family of super creatures. Hansen felt chill just thinking about the 9 super creatures there. It looks like I need to get out there and look for more solo second-generation super creatures, Hansen thought to himself as he stroked his jaw. She's evolving. My super battle pet is born. Yay. Fighting super creatures should be much easier from this day onwards. Hansen was beaming with delight. A few days passed and the angel had already evolved. When it wasn't in battle mode, it didn't look different. It was still the black-haired lowly. But when her battle mode was engaged, she was totally different. She had blonde wavy hair, and she wore armor that looked like jade. Even her wings looked jade. The Adderade looked really holy, and it was difficult to look her in the eye. The strange thing was that the Adderade wielded a transparent greatsword. It was similar to the one that Hansen first saw her use when they met on the Mystery Island. The only difference was that this looked far stronger. A pet beast's soul can end up looking like this. Hansen wondered in awe. This was the first time he had ever seen something like this. Hansen soon realized, however, that the greatsword was not simple like a deer item. A piece of deer could not be put inside the Sea of Soul, and the greatsword disappeared when the Adderade exited her battle mode. It was not some ordinary deer. Seeing the Adderade in her battle mode, like some glorious Valkyrie, Hansen was ecstatic. The mere presence of the Adderade was intimidating enough for others. Its strength could not be any less than a super creature's. Either, that was for sure. You are finally here, Hansen said, with tears in his eyes. He wanted to kiss the Adderade. With the Adderade by his side, he no longer had to fear super creatures. He could enter battle with them, guns a-blazing, without a care in the world. Hansen was sitting on a hill while he practiced the Dongshuan Sutra. He had practiced half a cycle when his eyebrows jumped up with the sudden sensation of approaching danger. But Hansen did not panic, so he maintained his practice of the Dongshuan Sutra, even as 12 people encircled him. Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yuleng had exerted a lot of effort in the formulation and execution of their plan of assassination. I thought they'd need to commit to a big fight if they were going to surround Hansen. But they were able to walk right up to him, all while he remained sitting and basking in the red morning light. Huang Yunlong and Cheng Yuleng were almost unable to believe how smoothly their operation seemed to be going. They thought an elite like Hansen would detect them from 100 meters away, and the fact that he did not run away surprised them even more. Hansen, we meet at last. With everything going so smoothly, Huang Yunlong was pleased. Hansen ignored him. He was finishing his big cycle of the Dongshuan Sutra. When it was done, he opened his eyes to see a dozen people surrounding him, one of which was Huang Yunlong. Who are you? Hansen observed everyone and ended up on Huang Yunlong. He asked the question as he stood up. I am from the Cloud Dragon shelter in the north. I am Huang Yunlong. Huang Yunlong proudly introduced himself. What do the northern folks want from me, then? Hansen asked calmly. Oh, nothing big. I am just requesting that I purchase your life Geno essence, Huang Yunlong said, smiling. How much are you willing to pay? Hansen responded. How much? Cheng Yuleng almost burst out laughing. He thought Hansen must have been retarded to ask such a question in the situation he was in. That much. Cheng Yuleng pulled out his wallet and threw a small 10,000 note at Hansen's face, laughing. He would have liked to throw out an even smaller note, but as wealthy as he was, that was the smallest he had. No, it's worth more than that, Hansen calmly replied, with no deviation in his emotion. He was not mad at all. He didn't dare announce he had gotten Super Geno points before, because he knew others would come after him. Now that the cat was out of the bag, it hadn't been long before someone sought to bring him harm, all for retrieving the life Geno essence he owned. The formation was fairly big. There were a dozen people, each with an imposing, intimidating presence. They weren't ordinary evolvers. If he was able to bring that many strong fighters to battle Hansen, he had to be a man that possessed a lot of power. The worth of the item is not up to you to decide. If I want to buy it off you, you will have to sell it and accept the price that I propose. Huang Yunlong looked callous. He didn't say much else. He then simply gestured with his hand, signaling for a dozen fighters to unlock their gene locks and run towards Hansen. Without aid from the big families and prominent alliance organizations, it was difficult to gather a dozen elites with unlocked gene locks. In the past, Hansen would have believed it difficult to fight these assaulters. After all, he only had 2 fists. Being surrounded by a dozen elites with unlocked gene locks, getting out alive would be difficult. But now things were different. Now, he had his battle Adderade. Super pets had the potential to be as strong as super creatures. No matter how strong these elites were, if they could not kill a super creature, they could not kill an Adderade. Seeing that these cruel people wanted to murder him, Hansen did not respond any further. All he did was summon his Adderade. Huang Yunlong saw the Adderade and was shocked. They thought Hansen was only summoning a spirit, as humanoid pets were very rare. They never expected this, but they did not understand why Hansen was summoning a spirit. If it was a royal spirit, it was nothing to them. Even spirits could not fight that many talented fighters. It wouldn't last a second. If Hansen was using a spirit to buy himself time to escape, he was too naive. Huang Yunlong had done his best to hide his people's presence, but when they entered Lu Hui's territory, they did not go unnoticed. Lu Hui was intelligent enough to determine what they had come for. It had to be something as valuable as Hansen's life Geno essence, for Huang Yunlong to risk everything. Lu Hui knew Hansen was currently in his territory, but he wasn't in a rush to meet and greet with him. He knew that for people like Hansen, such gestures meant very little. Actions spoke louder than words. People were at their most appreciative when they were desperate. Lu Hui planned to wait until Hansen found himself surrounded by Huang Yulongs, then spring an attack that would save his life. Such a bold action would be far more cherished and appreciated than if he were to simply tip Hansen off to a coming assassination attempt. Lu Hui and his people lay in wait in a nearby forest. When he saw Huang Yulong had brought a dozen evolvers with unlocked gene locks to murder Hansen, he was shocked. He had brought a terrible power, and Lu Hui imagined that Huang Yulong must have emptied the entire strength of his territory to fell Hansen. He was so desperate, he was willing to risk everything to obtain the life geno essence. Lu Hui furrowed his brows and took a look around him, pondering whether or not he had brought enough people. Just as Lu Hui was planning to run to Hansen's side and defend him, he saw he had summoned an Adderade. When Lei Hangwu laid his eyes upon it, he was taken aback. With much surprise, he said, "No way he will use that spirit to beat them, right?" The next second, the Adderade moved. As the dozen warriors sought to attack, the Adderade flapped her wings and took off into the air. She flew to the man who was nearest and attacked with her transparent greatsword. The man was wielding a great lance, and his body was heating up, emitting a white fog. He was an evolver who could control the element of heat, but the Adderade was too fast, and she frightened him. He held up his lance to block her attack. The Adderade looked cold, like a goddess that was pure and free from even the smallest speck of dust. She brought down her fierce greatsword. The man and the lance were both cut in half by the ferocious greatsword. Blood and organs fell all about, but not a single droplet touched the Adderade. Under the morning light, the Adderade still looked the same. As evil as she appeared and acted, she seemed to be graced with a holy, angelic look, too. In that brief moment, every other evolver was suddenly petrified. Huang Yunlong, Chen Yulan, Lu Hui, and Lei Hangwu were frozen stiff. No one expected an elite, who had unlocked their gene lock, to be killed in such a grisly fashion. It happened so unexpectedly, it gave them all the heebie-jeebies. A second later, the Adderade flapped her wings again. Her beautiful body soared through the air and teleported before another fighter. She weaved her greatsword up, effortlessly. The fighter was clad in heavy armor, and he bore a great shield. When he saw the Adderade's sword coming for him, he yelled and raised his bulwark to deflect the attack. The thick great shield was hewn in half, and the gentle wind caressed the evolver's head on its ascent and subsequent descent, free from the shoulders it once belonged to. Impossible. Huang Yunlong's eyes opened wide. His face was distorted with horrific surprise, and fear crept into his heart to lay its first tangling, choking roots. The man who used the shield was called Dooku. He had a skill called Platinum Body. When he opened his gene lock, his body would harden like platinum. With sacred blood armor and shield, his defense was unmatched. He was one of the strongest amongst the evolvers, yet he had been beheaded in less than a moment's notice. Even his armor and shield had been reduced to splinters, much to the fright of everyone who witnessed it. Chen Yulang and the others all knew how powerful Dooku was. After seeing such a person be slain so easily, the fear that was beginning to grip the hearts of everyone accelerated. No one could believe Dooku had been killed in such a fashion, and even Lu Hui and Lei Hangwu were in as much shock and awe as those who now had to face the wrath of the Adderade. Powerful spirits did exist, but rarely did humans get the chance to see them. They had never seen spirits swear vows, either. No one expected Hansen to be in possession of a spirit as terrifying as that. Retreat, retreat. Huang Yunlong did not wait any longer, as he turned around and sought to flee. The thing that looked like an angel was far stronger than he expected it to be. It was scarier than a super creature, and his chance of killing Hansen had quickly dropped to zero. Before Huang Yunlong barked his order, however, everyone had already started running. They all wished that they could grow more legs, so they could skitter away with greater ease. They were lucky to be alive, facing such a fearsome creature. Hansen could use his mind to control the Adderade. She flapped her wings and caught up with Chen Yulang. His face drained of its color entirely, and he regretted the way he had mocked Hansen. Chen Yulong's body burst with power and he tried to evade the Adderade's strike. It was to no avail, however. He was sliced in two. Before his death, all he could do was whimper. There was no death cry or final words. Hansen had taken away those rights. The Adderade angel did not stop there, however. Under Hansen's command, she went after Huang Yulong. Hansen did not care who he was. He did not care about his family or background. Hansen wanted to send a message to everyone in the Alliance. He wanted to tell them all that if they messed with him, they would end up dying gruesome deaths. Huang Yulong was the North's champion and top human evolver. Not even Hansen could beat him easily. But before the Adderade, his persona had shriveled to that of a fleeing scoundrel. The Adderade caught up with him easily. A few cuts and slices removed his armor. Then, his helmet was removed, which came terrifyingly close to taking his scalp off along with it. Hansen, I have no grudge with you. If you let me go now, I'll appreciate it. If you don't let me go, my blood legion will most likely avenge me. Huang Yulong, in between his evasions and pleas, screamed and yelped as he tried to escape. Hansen frowned, as he had heard about the Blood Legion before. When humans first entered their interstellar era, they experienced many unique events and encountered a variety of different species. It provided a great expansion to humanity's understanding of life and their own existence. This also led to the forming of different religions and dogmas. The Blood Legion was one of those religious organizations. Hansen had heard that the Blood Legion was responsible for one of the Alliance's greatest events. It took lethal force to suppress them, and they were branded a cult. They were supposedly wiped out without a trace. But in the past 100 years, the Blood Legion's popularity had been on the rise once more. A lot of people had been contacted by missionaries of the supposed Blood Legion in a recruitment spree. Their activities had been viewed negatively, and over the past few years of their resurgence, many people had died for their allegiance to the cult. Hansen did not expect Huang Yulong to have ties with the Blood Legion. But that did not change anything. No matter who he was, Hansen had to end him. If he didn't cut the head off this snake, people would assume Hansen was soft, and others might try their hand at coming after him as well. Hansen decided to live like a man. Huang Yulong was responsible for the events of the day. He wanted Huang Yulong's death to warn others who might one day seek to do the same. Huang Yulong shouted, but Hansen did not care. He just coldly watched as the Adderade sliced him, cutting him down bit by bit. Huang Yulong was quite the elite, and after 30 slashes, he had yet to fall. Even Hansen was not much stronger than him. But facing the Adderade, Huang Yulong had no chance. Death would be the only resolution to his encounter with it. His wounds slowed him down, and what happened next was inevitable. His head was lopped off. He didn't even have the time to close his eyes before he was beheaded. His open eyes spoke to the way he felt in the final moments before his death. He was angry, and he did not feel that what was happening to him was fair. Lu Hui and Lei Hengwu were frozen as they watched. The Northern Master, Huang Yulong, who had reigned the North for 60 years, was cut down just like that. And a dozen evolvers who had opened their gene locks were fought off by an angel-looking creature under the command of Hansen. Only 6 managed to escape her wrath. Hansen did not even have to dirty his hands. The angel-looking creature had delivered the frightening results he desired on his behalf. Let's go. Lu Hui commanded his people to leave. He was worried that if they remained there, Hansen might misunderstand the meaning of their presence. If Hansen believed they were with Huang Yulong, it wouldn't end up any better. The angel-looking creature was far too scary. For the people that had run off a great distance, Hansen did not command the Adderade to follow. He then looked in Lu Hui's direction. After that, he went to scavenge and see what he might find on the ghastly remains of those who had been slain. Nothing. Most of them had a little coin pouch with some money and their cards inside, but that was it. Hansen had a look at Huang Yulong and Cheng Yuleng's cards. In between them, he saw the symbol of the 9-life cat. Blood Legion. Is there any connection between it and the 9-life cat? Hansen's facial expression was complicated, unsure whether or not this was just a coincidence. But Hansen had never heard of the Blood Legion making use of the 9-life cat as some form of symbol. He did remember that the Blood Legion believed in the blood god, however. It was a god that could control the blood power of creatures. Aside from Huang Yulong and Cheng Yuleng, none of the others had the same card. Hansen then set up a pyre. After burning all the corpses, he left. The battle in which Huang Yulong had been killed in his attempt to assassinate Hansen shocked the whole alliance. Because of the life geno-essence, many people had kept their eye on Hansen. No one had expected Huang Yulong would have been the first to try to take it. A lot of other factions felt relieved. Many had made plans to do the same as Huang Yulong did, and they were glad that he had attempted such a thing first. If they went, they'd only have traded places and been the ones who were killed instead. After Hansen returned, he contacted Jai Yamren. He told her she could be in charge of the Frosty Bear Life Geno-essence. He had been unable to absorb the Life Geno-essence so far, so it was pointless for him to keep it right now, particularly since all it did was draw the jealousy and ire of others. If Hansen gave it to the Jai family, people would know that he could not absorb the Life Geno-essence, and it would hopefully prevent them from bothering him. He wasn't afraid of fighting, but assassination attempts were difficult to avoid. In the Alliance, he was not invincible. There was no point in being killed for an item that was worthless to him. Hansen did want to know if there was any way to absorb the life geno essence, however. With his own knowledge and wealth, his ability to perform tests and experiments was limited. Therefore, providing it to the Jai family was the best course of action. He thought about selling the first-generation life geno essences he could not absorb to others. Such items would most likely be useless to them as well, but at least he'd earn a lot of cash. Daddy, you sure have a lot of free time recently. I can't help it. My future son-in-law is far too talented. Jai Ryuajin looked like he was joking. What has he done now? Jai Yanran blinked to look as if she didn't know, despite the fact Hansen had already told her. Didn't he tell you? He used the spirit to beat a dozen elites in Huang Yunlong, Jai Ryuajin said. I'd only heard he used the humanoid pet beast's soul to kill a bunch of thieves that sought to rob him. Jai Yanran said, smiling. Thieves, huh? Jai Ryuajin smiled and asked her, baby daughter, did you ask him what level his beast soul is? Super beast soul. Jai Yanran replied with certainty. So, it is a super beast soul. Jai Ryuajin had already guessed that much, but he was still taken aback to hear it confirmed. For Hansen to have a beast soul like that, he had to have killed at least one other super creature. It was hard not to be surprised by it. The Jai family spent a lot of wealth to fund the killing of just one super creature, and that was in the first god's sanctuary. Oh, and Hansen said he will provide us with the Frosty Bear's essence. And what are the conditions of such an offering? Jai Ryuajin asked. Dad, don't say that. Why would there be any conditions or strings attached? He only said that it was a gift for me and I can do whatever I want with it. Jai Yanran blinked. There really aren't any conditions. Jai Ryuajin asked again, with much surprise. There aren't, but because he's been so good to your daughter, you can't allow yourself to be in his debt, Jai Yanran slyly suggested, acting all cute. This Hansen is a smart guy, I'll give him that. Giving it to you as a gift will undoubtedly benefit him more than if you were to sell it to us. Jai Ryuajin smiled and finished by saying, he has very good judgment to think this way. He is not someone who hankers for a little profit every chance he gets. I know, I'm not blind. You didn't think I'd pick a fool, did you? Jai Yanran smiled and proceeded to say, Hansen told me he'll be staying in the ice field, and that we can come pick up the life geno essence whenever we want. Sure, you tell little Han that the Jai family does not accept charity, and things aren't accepted without something given in return. I'll go back and have a talk with your uncle. We'll give Hansen a reasonable reward for this gift. Fred not. Jai Ryuajin then paused for a bit before asking, oh, and tell little Han that the Jai family is formally requesting the opportunity to cooperate and hunt a super creature together in unison. If he is interested, I'm sure we'll have much to discuss. And in regards to that other life geno essence, Hansen agreed to sell it to the Qin family. Jai Yanran answered immediately. The Qin family. Jai Ryuajin lowered his head to think for a bit, and then continued by saying, not bad. He's got his head screwed on right. He sure knows what he's doing. Jai Yanran did not lie. Hansen was indeed planning on selling it to the Qin family. After all, he could not absorb the life geno essence of a first-generation super creature, and holding on to it would just make others jealous. He would also maximize the profit he could receive by selling it as early as possible. Hansen was a part of the Special Security Operation Team, and it looked after his family. Considering his relationship with Qin Xuan, he was almost obligated to sell it to the Qin family. The news of the sale of the two life geno essences, and the fact he was in possession of a super pet, became well-known facts in the Alliance. A lot of key officers and faction officials were rocked by the news. A lot of people who knew Hansen in a closer capacity were asked about him. Did he have more life geno essences? Would he be willing to cooperate? Maybe even help hunt a super creature? Hansen's answer, of course, was no. He rejected all requests and remained in the shelter, refusing to go anywhere. All he did was practice his Dongchuan Sutra while waiting for the peaches to ripen. Even though he was in the goddess shelter, Hansen still felt the itch of numerous eyes watching him wherever he went. He supposed that was the price of being famous. But overall, Hansen cared little. A month later, the season for the peaches to ripen had fast approached. Hansen summoned Beetle Knight to camouflage himself while he was in the shelter, so he could sneak out unseen. The whole world was paying heed to Hansen's every movement. To get the mystic fruit from the giant peach tree in the peach forest, Hansen brought the silver fox and the little angel. He wanted to grab a peach to see if he could unlock the first tier of the Dongchuan Sutra. Entering the peach forest once more, Hansen had far more courage. Even if the pink snake brought an army with him, he was confident he could slay them all, with the silver fox and little angel by his side. But nothing of the sort happened. The silver fox's presence shooed off any creatures along the way, which disappointed Hansen. He was looking forward to the possibility of slaying a host of sacred blood snakes, so he could gobble them up and get closer to maxing out his sacred geno points. But for some reason, the pink snake and its legion of slithering serpents did not appear until he had arrived at the giant tree. The legion of snakes had gathered all around the mystic peach tree. Hansen also saw the black bear and its cub there. A blue beast and a crane of sorts were there as well. Every creature he had encountered at the tree the last time, minus the bone elephant, were here at the tree once again. Hansen's arrival was not without trouble, however. His coming led to unrest with the pink snake and its legion. And indeed, the legion of snakes did not disperse with the silver fox's coming. As Hansen arrived, all of the snakes lifted their heads, as if to warn Hansen not to tread any closer. The pink snake was sat upon the titan boa as it once did. It stared at Hansen with cold, poisonous eyes. It was evident it had not forgotten who he was. But for some reason, the pink snake avoided Hansen and did not attack. This behavior surprised him. The black cub, on the other hand, looked delighted to see Hansen. In surprise, it ran out to Hansen's feet, ignoring the legion of snakes. With a little observation, Hansen noticed that the cub had grown in size since the last time it met. It had grown up fast. When the cub reached Hansen, it ran in circles and sniffed around him. Then, it signaled for Hansen to sit next to the big bear. Hansen, taking a look at the peach tree, noticed that there weren't any peaches on it yet. He watched it for a while, but then, after some time, noticed two peaches manifest between the green leaves. They were about the size of ostrich eggs. The peaches were red on the bottom and pale on the top. They looked as if they were moments away from ripening. Such a giant tree only produced two peaches. Hansen looked to his left and right. And indeed, the mystic peach tree had only produced two peaches. One was hanging at the tip of the twig and the other was a little further up. The super creatures that had gathered there all looked up at the peaches. The little angel and the silver fox were almost as powerful as the two bears in comparison. Hansen alone could almost equate to the power of the silver fox, and he wagered he could beat at least two super creatures to the punch of nabbing the peaches. Hansen then took a look at his competition: pink snake, blue beast, crane, little bear, and big bear. There were 5 super creatures, and against the legion of snakes there, it'd be difficult to take the peaches. Hansen went near the big bear, which sat away from the peach tree. Strangely enough, none of the super creatures sought to go close to the tree. They circled it, almost as if there was a radius they had to be outside of. This confused Hansen, seeing 2 peaches on the tree, with one at the end of the twig and the other a little above. They both shone like a fruit from heaven's very own orchard. They emitted a pleasant smell, a smell even nicer than the smell of the peach flowers. But despite the tantalizing prospect of the peaches being right there for the taking, no creature dared make a move. It was like they weren't in a rush to take them. Hansen stared at the mystic peach tree and began to feel as if something was wrong. He used Jadeskin to unlock his gene lock and heighten his senses. Although he did not have the 8th sense yet, his senses and perceptions still exceeded that of the super creatures. Hansen used his new sensory functions to inspect the peach tree, and his face looked horrified. Through the use of his heightened senses, he noticed there was something wrong with the mystic peach tree. On the tree there was something really small, but it was something alive that moved around. In fact, there were many of them, and they were moving all over. When observing the twig that held the peaches, Hansen could see them crawling around like ants. Just seeing it made his head itch. Bugs? Why are there so many strange bugs on the tree? Hansen was shocked. The bugs were so small, yet the tree was huge. They dug underneath the bark of the tree, and with average eyesight, you could not tell they were there through simple observation. If it wasn't for Hansen's sense, he wouldn't have noticed their presence even if he went to stand directly in front of the tree. What are those bugs? Even the super creatures are avoiding them. They don't even dare to go close. Hansen frowned. Hansen was positive the last time he was here at the tree, there were no bugs. Otherwise, he'd have known about them coming here. He was practicing Dongchuan Sutra for a long time beneath the boughs of that great tree, so there was no way he had managed to avoid sensing them during that time. Strange. Where did all these bugs come from? There is no way they can be super creatures, can they? But why are the super creatures scared of them? And why do they avoid going near the tree? Hansen mulled the peculiar situation. Hansen then remembered the time he got Princess Yin Yang. She informed Hansen about the nature of the sacred blood class silver beetle mother. Perhaps the bugs weren't all too different to the silver beetle. She explained that the smaller silver beetles were little more than weapons, created by the mother. They weren't actual living creatures. If these bugs were able to make the super creatures that scared, the mother of the bugs may have been a super creature as well. If this is true, that's bad news. They were inside the bark, eating it. Although they did not eat much, it was still a shocker to see. The mystic peach tree was something sacred. It was something that even the super creatures greatly admired. It was a surprise to see these bugs eat and desecrate it like so. Hansen, being unable to figure out what the bugs were, was just like the bears now. He remained motionless, staring at the tree, not daring to get close. It just waited until it was ripe. A few days later, the peach on the upper reaches of the twig had already turned jade. Strangely, it emitted a red mist. A holy presence emerged from the peach like jade as well. The scent was carried by the wind, coating the next few hundred miles with its pleasing fragrance. The legion of snakes was getting anxious and annoyed. In their impatience, they started to approach the peach tree ever so slowly. The pink snake was riding the head of a titan boa, which flew in circles of further impatience. It looked as if it wanted to launch itself onto the upper peach, which looked as if it was almost ripe. But it didn't yet. It showed restraint due on account of its fear. The blue beast, resting on the branch of a tree, jumped down. It walked forward and stared at the upper regions of the tree, where the peach hung. Its eyes shone a blue color. But again, even this creature did not dare to approach the tree fully. Hansen watched how all the creatures grew more and more impatient. They greatly desired the peach, but they were conflicted with a fear that prohibited them from going forward. Hansen was surprised by the scene, and it made him even more puzzled over the nature of the bugs. Where did they come from to possess such power that they frightened the super creatures? After a while, the wonder of the fruit's delightful scent reached its zenith, and the red mist that the peach emitted cloaked the entire fruit and began to resemble a holy light. The peach had become transparent, and Hansen could see how juicy it was on the inside. The temptation to sink his teeth into it, regardless of the prospect of subsequent death, was real. At that moment, the bugs went crazy and washed up the tree like the tide of the sea. Like a shadow, they ascended all the way to the peach. They were like a murky liquid cloud. If he looked closer, he could see the vast swarms of bugs that pushed and squeezed together in a bustle to reach the peach. Despite watching the peach fall into the hands of the bugs, the super creatures still hesitated. Hansen gritted his teeth, summoned his wings and wrecked Spike, and took off towards the peach. Hansen's movement was like the tipping of the first domino. The pink snake screamed and leapt towards the peach, alongside its legion of other snakes. The blue beast roared, moved its forelimbs, and raced up towards the peach. The crane was like an arrow, descending from the sky, aimed at the peach. The black bear and its cub roared to the sky and jumped towards the tree. Their fear of the bugs was still apparent, but they weren't willing to let the peach go that easily. The bugs were aware of Hansen and the super creatures coming towards them, so they rustled their little wings and took off like black smoke. Hansen swung his flaming wreck spike, and fire incinerated swarms of the wretched bugs, which rained down to the ground like a hail of fire. They weren't killed, but they could no longer fly. There were far more bugs beyond the ones that were hit, however, and many more weaved their way around Hansen's wreck spike. The bugs were too small, and a weapon like the wreck spike could not easily block them. Suddenly, the silver fox screeched as it lay on Hansen's shoulder. A bolt of silver lightning incinerated the bugs that were coming for its master. Hansen was thankful for the silver fox. Again, he swung his wreck spike to break the mist of bugs and went forward to grab the peach. Other creatures did the same. Although the number of bugs was incomprehensible, none had managed to damage any of the super creatures. But even though Hansen was the one who went first, the crane was still faster. The crane had managed to fly directly in front of the peach, and it used its beak to try to peck it from the twig it clung to. Pang! The black bugs gathered up together like a big black hand and slapped the intruding crane, which knocked it away a dozen meters. It took a moment to regather its composure and balance in the air. The bugs in front of Hansen were like that as well. They swarmed together to resemble a black beast and attempted to strike him. Hansen and the silver fox then cooperated to take down the black beast, brought to life through the unison of black bugs. The black bugs gathered together to become a flying animal or beast that could soar the skies, and their numbers grew and grew, buzzing everywhere, attacking every creature pining for the peach. The black bugs formed a big hand next, which gripped the tree. It clawed its way up, heading towards the peaches. The crane wasn't very happy after it got slapped. It cawed with rage and flapped its wings frantically to birth a frightening tornado. The creepy shapes of animals formed by the bugs, and the black hand that sought to steal the peaches, were sucked into it. The black bugs were flushed into the tornado and carried far away. The tornado was discolored, and it looked black. The number of bugs present in there was sickening to imagine. The crane then saw its opportunity to grab the peach, so it picked up speed and flew back. But before the crane could peck the peach free for itself, the sound of shattering wood rang out. A black hole formed in the side of the tree, and a fist-sized black bug exited from within. It looked like a 7-spotted ladybug, but its head was far bigger and it was entirely black. Its wings glittered translucent gold. The bug came out from the hole and flapped its golden wings, generating a bright light. Then it buzzed directly in front of the crane, striking one of its wings. The super creature's tough hide and feathers were torn into by the ravenous bug. The bug latched onto the crane's wing and it drove its teeth deep into the wing with a wide open mouth. A chunk of the crane's wing was ripped off, exposing its bones beneath the fresh gush of blood. The crane let out an upset cry, and it flapped its wings the best it could to kick up a sharp blade like wind. Hansen's head felt numb watching this, but he knew it was the chance he needed to grab the holy peach, and that was where he went. The gold-winged bug had been drawn to the sky by the crane, and this was Hansen's best chance to grab the peach. But something was faster than Hansen. The pink snake was using its legion of snakes for cover, and he didn't know when it had managed to get so close. The small snake was thin like a chopstick, yet when it opened its mouth, it was wide enough to swallow the entire peach. Seeing the peach about to be swallowed by the pink snake, another gold shadow emerged from the hole in the tree. In one smack, the pink snake was sent flying. It was another gold-winged ladybug. It grabbed a hold of the pink snake and bared its teeth, ready to sink them right into the slithering fiend. But the pink snake's body released some redness like the peach. The bug let go and staggered away, looking dizzy. At that moment, Hansen noticed another two gold-winged ladybugs emerge from the hole inside the tree. This gave him quite the shock. There were more than two gold-winged ladybugs now, bugs that were almost as strong as the super creatures. Four had exited the hole, and heaven knew how many more might still reside within. Of the two additional gold-winged ladybugs, one targeted the blue beast, whereas the other targeted Hansen. Hansen gritted his teeth, flapped his wings, and fell back a bit. He wasn't sure whether or not there were any more inside the hole, so he didn't dare attack. If he did, he might miss his chance at getting the peach. The gold-winged ladybug was coming towards Hansen, and in response, Hansen swung his Rex spike at the gold shadow. But the bug was too nimble, and it evaded the attack with ease. It continued onwards at full speed. The silver fox looked angry in response, as all the hair on its body stood up. Lightning cracked and sparkled across his coat of fur, which emitted a bolt of lightning that jumped towards the oncoming foe. The gold-winged ladybug flapped its wings to evade the silver fox's attack and continued its buzzing pursuit of Hansen. It was too late to lift the Rex spike again, and his heart quickly jumped. The peacock crossbow appeared in his hand, and with it, he smacked the bug that was coming to devour him. The peacock crossbow and the gold-winged ladybug collided. A terrible force was transferred to Hansen's hand, however, and he was sent spiraling. He was knocked a few dozen meters away but managed to keep his balance. His hand was bleeding, and it felt numb. That is some scary power. That little creepy crawly isn't any weaker than the average super creature. Hansen was shocked, but he quickly took notice of the gold-winged ladybug resuming its pursuit of him. Hansen and the silver fox fought the ladybug together, but still, they were at a disadvantage. Hansen had to use his really good senses, powered by the Dongshuan Sutra, but even with the silver fox's help, he was barely able to maintain his competition with it. The big and small bear used this opportunity to break the black bug's barrier. They ascended the peach tree as best they could, and with their thick fur and hide, had no fear of the bugs biting them. When they arrived near the peach, their bodies were black, covered in the nibbling insects. But this time, the big bear had a plan. It stared at the hole in the tree while allowing the little bear to gather the peach. There was more movement from inside, and indeed, something else was ready to emerge. But this time, it was not a gold-winged ladybug. It was a ladybug that was plated entirely in gold. Its head was twice the size of the other gold-winged ladybugs. It flapped its gold wings and shot out of the hole towards the bear cub like a gold shadow. The black bear roared and used its claws to try to grab the golden ladybug. But it was too fast, and with its rapid wings, it evaded the bear's paws and continued on to the cub. The big bear roared as if it was alerting the cub. But the cub, almost having reached the peach, didn't want to give up. It extended its paws and tried to grab it. The golden ladybug hit the cub, and it fell off the tree. It created a big hole in the ground when it landed. From below, the cub cried out in pain. The big bear no longer cared about the peach, and so it jumped down from the tree, roaring with anger as it chased after the golden ladybug. It was going to save the cub from danger. The cub was peppered with wounds from the insect assaulter, but fortunately, none were deadly. The black bear's claws smacked the golden ladybug's shell with a mighty slap, but nothing broke. Furthermore, it appeared entirely unfazed. The two bears were being ravaged as they did battle with the golden ladybug. And throughout this entire time, none had the free space or time to grab the peach. Now unopposed, the smaller black bugs resumed their shape as a hand and tried to grab the peach again. Excitement glistened in Hansen's eyes. He clenched his jaws and summoned the Adorade. A holy body cracked the air and perched itself atop the tree. It swung its transparent greatsword and severed the hand that had been formed by the black bugs. As she did this, she used her other hand to grab the peach. But when the Adderade tried to pull it, she could not get the peach free. Her eyes turned cold, and she swung her greatsword to detach the peach from the twig it stubbornly clung to. When she did this, the peach finally came free in her hand. Hansen was happy seeing this. There were no other bugs coming out of the hole in the tree, so it looked like 5 was all of them. And now, the holy peach was in the Adderade's hand. Hansen's hand jumped, and he ordered the Adderade to leave the area. Otherwise, if she was noticed to be holding the peach, she'd become enemy number 1 for every super creature in the forests. The Adderade flapped its wings and shot off into the sky. Then the 5 ladybugs and the super creatures did indeed turn their attention to the Adderade. They all roared, screamed, and screeched with a desire to tear the Adderade apart. They went after her. Hansen saw this, so he gritted his teeth and pulled out his Rex spike. He traveled to the other peach, the one that hadn't fully ripened yet. He had never expected there to be 5 super creature ladybugs guarding the fruit. He was fortunate that the Adderade had managed to pluck the peach when it did. If he came back for this one when it was ripe, however, he was unsure whether or not he'd be able to get it. If they were aware the Adderade belonged to Hansen, and he was the one who had obtained it, the other creatures would be especially wary of him. The 5 golden ladybugs were too powerful for him to fight, and he didn't want to risk his life any further. If he wasn't going to risk his life again, he thought he might as well grab the other peach while he was there. Even though it wasn't entirely ripe just yet, it had to be useful somehow. Perhaps it would be less efficient, but it was better than nothing. Hansen rushed to the top of the tree, raised his Rex spike, and tried to cut down the lower holy peach that had not yet fully ripened. But suddenly, he was alerted by something, and a cold chill ran down his spine. Hansen pulled back quickly and saw a red flash pass by his head. It was the pink snake, back for vengeance. Hansen's body was drenched in a sudden cold sweat. The pink snake did not chase after the Adderade and had instead stayed behind to get Hansen. Fortunately, he had a strong sense, strong enough to dodge the sudden sneak attack. If he hadn't evaded it, the pink snake would undoubtedly be squirming its way inside his ear by now. Thinking about what happened to the bone elephant, Hansen couldn't help but feel his head itch. The pink snake missed its attack and rebounded off a tree branch, leaping towards Hansen once more. Hansen and the silver fox now dealt with the pink snake together, but it robbed them of the opportunity to grab the holy peach. The silver fox was too young. If it had grown up a little more, it might have been able to deal with the pink snake by itself. Hansen would have been able to grab the peach while the snake was kept busy. Right now, they both were struggling to keep up with the pink snake. The heavy weapon, the Rex spike, was too slow against it and was ineffective to wield. Hansen wanted to summon the Adderade back, but she was holding the peach. If she was resummoned back through the Sea of Soul, the peach could not come with her. The legion of snakes now attacked from all directions, and with the black bugs in tow, the place was in chaos. Hansen tried to shake off the pink snake a few times but couldn't. In fact, he almost inhaled the red mist that the snake emitted. Not long after, he heard the buzzing of flying insects arrive. The few ladybugs that went after the Adderade were now returning, having given up their pursuit. The blue beast and the 2 bears also returned. Aside from the crane, they had all come back. Hansen, acknowledging how frantic the situation had become, could only retreat. The 5 ladybugs hadn't just come back to the area. However, they had come back to go after Hansen alone. Without thinking, Hansen chose to run. If he couldn't deal with 1, there was no chance he could take on 5. The 5 ladybugs came towards him, clearly aware that Hansen was the Adderade's master. To get the peach, they now thought it best to slay the master who was in control of it. Hansen wished he could grow more legs. He ran as fast as he could, but the ladybugs behind him were flying faster. They were quickly gaining on him. The silver fox squealed, and it brewed a charge of silver lightning. The lightning looked like a spider web as it fired towards the 5 ladybugs. The 4 gold-winged ladybugs came into contact with the electric net. They convulsed and became numb with the charge, which caused their pursuit to slow down. But the big golden ladybug was not affected by the discharge, and it flew just as fast as ever. Hansen's heart almost leapt out of his chest. He knew the strength of the golden ladybug after watching the 2 bears' inability to deal with it, and their subsequent multitude of wounds. There was no way Hansen and the silver fox could ever dream of repelling it. Seeing the golden ladybug giving close pursuit, Hansen cast a skill that would enable him to dodge it. He hoped that the movement would sustain his life a little bit longer. The golden ladybug was too fast, however, and the gold shadow flashed to tear Hansen's shoulder open with a deep cut. It was so deep that the shoulder bone was exposed, and it was bleeding badly. Hansen was still conflicted on whether or not he should summon the Adderade back. If he didn't, he wondered if it was only a matter of time before he and the silver fox were killed. But suddenly, the golden ladybug turned its attention away from them and flew away. Hansen was surprised, but he understood why it had left them be. He looked back towards the mystic tree and saw the pink snake open its maw wide, preparing to bite the not yet ripe peach. Observing the carnage and the return of the golden ladybug to the tree, the two bears ran away in fear. Seeing the two bears bail, Hansen understood there was no hope in remaining. He turned around and headed in the direction the Adderade had gone. Without the two bears there, only the pink snake and blue beast remained. Even with Hansen and the silver fox, there was no way they could fight off the 5 ladybugs. With the hate and contempt they harbored for Hansen in particular, he was aware that any return to the area would quickly result in death. It would be suicide. He wanted to quickly retrieve the peach from the Adderade. With only the crane chasing her, he was sure he'd be able to get the peach from her. As expected, before Hansen reached the Adderade, it could see the crane in hot pursuit. It screeched, gliding on the air, summoning strong winds. Then it went up above the clouds. It left little blood droplets, suggesting it had been injured. Hansen saw the shadow of the Adderade in the distance, which now turned towards Hansen. It looked as if she was chasing the injured crane. But the crane was one with the wind, and now it was long gone. Even the Adderade could not catch up with it. Hansen took the juicy peach from the Adderade's hand and was filled with sublime happiness. He carefully placed it in a bag he had prepared for it and quickly left the forests. With the 5 ladybugs guarding the peaches, Hansen was lucky to get one. He knew this, and he knew it was best for him not to return and risk the greed of trying to nab the second. Hansen thought the lower peach was guaranteed to be secured by the 5 ladybugs. He did not think that the pink snake and the blue beast stood a chance against them. One thing Hansen did not understand, however, was the relationship between the golden ladybug and the smaller, gold-winged ladybugs. They were actual super creatures, not some black bugs that had been created as a form of weapon. If the golden ladybug gave birth to the 4 gold-winged ladybugs, then the second generation would be stronger than the mother. But this was not so, because the golden ladybug was evidently stronger than the other 4. But no matter what their relationship was or what it suggested, Hansen couldn't care less right now. All he wanted to do was return to the Crystal Palace where it was safe. There, he could safely dine on the Holy Peach and practice his Dongchuan Sutra. Perhaps he could finish his first tier now, which was his ultimate goal. Fortunately, his return trip was uneventful, and he reached the Crystal Palace safe and sound. He pulled out the peach from his pockets, and the whole Crystal Palace suddenly smelled of a wonderful, fruity scent. A holy light caressed the peach, and its transparent skin was a thin membrane separating the outside world and the divine carnival of juices within. The pleasant scent could not be held back by the skin. The silver fox opened its jaw and leapt to the peach, attempting to swallow it whole. But Hansen was well prepared for this, and so he commanded the Adderade to hold on to the silver fox. No matter how much it struggled, and struggle it did, it would not be getting a lick of this peach. Haha, I'm sorry, silver fox, but this peach is mine. Why don't you go eat some candy or something? Hansen brought out a Geno Creation pill to feed the silver fox. The silver fox loved eating a Geno Creation pill each and every day, but now it did not even look at it. All the silver fox wanted was that glorious peach. Hansen carried the peach to a private room inside the Crystal Palace, to avoid any disturbances that might arise during his practice. Although he felt sorry for denying the silver fox the peach, he only had one of them. He had no choice but to keep it for himself. If he did still have some peach left after his breakthrough, however, he'd give the leftovers to the silver fox. Looking at the peach in his hand, Hansen brought out a medical syringe. He planned to extract some of the juice to try it out first. Although merely smelling the peach flowers had aided him in the improvement of the Dongchuan Sutra, flowers were flowers and fruit was fruit. They were different. Just because the flowers were good for him, it didn't mean the fruit would be good for him, too. What was important, though, was to take good things in moderation. Not wanting to send this peach off for research either, he chose to test it on himself. But when Hansen pressed the needle against the peach, there was resistance. Pushing harder, the needle snapped and the skin remained unbroken. Hansen froze. Then, he pulled out a raven bolt. He tried using the feather to cut the piece, but that was to no avail as well. The peach couldn't be cut. Driven to desperation, Hansen also tried smacking the peach with his flaming Rex spike. But no matter what he tried, the peach would not break. Hansen was very sweaty after his exercise and trying to open the peach. He was disappointed also. What the hell is this? Is this peach just not meant to be eaten by humans? But for something this strong, I'm not so sure super creatures could eat and digest it either. Hansen picked up the peach and tried to bite it with his mouth. But when he bit it, the sweet juices of the peach erupted all over his mouth like the opening of a floodgate. It was strange that no matter what he tried, nothing could break it. Only with the purpose of eating it could it be pierced. The peach juice was like a cascade of honey running into his mouth. The whole peach was so soft and succulent. Hansen now fully understood what it meant for food to melt inside your mouth. Hansen only wanted a little bit, but after taking that one bite, the entire peach began melting in his mouth. The sweet juice flowed into his belly, and even the peach skin seemed to evaporate. In no time at all, only the core remained in Hansen's hand. The core was clean, and it shone like dazzling jewelry. This is indeed a magical sort of peach. I can't destroy it with weaponry, but I can eat it with ease. That is very unique. Hansen then sighed. But before Hansen could finish sighing, a pleasant fragrance permeated the atmosphere of the room. It drifted through his nostrils and coated his insides. His limbs were warmed, and his blood almost felt livelier in its delivery to and from his heart. More and more of the pleasant scent was being refined inside him. The refreshing smell that came from Hansen's body was growing stronger and stronger. Even the sealed-up room could not trap the wonder of that pleasant scent, and it now covered the entirety of the Crystal Palace. The silver fox tried to be greedy and absorb most of the smell, which made his fur shine like a coat of pure silver. The gourd also absorbed the smell in its own way. Zero really enjoyed the scent as well. When she sniffed it, she smiled. The little angel, Princess Yin Yang, the mermaid princess, and the snow charmer each loved the smell as well, and they basked in the mist of pleasure fondly. The refreshing, pleasant smell inside him had totally evaporated, but Hansen felt his own life force reaching max capacity. It felt like he was going to overload and have the life force burst out from his cells. Every hit was like a wave, which made his entire body vibrate with moans and groans. Every finger, every hair, and even every cell felt like it was going to explode. Hansen could no longer remember how many pulsations he had felt. But suddenly, he felt as if his body had broken a chain that previously bound him. His entire body felt light and liberated, like a feather with the freedom and comfort to dance its way across the world. The life energy was bursting out, which made others want to get close to him. It was different than the Jadeskin gene lock. Although the body and its senses were increased, the Dongchuan Sutra was better than Jadeskin. Hansen was only sitting in his room, yet he could watch the silver fox's energy flow from 100 meters away. With that transparent force spreading, Hansen could feel every element of the life that populated the Crystal Palace. It was like the force had become a part of Hansen's body, like it was an organ, except it could not be seen. This is amazing. Hansen was very happy. In the future, when he fought with a super creature or human, all he would have to do was unlock this gene lock to easily learn his opponent's flow of energy. He could totally learn their flow during a fight. He did not have to wait for his opponent to absorb his pleasant smell. Hansen tried simulating the Saint Bone elephant's flow. Suddenly, he felt his pulse consist of 100 elephant cries. An infinite cosmos of power brewed inside his body, filling his entirety like a mad flood. It was much stronger than before, when the gene lock hadn't been broken. Hansen picked up the bone elephant's essence. Under the strong energy flow of the bone elephant, the life geno essence vibrated in his hand. It suddenly flew out of his grasp and assimilated with his body. Essence absorbed, Saint Bone Elephant. You have gained 1 super geno point. Essence absorbed, Saint Bone Elephant. You have gained 1 super geno point. The familiar voice rang in his head. Hansen almost released tears of joy. After all his hard work, he had finally discovered how to absorb a life geno essence. His heart jumped, and the Dongchuan Sutra's energy began to change. It was following along with the gourd's energy flow. Suddenly, a peculiar power began to blossom inside him. Hansen's body became magnetic. Everything inside the room was magnetized to Hansen, and everything flew in his direction. He was unexpectedly battered. They were like homing missiles, and he had no chance of dodging the now dangerous furniture. Left and right he weaved, but to no avail. Everything in the room was now being glued to his person. The crystal chair, the lampstand, and even table was a threat, and they all piled against Hansen. There was even a crystal bed, which was now looming over him, ready to fall on top of him. At the ghastly sight, Hansen was utterly shocked. In haste, he ended the simulation of the gourd's energy flow. When Hansen cut the energy flow, everything that was sticking to his body crashed down to the floor. It was like he had switched on some magnetism mode inside him. He was quite confused. What the heck is this energy flow? Did I just turn into a magnet that can pull everything towards me? What possible purpose could something like that serve? Hansen did not understand and was not quite sure what to think. But that was fine. Hansen did not need this energy flow. Right now, he had finished his first tier of the Dongchuan Sutra, and now he could use it to secretly learn the energy flows of second-generation super creatures. Each Kaigon was like a different key, where different keys could unlock different chests, and each chest contained a different treasure. If I cannot absorb the life geno-essence of a first-generation super creature, maybe it's best that I sell it to a big faction and earn some dosh. Hansen then took to wondering how and where he might sell them for the most money. But he then suddenly heard a voice coming from someplace within the Crystal Palace. Announcement: the second God Sanctuary's battle arena has opened. Join the battlegrounds, for the holy battles begin in 33 days. The voice of a cold woman echoed throughout the Crystal Palace, which spooked Hansen. Hearing what she had to say, however, put a strange look on his face. The holy battles in the second God's Sanctuary were different than the holy battles in the first God's Sanctuary because, aside from humans, spirits could also take part in the combat. It wasn't purely human versus human. But what was more, this wasn't an annual event like it was in the first God's Sanctuary. The holy battles only took place every 10 years in the second God's Sanctuary. In the past, no human had been able to win and achieve the title Son of God. The previous 9 Son of God titles were all won by spirits. They never failed once. No human knew what the reward for being the 10th Son of God was. To sign up for the holy battles, only royal-class shelters could host an arena. The Crystal Palace, while relatively small, was a royal-class shelter. It had a small battle arena, but it was no larger than an average room. After signing up, you also had to match up and duel another person who had signed up in the same shelter. Whichever combatant emerged victorious at a shelter, beating the rest, would then go against winners of other shelters. Only Hansen resided at the Crystal Palace, so by default, he was the winner. As such, he did not have to battle with any others to qualify. He merely had to wait for the real, juicy Son of God battles to begin. I wonder what rewards I would get if I was to win my final fight, the divinity's bout. Not even the most elite evolvers, who had unlocked their gene locks, could even dream of earning their place amongst the 10 prior Son of Gods. The spirits that compete there must be on the same level as super creatures, for sure. The rewards for being victorious in the divinity's bout and reaching the top 10 should be very good. Might it be a random super beast soul? Or perhaps even a spirit that is above the royal class? Hansen, merely contemplating the prospects, began getting quite excited. After much consideration, Hansen decided to adopt his old persona dollar for Divinity's bout. After Hansen left his room, the silver fox looked at Hansen angrily. Then, it quickly spun around and ignored him. It looked like it was still in a bad mood because Hansen kept the entire peach for himself. Good boy. I ate the peach, yes, but I still have the core. See if you can eat it. Hansen placed the jewel-like core of the peach behind the silver fox. The silver fox then turned around and bit the peach core without hesitation. Hansen heard it break and the jewel-like peach core was crushed. Strangely, from out of the core came another core. This one was white. The silver fox then spit the crushed remains of the first layer of the core out of its mouth and quickly swallowed the white nut. You can actually eat the thing, Hansen said, with wide open eyes. All he was doing was trying to comfort the silver fox. He never expected there to be anything edible inside the core, and that it could eat. The silver fox ate the peach nut and then yawned. It leapt onto Hansen's shoulder and looked as if it was going to sleep. That's it. You eat my peach core and then go to sleep. Give me a reaction or something. Hansen looked depressed. The silver fox ate so many good, valuable things each and every day. Yet despite that, it continued to grow so slowly. If the silver fox could grow up quicker, he'd have 2 super creature class powers to fight by his side. Fighting second-generation super creatures would be even easier if that were so. The Jai family provided Hansen with a few separate choices, each of which pleased him. He decided to accept 5% of shares in Sky Technology. 5% might sound small, but Sky Technology was in the top 20 corporations of the Alliance. Most of the Jai family didn't have a single share in it, as most of the important family members could only have a max share percentage of 1 or 2%. As such, 5 was a very good number. A few core members of the Jai family might have had above 10% of the shares, but for an outsider of the family to receive such shares was tremendous. It was also the first time such a thing had ever occurred. Hansen was given many different options of gifts to consider off the Kin family. Eventually, he settled on Z-Steel raw stones. The Z-Steel ore always had a lot of contaminants inside it. 1,000 grams of Z-Steel ore could be refined to provide only 5 grams of pure Z-Steel metal. The Z-steel that was refined was really hard, but very brittle. Its fragility and stern rigidity rendered it almost unusable as a weapon or electrical component. Refined Z-steel was more akin to delicate porcelain than metal. It had to be combined with other metals to provide a decent weapon of fair toughness and hardness. But inside the Z-steel ore, there was a high concentration of rough Z-steel. It was unknown how these Z-steel raw stones were created, but they were a little bigger than a man's thumb. Inside them was 50% Z-steel. Some were even higher, though, and could reach 90%. The Z-steel raw stones were not only really hard, but also really flexible. They were suitable for weaponry that way. The moment Hansen saw the Z-steel raw stones, his mind turned to his peacock crossbow. When Hansen chose the Z-steel raw stones, the Kin family also promised they would aid him in the creation of bolts, for grinding Z-steel raw stone was very complicated work. It would take a long time for the process to be completed, and as a result, it would be a while before Hansen received the bolts. The Kin family estimated in about half a month, they would have finished work on 2 bolts. So, the Kin family would give him 2 bolts every month. Hansen understood that, since the Z-steel raw stone was so hard, it was non-reactive to heat, so it could not be melted down. It could only be ground down, slowly, over much time. Brother, did you sign up for Divinity's bout? No, it would be a waste of time. Hansen smiled. Why not? You should give it a go. You have a kick-ass pet. After all, there's a chance you'll reach a rank in the 10 Son of Gods and make humanity proud. My pet is strong, that much is true. But if I face an opponent stronger than I'll be killed. I'll be dead. Why should I bother? Hansen shrugged. I suppose you are correct. But if you don't go compete in Divinity's bout, it is practically guaranteed that humanity once again will fail, and not stand a chance of securing a single position. It has been a century, and across that entire time, the top 10 Son of Gods have been spirits. It's humiliating. That's just how it has to be. Unless we are able to somehow max out our super geno points, we will continue to be unable to compete with them, Hansen said with a smile. After the call with Tang Zhenliu, many others contacted him, wondering if he was going to participate in Divinity's bout. It looked as if many people wanted to see him compete there. A lot of people sincerely wanted Hansen to become a son of God to make humanity proud and have their race proudly displayed on the tablet. But Hansen told them he wouldn't take part in Divinity's bout. Many eyes watched Hansen, though, and he couldn't even know he wanted to. Many people didn't believe Hansen was willing to skip the affair, though. Hansen left the Silver Fox by the Beetle Knight so his doppelganger would appear more authentic. Hansen was planning on traveling to Devil's Mountain alone. With the angel by his side, however, he wasn't afraid. He wanted to use this opportunity to slay sacred blood creatures and max out his sacred geno points. He hunted many sacred blood creatures in the sea, but because of their large size, eating a lot of them was a slow process. Devil's Mountain was home to many different creatures. Not long after he began ascending the mountain, he caught sight of big gorillas, with a few mutants among them. But someone was already battling with the group of gorillas, which surprised him. He never expected he'd find someone else so bold as to hunt creatures on Devil's Mountain. Hansen took a closer look and noticed it was Philip. He had a girl nearby him as he fought. The black gorillas were unable to compete with Philip, as he quickly laid waste to each and every one of them. Even the mutant class variants could not withstand many attacks from him, and he looked to be a fiercely powerful warrior. Philip, you are so good. You are so strong and so handsome. The woman had her hands pressed against her chest as she praised Philip. The pupils of her eyes were almost shaped like hearts in adoration. The woman was rather pretty. She had big boobies, long legs, and looked quite young. Her words of encouragement were soft but high-pitched, and they worked like fuel on Philip, stoking the fire of his yearning to do combat. Philip, you are so good. But these creatures are not your level. Let's find some sacred blood creatures for you to go against. Philip, look, someone is there. Hansen was still observing the view of the canyon before him when he heard the familiar voice ring out. Hansen turned around and saw Philip and his big-boobed lady friend approaching. He promptly frowned. Philip was one of the leaders of the ice fields, in charge of the Philip shelter. He wasn't a dumb, foolhardy man, and Hansen was surprised at his willingness to bring a lady up Devil's Mountain. Philip did not see him as Hansen, due to Hansen being clad in golden armor. What is your name, my friend? Philip asked, while looking him over. The golden armor was not exclusive to Dollar, as many people possessed it in the second god's sanctuary. It was because of this that Philip wasn't quick to assume Hansen was anyone particularly special, least of all Dollar. What is it? Hansen did not answer Philip's question. He merely replied with another. If you want to traverse this perilous mountain, perhaps we should team up. We can watch each other's backs, Philip said. Sorry, but I prefer traveling alone. Hansen coldly responded. When the lady heard him say this, she didn't look as happy as she once did. She blurted out, "You are so ungrateful. Philip is a cornerstone of the Union here. He is owner of one of the goddess shelter's armies. He is Philip, as in the Philip army. He wanted to help you. Thank you, but no thank you. I have a personal obligation to fulfill. Perhaps our paths will cross again soon." Hansen wasn't interested in accompanying Philip in the presence of his girl. This man does not know his place. Ignore him. Let's go. The woman, who was clutching Philip's arm, tugged strongly. Then they both departed for the valley. Friend, our encounter here is fate. Why can we not go together? After that, Philip lowered his voice even further, to a point where even Hansen almost had trouble hearing, and said, "Friend, do me a favor here. I'll give you 2 mutant beast souls." "What favor?" Hansen inquired. "Pretend you and I argue, then we feign a fight. Throw the fight and then pretend to be terrified, running away as I chase you from behind. That's all you need to do. 1 mutant beast soul now and another you can come claim at the Philip shelter. You must have heard of the name Philip before? Yes. Then you know a man of such reputation would not fail to fulfill their debt." Philip was again speaking in a quiet voice. "Give me 2 sacred blood beast souls and I'll think about it." Hansen understood what Philip truly wanted, as much as he would have liked to impress his girl. He couldn't avoid venturing any further into Devil's Mountain without offending her. "Friend, that is daylight robbery. I only asked you to put on a show. 2 mutant beast souls is a generous offer for such a deed," Philip said, with a furrowed brow. "Ordinarily, yes, it isn't too bad an offer, but I have something quite important to do today. Time is precious for me right now, so the price is 2 sacred blood beast souls," Hansen responded. "Brother, 2 sacred blood beast souls is too much." Philip continued to frown. "That's okay. I have an alternate way for you to get what you need, a method that requires no effort on your behalf." Hansen smiled. "What method would that be?" Philip gave Hansen a confused look. "It's simple." When Hansen spoke, he moved. A gold shadow flashed in front of the lady. The woman was suddenly shocked, and she looked ready to scream. But before she could, Hansen slapped the back of her neck and she fainted. "There you go. See, that'll cost you nothing. Now you can go pretend that you saved her." Hansen handed Philip the unconscious woman and then left him, venturing onto the canyon. "Friend, you can't leave. You are in trouble." When Philip picked up the unconscious woman, his face changed. "Friend, I was trying to help you." Hansen smiled at Philip, but Philip looked troubled and said, "I wanted to take her away from Devil's Mountain. I wasn't interested in this woman at all. But after what you have done, if you do not stay, I will be in trouble when she wakes up. You want to hand me over to her?" Hansen looked at Philip. "Of course not. You were just helping me, after all." Philip ground his teeth and continued to say, "You should just go. Don't mention our encounter to anyone else and do your best to stay out of this woman's sight in the future." Hansen shrugged his shoulders and resumed his journey towards the canyon. Hansen helped Philip, due to him being a partner of the goddess shelter. He never expected this to happen. He was trying to do good, despite the negative result. Philip held the woman in his arms and walked away with the intent of leaving the mountain. But after a few steps, he stopped. He turned to look at Hansen, who was on his way into the canyon, and suddenly became very curious. Anyone who was willing to enter this place alone had to be quite powerful, and this intrigue led him to want to know exactly how powerful this person he met was. When Hansen entered the canyon, numerous butterflies madly fluttered their way towards him from every direction. Philip knew these butterflies and knew that some of them were mutant class. The man in golden armor did not hesitate, however. He continued walking, paying no heed to the butterflies that now clung to his body. Strangely, he just allowed them to be on him. It was like the butterflies were playing around him, and it made for quite a lovely picture. Philip was shocked at what he was seeing, and his jaw dropped. It remained open for quite some time. The butterflies were poisonous, besides the fact that they were mutant class. If you were bitten by them or dusted with the poisonous powder the wings carried, you'd fall incredibly ill. Even Philip would not dare venture into the canyon with those butterflies about. But there the man went, not caring about the toxic butterflies all around him. He allowed them to hang on him or fly around. But the butterflies didn't bite through his armor, nor did they poison him. It was shocking. Suddenly, from out of the light that encompassed a particular bush, a white butterfly appeared. It approached the gold shadow, which shocked Philip and caused him to say aloud, "Careful, my friend. That is a sacred blood class ghost butterfly. If you get poisoned, your body will rot until there is nothing left but fizzled bones." The man seemed to hear what he said, as he turned around and nodded back in Philip's direction. The sacred blood ghost butterfly was already floating around Hansen, however. It was indeed like a ghost. The white ghost butterfly's body was strange, and it was how it received its namesake. Even elites who could attack with blistering speed had trouble striking this white ghost. The white ghost was going to land on the golden man, but he then quickly raised his right hand and trapped the white ghost butterfly between his fingers. The butterfly fluttered its wings repeatedly, attempting to escape his fingers. The fingers were like prison bars, and despite its desperate struggle for escape, it could not free itself. 10. The man clenched his hand into a fist and the scary white butterfly was crushed inside, its blood seeping from his palm. A scary white ghost butterfly was crushed in an instant and he was not poisoned at all. With no delay, he continued his descent through the canyon. His body was still a post for numerous butterflies, however, and he continued to allow them to just land on him. Beneath the morning light, between the vetiver, the butterflies trailed the gold shadow on its travel. Philip was frozen whilst watching all this. This man cannot be Dollar, can he? The gold shadow disappeared out of sight, which prompted Philip to snap out of his daze and react. When this thought entered his head, he couldn't help but speak it out. But the man was already long gone, and it was too late for Philip to ask. He spoke to himself again, saying, "Drat, I should have asked him his name again. Perhaps he really is Dollar." The reason Philip did not ask for his name again was to protect the man. If Zuyuan asked about him when she awoke, he wouldn't be able to tell her anything about him, and that would be the truth. He didn't even see the person's face, so he had very little to go on. It would have been better that way, so that was why he did not ask again. But now Philip regretted his decision. He liked watching Dollar fight a lot, and he always dreamed of meeting him. He very well could have been Dollar, and if he had let the opportunity of meeting him pass him by, he'd be depressed. Although he wanted to go deeper into the canyon and ask the person whether or not he was Dollar, seeing Zuyuan unconscious in his arms, he gave up the idea. He couldn't venture in there while carrying a passed-out woman. Hansen was very happy right now. He had managed to squeeze the white ghost to death in his hand and heard the charming, oh so familiar voice call out to him. Sacred blood creature hunted, white ghost butterfly. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Although he did not receive its beast soul, Hansen was still quite happy. The butterfly was so small, he could gobble it down in 1 or 2 bites. Eating a raw butterfly like this, however, would not have sat well in his tummy. So, he found a nice little alcove in the canyon to rest in. He started a fire and began cooking the butterfly with oil. He added some spices, and the end result smelled pretty good. It was like a dish from another planet, which he called fried silkworm. This is very nutritious. Hansen had lived here for a very long time and no longer felt disgusted eating such things. He munched on the white butterfly with glee. It tasted pretty good, particularly after the voice that told him of his increase in sacred geno points. The gross feeling of dining on a bug quickly evaporated. After eating the butterfly, his sacred geno points number raised by 6. This meant his total of sacred geno points had reached 72, and it wasn't far from maxing out. Hansen packed his stuff and continued to travel. Then, he suddenly heard a strange noise coming from beyond a canyon wall. It sounded as if something was digging through the rock. Hansen was alerted by the sound of digging and quickly looked at the canyon wall. The wall was dark green and looked to be really hard. But in the corner of the wall, something had opened a crack. Inside the crack, Hansen could see the shuffling of a white claw, and the crack began to grow in size. Hansen did not know what was behind it, especially here in Devil's Mountain. Is that a pangolin? Hansen watched the dark green creature from behind the rock and thought it looked like a pangolin. But if it was able to dig the dark green cliffside, it was far stronger than the average pangolin. When the dark green pangolin exited the tunnel it had dug, it ran off. Then, he noticed a purple ant, about the size of a fist, come trailing after it. There were a number of these ants and their bodies looked like jade. There were about 20 of them, and they seemed to be giving chase to the pangolin. No way. If I recall, pangolins are practically anteaters. Why in the world is this thing getting chased by ants? Hansen was puzzled by the scene. The purple ants did not chase the pangolin far, for it seemed as if they weren't very fond of sunlight. When they reached the edge of the shadows, they quit their pursuit and ran back to the hole they had emerged from. Hansen pulled out his peacock crossbow that was loaded with a raven feather, took aim, and fired at one of the purple ants. The bolt instantly pierced through its body. After all, it was a berserk super crossbow. With a super bolt, few creatures could ever hope to withstand its power. Sacred blood creature hunted, subterranean devil ant. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. What? This is a sacred blood creature. Hansen almost jumped up. There were at least 20 ants that had emerged from the newly formed tunnel, yet he couldn't believe what he was hearing. After one of the devil ants was killed, the rest of them started going crazy, skittering around in search of the foe that had slain one of them. Because Hansen was quite far away from them, they did not become aware of his presence there. Going unnoticed was a rare opportunity, so he wasn't willing to let this chance pass him by. He brought up the peacock crossbow once more and fired repeatedly. Each bolt found a target, numbering another 5 kills. The sacred blood announcements continued to ring inside his head, one after another. It almost made Hansen squeal with excitement. It was true that by eating the same sacred blood creature multiple times, the amount of sacred geno points he'd get would decrease after each subsequent ant. That didn't really matter, though, due to the fact he only needed another 30 geno points. The raven bolts had all been used up, just in time for Hansen to be spotted by the ants. Frantically, they skittered in his direction. Seeing more than a dozen sacred blood ants rush towards him in such a manner was a frightening sight. The ants were indeed fast, but for a man like Hansen, they were nothing. He summoned his battle mode Little Angel. The Little Angel's hand swung her greatsword and diced an ant like a stroke of lightning. 14 foes to counter, but before the angel, they were nothing. It only took her a second to slay them all. I'm a handsome man and I collect ants. I hold a big bag and I got the biggest ants. Hansen began singing a favorite song of his as he picked up the ants and stuffed them into a bag he had brought with him. The canyon wall near the small tunnel erupted into a thick dusty plume that spat out a number of rocks like meteors. A dog-sized, dark purple ant emerged, screaming with a shrill voice at Hansen. Then, like a shadow, it sprinted towards Hansen at a blisteringly fast pace. Hansen was shocked. He brought out his flaming Rex spike to block the incoming attack, but the little angel dashed in front of him to clash with the giant purple ant on his behalf, greatsword raised. Dong! The transparent greatsword struck the dark purple ant's head. The shell did not crack, but the blow let out an amazingly strong force. The little angel's body was knocked backwards into Hansen and they were both sent flying 8 meters backwards into the cliffside wall behind them. Hansen spit some blood out, although the hit was not life-threatening. It made his chest burn something frightful. The little angel moved, preparing to strike the dark purple ant again. But this time, the little angel did not strike from the front. She whizzed by the ant from a multitude of directions. Her greatsword was poised to strike, and every dash and direction she went, she hit the ant. The giant ant had formidable control of its claws, however, and it managed to block every attack. This devil ant king is too powerful. It's far stronger than the little angel. Even her greatsword can't pierce its shell. It cannot be a berserk super creature. Could it? Hansen was shocked, seeing what he was. But then again, ants were strange creatures. While the little angel fought with the devil ant king, Hansen quickly unlocked his Dongshuan Sutra's gene lock. The life aura was activated, and through it, Hansen was able to observe the energy flow of the devil ant king. This guy is a second-generation super creature. This brought a modicum of joy to Hansen as he tried to learn its energy flow. Although his purpose coming here was not to kill the subterranean devil ant king, that was fine. He wouldn't pass by an opportunity such as this. The subterranean devil ant king's life energy flow was complicated. Hansen could not remember it so soon, so all he could do for the time being was observe for some time and watch the fight unfold. The little angel was using her flying abilities, and although she seemed capable of keeping up with it, killing the beast outright was a different matter altogether. Her angel greatsword could not sever its limbs or crack its shell, and without being able to do that, killing it would prove to be of great difficulty. After Hansen remembered its energy flow, he summoned his flaming Rex spike and mustered the energy of the elephant Rex strike. He waited for the right moment to deliver the Ant King one massive hit. Even if the strike didn't kill it, it might provide an opening for the little angel to finish it off. Hansen watched for a while, and when the chance arose, the trumpeting of elephants fueled a power inside his body. The power surged into the flaming Rex spike, which swung down onto the Ant King. The Devil Ant King knew Hansen was attacking, but it was unable to dodge. It was not because it was not fast enough. It was because it was recovering from blocking another attack that was delivered by the little angel. During its recovery, it didn't have the energy to deflect Hansen's hit. Hansen's power was far inferior to the Devil Ant King's. Normally, he wouldn't dare something like this, but he excelled in the realm of tactics, deduction, and prediction, particularly. He had foreseen how the Ant King would react, so he committed to this deadly strike the exact moment he knew the Ant King would not be able to dodge, block, or even retaliate. The flaming Rex spike brutally struck the Ant King's waist. Hansen thought this must have been its weak point. But all that sounded from the strike was the call of beaten metal, and that was exactly what it felt like when he hit the ant. The flaming wreck spike left his hand and spun through the air about 10 meters away. It hit the cliffside with such force, Hansen's hands were left numb and his arms almost felt as if they were going to break. The little angel, however, used this opportunity to make a move of her own. She used her greatsword, battering the point Hansen had dented. On the fourth slash, the shell cracked a few inches, enough to expose the ant's white flesh. The Ant King panicked and quickly returned to the tunnel it had emerged from, suffering brutally. Hansen was very weak right now, though. He felt as if he could barely stand, let alone chase after it. Under Hansen's command, the little angel chased the Ant King down into the pit it had come from. But he also ordered her to return if the Ant King still proved to be too formidable. He didn't want her taking any unnecessary risks, and he wanted her to prioritize her own safety above all else. The Ant King had only been dealt a small amount of damage, and it still contained most of its power. It was still stronger than the little angel, without question. This was the great boon of being an ant. Few could fight one, even if they were on par with it. In the tiny cave she chased it down, she would have limited room to dodge. If it came down to a fight of strength versus strength, odds were far in favor of the ant winning. Hansen summoned Princess Yin and Princess Yang. He brought them out so they could collect the devil ant's corpses, while he dragged his own tired body down after the Ant King. He still did not feel safe, and he worried that the little angel would fight the Ant King until she died. Hansen, while he was down there, was busy inspecting this cavern he had discovered deep beneath the earth. With great observation, he surmised that the entirety of the mountain above had been hollowed out by the ants. It was like a massive subterranean kingdom for the ants. But what Hansen did not understand was that, inside this ant nest, aside from this king and the 20 sacred blood ants he had laid waste to earlier, there weren't any other ants. That was strange. For a nest this big, there should have been many more ants in there. The fact that there was only one ant king was strange, as well. Did the pangolin eat all the other ants? The pangolin's life force was a little bit stronger than a sacred blood creature, but not as strong as a super creature. The little angel was still battling the ant king, but the ant king had retreated into a little cave. Its shell was hard enough as it was, and with its power it made it incredibly hard for the little angel to deal it damage. But now, the wound around its waist had already healed. It looked like new, as if it hadn't been dealt a single hit. This Ant King is sick. I'm not even sure if I'll be able to kill it. Hansen was getting a little depressed, but just as he thought of giving up, something else lurked in the dark. The pangolin had returned, and it peeped at the battlers from a tunnel like a little thief. The pangolin watched how the little angel and Ant King fought as it shimmied along the walls of the cavern. Its scales were colored exactly like the rock, in a dark green color. Unless he paid close attention, he'd have had a difficult time spotting it, creeping its way up. Quickly, the pangolin entered a cave near the Ant King and then drilled out another cave beside it. After that, it disappeared. Hansen watched what it was doing with curiosity, and then decided to follow it into the tunnel it had just created. He crawled along the tunnel, and scrambled over the dusty rocks without hesitation. When Hansen saw what was inside the cave, his jaw dropped and his face froze. The giant cave was like a warehouse, stocked with white eggs that looked like ping-pong balls. Quite clearly, the eggs belonged to the devil ant. The pangolin-like creature looked joyful as it began munching on the eggs. Hansen climbed out of the tunnel that had been dug out by the pangolin, spooking it. It turned around to look at Hansen with alarm, but it did not attack. Hansen took aim at the pangolin with the peacock crossbow as a precaution but felt conflicted. The pangolin was very strange. He did not know anything about it, and his own body was so weak that he didn't want to start a fight he might not be able to finish. They both froze, eyes locked. Neither of them knew what to think of the other. The pangolin rolled its beady eyes and then stood up on two legs like a human. Its claws pointed towards the entrance. Hansen understood what it meant. The pangolin was pointing towards the Ant King's location, and it did not want Hansen to alert it to their presence. This guy's intelligence is no less than the Fox King I encountered in the first shelter. Hansen gave the pangolin a puzzled look. The pangolin then pointed to the eggs on the floor. It pointed to Hansen and then pointed to itself. It was a funny little creature, but again, Hansen understood what it was suggesting. It was telling Hansen that there were many eggs for the both of them, and that they were free to eat as many as they desired, as long as they didn't disturb each other. Hansen looked at the pangolin, then he released his draw of the peacock crossbow. The pangolin went down on the ground again and resumed its feast. Hansen did not feel comfortable in the presence of the pangolin. He made sure to watch it, in between his observations of the cave and the eggs that populated it. Traditionally, ant eggs were laid by ant queens, not ant kings. There had to be something quite different about these eggs. If they were the ant king's eggs, then they would all be super creatures. But there had to be at least 100,000 in the cave. If they were all super creatures, the devil ant would reign over the second god's sanctuary unopposed. If they were created by the ant king, they couldn't be super creatures. They had to be something else. Hansen stepped on one of the eggs. Mutant creature hunted. Subterranean devil ant baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Ah, so these aren't super creatures. Hansen then stepped on a few more to check. He managed to squish a few more mutant variants, as well as ordinary variants. He could not find any sacred blood types. However, the pangolin must have been confused about this as well. Sometimes it stopped eating, as if to taste test the quality of what it was consuming. The way it rummaged through the eggs suggested it was looking for super creature ones, too. Hansen bent over and picked up an egg, observing it the best he could. There were so many ant eggs there that if he ate them willy-nilly like the pangolin was, he would never find what he was looking for. Hansen checked out a few more and noticed they were mostly identical, and their class could not be concerned by the naked eye. The ants were smart. By heaping so many similar eggs together, no one was able to tell where the most precious ones were hidden. But for Hansen, things were different. Their appearances were all the same, yes, and the difference of their contents was something not even the pangolin could discern. Hansen had his Dongchuan Sutra, with its first gene lock unlocked. He used it, and his Dongsu aura spread. The life force of the eggs were easily detectable to Hansen. Although they were only eggs, their life forces weren't all that different than they would be after hatching. Super creatures were super creatures, too, so if they were out there somewhere amongst all the other eggs, their life forces were sure to shine like a beacon. Hansen scanned all the ant eggs and soon found an egg with a life force that was stronger than the others. Hansen went there and crushed the egg, which instantly played a notification he was eager to hear. Sacred blood creature hunted. Subterranean devil ant baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. As expected, this is a sacred blood class egg. Hansen put the crushed egg in his mouth and it tasted very fresh, like shrimp. It had the bonus of not stinking like seafood, too. Hansen kept using his ability to sense the life forces of the eggs and continued prowling around the cave in search of more. It wasn't long before he found 3 more sacred blood eggs. Suddenly, a particular life force stood out to him. It was one that looked like a brazier, a light in the dark. The life force was far stronger than that of any sacred blood egg. I have found it. With exuberant joy, Hansen immediately went to pick it up. Hansen picked it up and started playing with it. When he looked at it from the outside, he noticed no difference. It looked as plain as all the other eggs, lacking any indication that it was special. He squeezed it with his hand, but it was like a solid ball of rubber. With its elasticity, it resumed its initial shape after being pushed or squashed. Hansen could not break it. This really is something special. Hansen was delighted, so he quickly pocketed the egg and returned to searching the cave with his aura. By the time he was done, Hansen managed to find 6 more sacred blood class eggs and only that one super egg. He was satisfied with this result. Hansen took another look at the pangolin, which was still eating, and gave up on the idea of killing it. The pangolin was a strange creature, and Hansen didn't think he could one-hit kill it anyway. And if there was a struggle, the Ant King was sure to become aware of their presence and pay them a visit. With Hansen still weak and drained of energy, he figured he wouldn't be able to escape. Hansen summoned Snow Charmer. They each held a sack, and they filled them up with as many eggs as they could. Once they were done, they exited the area via the tunnel the pangolin had dug. After exiting the tunnel, Hansen saw that the little angel was still locked in combat with the Ant King. Hansen returned the way he came, but took notice of the little angel's situation. She and the Ant King were locked in a stalemate, where one could not hurt the other despite how much they tried. It didn't seem likely either would win anytime soon, so Hansen eventually called on her to return and give up on fighting it. The Ant King was a powerful fiend, and it had the toughest shell. With its ability to recover being so quick, there was no point exerting any more effort or time on the faint hope of killing it. Besides, he had already received one of the Ant King's super eggs. Therefore, there was no point in hanging around trying to kill the fully grown creature. After he exited the cave from the tunnel, Hansen summoned his wings as quickly as he could. With his bounty of Iki treasure in hand, he left the area. If the Ant King found out about its missing eggs, heaven knew what it would do. It might even turn into a berserk super creature, and that would be horrid. Hansen had already flown a few miles when he heard a few high-pitched, sonic screams. His eardrums felt as if they had been jabbed by needles. It seems as if the Ant King has discovered its egg is missing. Hansen did not linger or cruise the skies, so he flew even faster to get away from the mountain. Hansen had been well rewarded. In the event accidents were to occur, he wanted to return home immediately. He wasn't in a rush to find a super creature right now, either. He had managed to collect 23 devil ants and 7 sacred blood devil ants. He had thought he might be able to collect more, but perhaps the pangolin was lucky enough to swallow a few. He had 2 bags that were a mixed assortment of ordinary eggs and mutant eggs. There was a total of 900 spread across both those sacks. Back in the Crystal Palace, Hansen quickly placed the Ant King's egg on the crystal table. He summoned his flaming Rex spike and cast Toxic Dragon Drill directly upon it. The Ant King's egg was tough, but it was still just an egg. It wasn't half as strong as the Ant King's shell, so the egg was quickly splattered by the whirling drill of the Rex spike. Super creature hunted, subterranean devil Ant King baby. The beast's soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Hansen was very surprised, hearing no mention of the life geno essence. The egg was very small, though, and he supposed it was quite fair to that there was no room for a life geno essence to have grown inside it yet. It looks like eggs aren't able to produce life geno essences. Does that mean I can eat its flesh? Hansen picked up the shattered eggshell and scooped up the battered remains of what was once an ant. He sunk his teeth into the sticky, gloopy contents and was surprised to find it softer than he expected. The meat was rather tender, and he wondered if this was similar to what had happened with the bone elephant's body. After it died, it wasn't as tough as it was when it was alive. Hansen was overjoyed, and he didn't bother cooking it. He just put it in his mouth and ate it straight. Subterranean devil Ant King baby consumed. You have received 1 super geno point. A strange energy seemed to whirl inside his belly. His body felt numb as it started to vibrate, and his cells felt alive with a unique thrust of energy. He felt refreshed. Hansen ate the eggshell and received an additional 7 super geno points. His skin became extraordinarily smooth, like he had smeared heaps of collagen onto his face. He looked younger, his face rejuvenated. He didn't know when the eggs might hatch, so he let his companions die on them. But he would be the one to eat the 7 sacred blood eggs, of course. The rest were reserved for a barbecue. Hansen brought Zero, the little angel, snow charmer, Princess Yin Yang, and the silver fox around for barbecue fiesta. Hansen skewered a number of eggs on a prong and placed them above an open fire. There were 6 sacred blood class eggs on the skewer. Oil sizzled on the fire, and a pleasant fragrance wafted from the eggs. Subterranean devil ant baby consumed. You have received 1 sacred geno point. The notifications and slight upward ticks of his sacred geno amount increased, and then Hansen squinted. Maxed out sacred geno points. Here I come, Hansen said, as he continued to munch on the cooked eggs. After he ate all 6, he still needed 8 more points to max out the number. But that was fine, as Hansen brought out a few sacred geno ants to deshell and cook. After Hansen ate his 4th cooked ant, he heard the final announcement ring. Finally, I have maxed out my sacred geno points. Hansen gave a long sigh, feeling super happy. Hansen, super body, king spirit. Status, evolver. Lifespan, 300. Body evolution requirement, 100 geno points. Own genes, basic geno points, 100. Ordinary geno points, 100. Mutant geno points, 100. Sacred geno points, 100. Super geno points, 17. Hansen punched the testing machine. The meter showed 217.6587, which meant Hansen's fitness was over 200. He was in his purest form, too. The strongest known human in the second god's sanctuary was sitting at around 150. There was a frightening gap between Hansen and that person. Although this was just a simple test he had conducted, he was still supremely satisfied. If he had calculated things correctly, when he maxed out his super geno points, he'd be at a fitness level of 300. He would become a celestial being and be able to challenge super creatures solo without a problem. Although he could not effectively face them as he was right now, he had what it took to fight back. He wasn't like other people, who would quickly find themselves crushed by such intimidating foes. He exited the testing lobby at around lunchtime, and he was planning to have lunch with Yanran. Unfortunately for him, she was busy with work and had to leave the base. That led to Hansen going for lunch by himself. Hansen had ordered his lunch and sat down when he saw Annie approaching. With a dish of her own in hand, she sat directly in front of him. You really don't want to take part in Divinity's bout? Annie asked Hansen. No, I don't want to, Hansen replied as he shook his head. Why? Annie asked, frowning. In her eyes, Hansen had a super pet that could even the odds and cement a position amongst the 10 son of gods, bringing some much-needed glory to humanity. The pet's power is only that of a pet. Do not overestimate it, Hansen told her coldly. But even so, you still have a chance, Annie pleaded. Hansen smiled and said, that is a genuine battleground. It's not a game, I won't respond. I won't put my life on the line for some title. Annie just took a long, icy stare at Hansen before grabbing her dish and walking away. Hansen was aware that many people were hoping for him to join, but he really couldn't take part. If he exposed the fact that he had absorbed the life geno essence, the alliance would require an answer. In such circumstances, the Jai or Kin family would be unable to protect him. This was a matter concerning the human race. He would be pressured by people on every side. That was why Hansen was going to use Dollar as his identity when he joined. Even if people were able to tell that the elusive Dollar had absorbed life geno essences, no one knew who he was. Nothing could be done about it. Super Devil and King, Armored Beast Soul. The defense of a super armored beast soul was unfathomably high, and that was the key he'd have to exploit when going up against a super spirit. Plus, Hansen could simulate the Devil Ant King's energy flow. That energy flow, when combined with the Ant King armor, increased his defense by an incredible amount. In addition, it also improved his recovery speed and his strength. It was a powerful energy flow, and using it in tandem with the Ant King armor would make him as tough as a cockroach that stubbornly refused to die. Hansen ran the Devil Ant's energy flow, and the Devil Ant King's armor looked even darker. From bright purple, it became a deep, dark shade of purple. Hansen had a look at himself and was satisfied with his appearance. He thought this super armor would enable him to battle the super spirits with relative confidence. After that, Hansen no longer went to hunt. He used the remainder of his time to learn stronger melee skills. He couldn't use the Flaming Rex Spike or Peacock Crossbow anymore. The dual sword skill was quite powerful, but he wouldn't stand a chance if he used the Berserk Sacred Blood swords. The dual sword skill itself was no weaker than the Little Angel's talents, but the swords were. He tested out his swords on her, and when she struck Hansen's Silver Snake and Ancient Mascot swords, she left deep gashes on them both. Logging into the St. Hall at the military, Hansen started searching for a fist skill he deemed suitable. He looked for quite some time, but to no avail. None enticed him. The hyper-geno arts here in the St. Hall tend to focus on S-rank skills for ordinary folk. The S-rank skills were not weak, but Hansen had far exceeded their benefits. He wanted something like Heavenly Go or 7 Twist, something legendary. He wouldn't waste time on other skills anymore. Hansen went to the St. Hall's ordinary section but had even less hope going there. If he couldn't find one in the military section, there'd be even less chance here. Hansen took a look, and to his surprise, managed to find a melee skill that attracted him. It was a hyper-geno art called Sonic Thunder Punch. The description stated that after mastery of the skill had been achieved, it was possible to deal sonic damage. But such a level required a very high fitness. Although it was an evolver's skill, the practitioner had to be near the rank of a celestial being to learn it effectively. Otherwise, he would need a really good thunder element body build. After giving it a good look, Hansen grew fond of the concept of Sonic Thunder Punch. Although he didn't have a thunder build, he could easily simulate the Silver Fox's energy flow to possess the element of thunder. If he did that, Sonic Thunder Punch would come easy to him. Hansen thought this skill could really work, but he didn't dare buy it there in the St. Hall. If he ended up using it in Divinity's Bout, it'd be easy for someone to look up the records of who bought it in recent times. Usually, purchase logs were kept secret in the central computers, in accordance with the laws of the Alliance. But just to be safe, Hansen went to ask Lai Zinglan. He had hacked the military's virtual Skynet, so it was only natural to assume he could provide some advice on how to proceed. Hansen wasn't going to mention the specific skill he wished to purchase, just ask how he might go about buying something from the black market anonymously. Lai Zinglan was well versed in such topics and shady deeds, so he was able to explain a few simple and effective methods Hansen could use for what he wished to do. Hansen checked out a few of the places that Lai Zinglan mentioned, and they were indeed black market trading grounds. Buying stuff there, however, was a risky ordeal. Trades that were not protected, and there were no guarantees, warranties, or records of such purchases. There was also the possibility he wouldn't even receive the stuff he ordered. As a result, Hansen gave up on his idea of purchasing something from the black market. He would instead visit the free trade sections and see if he could buy Sonic Thunder Punch there. It was not uncommon for people to sell second-hand goods there, including hyper-geno art and geno solution. Hansen searched for Sonic Thunder Punch there, but he was out of luck. Not a single person was selling it second-hand. He searched through the S-Class Hyper Geno Arts as well and received quite a few hits. Many people were selling second-hand Hyper Geno Arts and Geno Solution. Just not the skill he had come for. When it came to buying second-hand Hyper Geno Arts, however, there were a few clauses would-be buyers had to be aware of. There was no way of knowing whether or not Hyper Geno Art copies were complete, and there was no way of knowing whether or not the accompanying Geno solution matched. Scams and misleading transactions were common there due to the lack of official support. The Hyper Geno art that enticed him was called Elephant Disc Punch. Hansen had heard about this skill before, as it was a legendary skill hailing from ancient times. The scrolls said that back then, people thought that the world was built on a disc that rested on the back of an elephant. The elephant was everything, whereas the disc was time and space. Although it was little more than a myth, the skill that had been written down on the scroll was extremely difficult. It had many illegible portions and missing text, so it was quite incomplete. Someone had researched the leftover portions of the scroll, and said that some manner of elephant blood was necessary to finish learning the skill. Hansen was feeling hopeful and rather excited. He thought to himself, the elephant disc punch is so in-depth. If I simulate the bone elephant's energy flow, I wonder if I'll be able to cast the true strength of elephant disc punch. If I can cast its true power, I doubt anyone would be able to tell it was from a little-known A-class skill. Hansen used the Geno solution and got to work on practicing elephant disc punch. He tried to combine it with the bone elephant's flow. By doing this, Hansen discovered something amazing. Whenever he used the bone elephant's energy, he could not control his power and instead had to blast it all out at once. But the more he continued to use the bone elephant's energy to practice elephant disc punch, the more he could control its energy. Hansen was pleased. If he could more effectively control the energy and power of the bone elephant, then he wouldn't be entirely drained of energy after a single punch. By being able to control the strength of the punch, he wouldn't be wasting his power. All he would have to do was cast what he needed. The more Hansen practiced, the better he got. A single punch packed enough strength to sunder a mountain, or so it felt. Regardless, the power was massive. The elephant disc punch was incredibly in-depth, and it wasn't any worse than his dual sword skill. In some ways, it was even better. That month flew by, and all the shelters had now named their top combatants. It was time for Divinity's bout to begin. Fang Minquin entered the battle arena from the shelter and found his seat. He looked to the center of the arena, waiting for Divinity's bout to begin. Although Fang Minquin was in a royal shelter that had 500,000 people in it, the arena itself could seat very few. The humans in the second god's sanctuary were not very enthusiastic about Divinity's bout. The primary focus of humans when it came to Divinity's bout was on the holy battles that took place between humans in their own shelters, so that they could see who was the best. But when it came to the actual Divinity's bout, interest quickly waned. A lot of humans would choose to concede following their qualification, as the battles to come were of life and death. Fang Minquin was watching Divinity's bout in the hope that Dollar would be there. Dollar was in the second god's sanctuary, and it was likely an accomplished fighter such as he would be willing to participate. That being said, he didn't have much hope. Dollar had only been in the second god's sanctuary for a short period of time. No matter his strength, the spirits were likely to dwarf any hopeful competitor. Fang Minquin, waiting for the match to begin, heard his name called out from behind. He turned his head to the sight of someone he knew. Mr. Hua. Fang Minquin quickly walked over and shook his hand. Mr. Hua's full name was Hua Peng. He had been in the second god's sanctuary for 100 years. He was one of the earliest evolvers. He now worked in the media as well, and was a supervisor to Fang Minquin. You are interested in Divinity's bout? Hua Peng looked on Fang Minquin with modest surprise. I am interested, yes. That is why I have come to watch. Old Hua, have you come here to report on Divinity's bout as well? Once every 10 years, I do it. This is the 13th article I will have done in regards to Divinity's bout. Few people read them, so it is not likely many would know of this work. If it's that bad, why do you still insist on doing it? Fang Minquin asked, with visible confusion. Doing a show that no one paid heed to tended to go against the principles of someone in the media. For an old supervisor to insist on doing a show every 10th year on Divinity's bout was quite surprising. Viewership figures are important, I must confess. But as a man of the media, I believe in reporting things that are meaningful for the progression of the human race. Humans don't do well in Divinity's bout, that is true. But there are glimmers of inspiration and ought to be found. Talented people come here every 10th year in the hopes of securing honor and glory for humanity. Regardless of whether they win or lose, they are selfless heroes. Old Hugh sighed and then continued to say, but now, I fear glory has taken a grander prominence in the hearts of men. Only victory and success define a person's worth these days. Humans who fail are disdained, and that is something no person can bear. I make records of these battles so future competitors of Divinity's bout can learn something. Fang Minquin perused the list of participants intently, in the hopes of finding Dollar there. Hua Ping, who was beside him, used a pen to record something. His face was very serious. He really is here, Fang Minquin blurted out when he found Dollar's name on the list of battlers. Hua Ping looked confused. He turned his head to look at Fang Minquin and asked, you have a friend who has joined Divinity's bout? Yes, Fang Minquin responded with great enthusiasm. Although he had never met Dollar, or even exchanged words with him, he cherished him as a good friend in his heart. He considered him his best friend, as a matter of fact. What is the number of your friend's battleground? Let me see if he's going up against the spirit. Hua Ping said. Fang Minquin quickly gave him the number. Hua Ping was an expert, so he'd be able to tell him quickly what Dollar was about to go up against. Dollar and Black Gold, your friend is unlucky, it would seem. He has encountered a spirit in his very first match. Black Gold is a very powerful royal spirit. He has armor that is nigh impenetrable. Even sacred blood class weapons have great difficulty dealing damage to it, Hua Ping said, as he looked. As they spoke, the two combatants entered their battleground. One combatant was 3 meters tall and clad in black armor. He looked terrifying. His movements were almost like a mechanical robot, built from steel. The other fighter looked fairly strong compared to what might be expected of a human. However, he was clad in a purple armor that looked relatively thin next to his opponent's. The Black Gold spirit shouted and raised the hammer he wielded, which was bigger than a small car. He smashed the ground in front of Hansen with a force that probably could have toppled a small mountain. Fang Minquin watched Dollar with great trepidation. Although Dollar was wearing purple armor, he could tell it was Dollar from the way the man held himself. As he observed Dollar facing off with Black Gold, it frightened him. Fang Minquin was an evolver himself, so he could clearly sense the threatening power that resided within the hammer Black Gold wielded. Your friend seems a little slow. His abilities are strength-focused. If that is true, he won't fare too well against a foe such as Black Gold. His enemy's power is infinite, so unless he is one of the strongest humans in history. Hua Ping trailed off, but such a sentence had only one conclusion. Fang Minquin didn't see Dollar dodge, and neither did Dollar draw a weapon. He watched nervously, as Dollar had only been in the shelter for a couple of years and his power had most likely not peaked yet. Going up against such a frightening foe was wildly dangerous. As Black Gold's hammer swung again, poised to land on Dollar's head, he brought out his right fist and punched the hammer. When Hua Ping witnessed this move, he shook his head and said, your friend is a reckless one. Black Gold's power is... Before Hua Ping could finish his sentence, Dollar's fist collided with the hammer. Boom. The hit was deafening, and the fist shattered the hammer into pieces. Hua Ping and Fang Minquin were motionless. They couldn't even fathom the strength that resided in that fist, for it to break a giant metal hammer such as that. Hua Ping was shocked the most. He had witnessed many Divinity's bouts over the years and was knowledgeable about many of the fighters there. That included Black Gold, the spirit. He was a remarkable warrior. He may not have been the strongest, but he possessed a lot of strength nonetheless. Against his unbreakable armor and intimidatingly large hammer, many evolvers had died, or at the very least, been grievously injured in battle with him. On the battleground, after Hansen wrecked the hammer, a flood of power boiled inside his body once more. Seeing Black Gold himself aghast at what had just happened, Hansen stepped forward with atmosphere-cracking strength. Directly before the spirit's face, his flesh was like that of a tiger, and his fist buzzed loudly as it flashed towards Black Gold's face. Black Gold shouted and crossed his arms in an attempt to block the incoming attack. Boom. His armor, arms, and skull were crushed under the weight of Hansen's elephant disc punch. Blood soaked the arena, and the disfigured and dismembered body of Black Gold was launched out of the battleground. The bloody mess crash landed 15 meters away. How is that possible? Hua Ping was on his feet, his book and pens fallen to the floor. As he looked upon Dollar, his eyes widened until it looked like they were going to fall out. It was a one-punch victory. Minquin, is this man human? Hua Ping asked after Dollar left the arena, excitedly grabbing Fang Minquin's hand. Yes, he is. Dollar is pretty popular in the Alliance. Fang Minquin quickly told him, in his own excitement. If he is really human. Wait, let me see. Hua Ping was no longer coherent in his dialogue, as he ran his hands up and down his body in search of his book. Realizing it was on the floor, he raced to pick it up. He began flipping through the pages, scanning the battle lists, and frantically drawing with his pen. Fang Mingquan wasn't sure what he was doing. He drew with a manic speed. Every time he wrote down a name and drew a line, his face perked with further excitement. Fang Mingquan looked at what Hua Ping was doing and noticed it was a calculation of the battle list. It seemed as if Hua Ping was trying to determine who Dollar would face off against next. 10 matches. He won't go up against anyone stronger than Black Gold for another 10 matches. This is a chance. Hua Ping's face had gone red as a beetroot, and he beamed with delight in his mad drawings. The excitement in his face was getting deeper and deeper, but after a while, his face froze. His excitement drained away, and he sat down in evident disappointment. His eyes looked empty as he mumbled, "It still doesn't work. It still doesn't work. Old Hua, what doesn't work?" Fang Mingquan quickly asked, eager to understand what was going on. "Your friend is pretty lucky. If he continues fighting, he shouldn't encounter any more opponents who are that powerful. If he is lucky enough, he can reach the top 10. But," Hua Ping gave a long, drawn-out sigh. Then, he continued by saying, "In his final fight, the one before he can be crowned Son of God, he must face off against an opponent no human can possibly defeat." "What manner of opponent do you speak of?" Fang Mingquan asked. "In the 5th Divinities bout, there was a light element Son of God. Although this Son of God had only joined once, he was extremely powerful. His power now is something few humans might ever fathom. No human can beat him. Even evolvers with unlocked gene locks don't stand a chance. Before the light Son of God, they would be crushed like bugs." Hua Ping bore a wry smile as he explained the predicament. "You know the Alliance created a forfeit guide for the second God Sanctuary's Divinities bout." "Yes, I know. It contains a record of all the most powerful spirits that have participated in Divinities bout. If they encounter a spirit on that list, they are advised to immediately forfeit to avoid being killed," Fang Mingquan said. "Light Son of God is one of those. I have been too presumptuous. No human is powerful enough to become a Son of God. You need more than luck on your side to do that. I advise that you inform your friend of this wretched development. Tell him he can continue fighting for now, but he must pull out before the final battle. If he doesn't, the light Son of God won't even allow him the opportunity to concede." Fang Mingquan was getting an idea of how bad things might get, but he had no way of contacting the elusive Dollar. Fang Mingquan thought his best bet for informing Dollar would be posting a news article about it. If he did that, there was at least a chance Dollar might see it. Dollar is here, and he's taking part in Divinity's bout. Dollar only became an evolver a few years ago. He's taking part in Divinity's bout already. Holy crap. Black Gold's hammer was smashed into smithereens by Dollar's fist, and he then proceeded to kill the spirit with a single punch. "Are you yanking our chain?" I remember the previous Divinity's bout, in which my friend went up against Black Gold. He had unlocked his gene lock, and yet despite that, he was immediately struck by the hammer 3 times and was at the precipice of death before he could be dragged out and forfeit. Dollar rocks. I'm going to go watch Dollar battle. Let's all go support Dollar tomorrow. If Dollar is there, I'll be there. If the analysis is true, though, poor Dollar, he'll be stopped in his tracks one step away from the top. Why do you guys assume he can keep on winning? His previous record was only landing as the 10th Son of God in the first God's Sanctuary, and he only competed there once. Yeah, Dollar is a scrub out here in the second God's Sanctuary. The light of God will crush him with his finger. What is the point of fighting if it's all down to luck? If he didn't face off against the light Son of God and become one of the top 10, he'd still be killed by the other Son of Gods. He is sidewalk litter against them, trash kicked to the side on the pavement. With the luck you guys are talking about, I could be a Son of God. I could join and be lucky enough not to face off against any strong foe, and then pow, I'll be a Son of God. Dollar's participation in Divinity's bout was the catalyst for a great schism in the Alliance. A great debate had begun, and many people rooted for Dollar. They wanted him to become the first human Son of God in history. But there were many people who did not believe Dollar could make it and beat the light Son of God in the process. People with sense were more likely to advise Dollar to give up the fight, lest he be killed. There were some really crude and offensive professionals, however. Many of them firmly believed Hansen would stumble and fall long before he reached the light Son of God. And of course, there were some who believed Fang Mingquan was making stuff up or at least exaggerating the truth in a bid to increase viewership. They did not believe Dollar could break Black Gold's hammer with a single hit. After much research and analysis, they theoretically proved Dollar lacked sufficient power to do such a thing. Regardless, the whole alliance was talking about the event, and everyone seemed to have a theory of their own. And on the second day of Divinity's bout, the stadium was packed to the gills with attending spectators. Humanity's interest in the second god's sanctuary's Divinity's bout had suddenly been reinvigorated. Here he is, here he is. A man clad in purple armor stepped onto the battlegrounds, and when he arrived, the crowd went wild with screams. Why is he wearing purple? Dollar is usually dressed in gold. Is this some sort of knockoff? It looks like him, yet it doesn't at the same time. Hansen emerged onto the battleground not having researched his opponents nor read the forfeit guide. He only had to detect an opponent's life force to determine how powerful they truly were. Even if he couldn't tell, the Devil Ant King armor would keep him safe. Hansen's opponent now entered the field. It was a pretty boy spirit, dressed in silver armor. In his hand, he held a silver sword. He had bunny-like ears and there was an eye in his forehead. Aside from that, he could have passed for a regular human. People had already looked at Hansen's list of battlers, so they knew what to expect from his first opponent. The enemy was called Silver Eye Prince. He was a royal spirit with a really quick moveset. In the analysis provided by professionals, he was one of the strongest foes Dollar would have to overcome if he hoped to fight against the Light Son of God. The Silver Eye Prince checked out his opponent without saying a word. Then, he drew his sword. Like a sudden flash of silver light, he dashed towards Hansen. At the same time, he unleashed a barrage of sword thrusts towards Hansen. There were too many to count. They came down on Hansen like silver rain. A lot of people stood up, wanting to get a better look at how Dollar sought to best this silver rain sword. But Hansen did not move an inch. He stood and watched the silver rain fall without blinking. The silver sword rain that came down was little more than an image. Hansen had many talents, and before he became famous, he had already encountered this move. The audience watched the silver shadows pierce through Hansen. Their hearts pounded, and many women held their mouths to prevent screaming. But despite what they saw, nothing happened. Hansen still stood where he was, unmoved. He just peacefully watched the Silver Eye Prince prance about with his sword. Suddenly, Hansen raised his hand and used 2 fingers to catch a single silver shadow. And then, all the rain disappeared. Hansen was left where he was, holding one silver sword between his fingers, 3 inches away from his throat. But the 3 inches might as well have been 1,000 miles. Despite being held by 2 fingers, the Silver Eye Prince could not budge his sword. It was stuck. Hansen's fingers moved, snapping the sword. Then, he followed up with a palm strike into the Silver Eye Prince's chest. All the audience heard was the sound of shattered glass. The Silver Eye Prince's silver armor was smashed into little more than glitter, as its pale colors surrendered to the wash of blood. The spirit's blood soaked the battleground, but he was dead before he hit the ground. Right before he crashed onto the floor, he disintegrated. He had returned to his spirit stone. Everyone who watched the fight had been petrified, as if they had been turned to stone. The supremely powerful Silver Eye Prince did not stand a chance against the might of Dollar. The spirit didn't even have the opportunity to fight back. Dollar. It really is Dollar. Dollar has returned. That is way too powerful. That's frightening. Cool. What nonsense were those professionals spewing? Didn't they say Dollar could not break Black Gold's hammer? They also said Dollar could not defeat the Silver Eye Prince. Well, take a look at that results. What are they to say now? Ha. Dollar, our Lord and Savior, is always with us. Heal, 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 keep going Dollar. Show them spirits what's up and become a son of God. Holy crap. Dollar really is still Dollar, invincible as ever, even here in the second God's sanctuary. Allow me to kneel before you and kiss your hand. A lot of Dollar's fans were driven into a frenzy by the excitement of his most recent, sensational win. Hansen exited the arena to wait for his next fight. Not long after, it was time for him to return. He didn't look at the list, assuming such a thing would be trivial and pointless. As such, he didn't know who he was to face off against next. The person who arrived on stage surprised Hansen. He never expected his next opponent was to be a human, and more surprisingly, someone he personally knew. Queen is going up against Dollar. A lot of elite evolvers who saw the person standing in front of Hansen were shocked. No one expected Dollar would be going up against Queen this day. Time was short, and they had only briefly been given the opportunity to analyze the lists. And in regards to who his second opponent might be, there were far too many possible matches. And there was also the variable of not knowing whether Queen would win her previous match. The list Huapeng had formulated only accounted for spirits, and he cared little for the analysis of which humans might face each other. No one knew Huanfujing was Queen's real name. This is interesting. Queen is Dollar's opponent. I'm not quite sure who will be stronger. It's a shame Lin Feng is still on his mission and was unable to join Divinity's bout. His participation would make things even more interesting. Tang Zhenlu was shocked, seeing Queen square off against the enigmatic dollar. But he still felt as if it was a shame. Tang Zhenlu was hoping Lin Feng would be the one to go against Hansen. Although he knew Queen was powerful, Tang Zhenlu had to admit he did not know much about her. Queen versus Dollar will be an interesting fight, that is for sure. The murder dollar legend is Dollar himself, and he knows Heavenly Go, too. I don't know if it's Heavenly Go or not. This is rather interesting. We'll have a metric to determine how powerful Dollar truly is. Who is Dollar, anyway? In the ice fields, in the royal class goddess shelter, the beetle might continue to take on the shape of Hansen like a doppelganger. It brought the little angel to observe the fight, and the people who had guessed Dollar was secretly Hansen were quickly disappointed. Queen looked at Hansen, then kicked towards him with her long legs like the throw of an axe. Queen did not care who her opponent was. She had no idea she was up against Dollar. But Hansen waved his fist, and after doing so, Queen's face changed. Her legs cancelled their attack and pulled to the side in evasion. When she neared Hansen, she raised her fist and attempted to punch him. Hansen raised his elbow and pushed away Queen's incoming fist, as his left hand swung towards her waist. They both engaged in very close quarter combat. Their attacks, deflections, dodges, and parries came thick and fast, and the eyes of the audience could barely follow the speed at which they fought. By the time they could admire one move, another 10 had been performed. The crowd became cross-eyed, and it was like they were witnessing the fight of two rabid monsters. Who is this woman? She is so cool. She can actually go toe-to-toe with Dollar. I did not expect to ever see a woman evolver be so powerful. This woman is amazing. Her body and general appearance are divine, and her strength is incredible. She is like a goddess. This Yunfu Jing. She cannot be from the Ares Martial Hall. Many evolvers did not know who Queen was, but witnessing this fight, they quickly started to admire her. And for the people who knew Queen, they were more surprised that Dollar was able to fight her. Queen was a master of close-quarter combat. She was regarded as nearly invincible by her peers, in part due to her knowledge of Heavenly Go. The combination of Heavenly Go and superb close-quarter combat abilities made most fights a breeze for her. Therefore, people were surprised Dollar was able to fight Queen. The punching skills Hansen used surprised people even more, however. Can Elephant Disc Punch be Heavenly Go? Many people had recognized Hansen's skill, Elephant Disc Punch. After all, it was a fairly common Hyper-Geno art. Of course, they never expected the skill could stand up to Heavenly Go. Before this day, if someone had been told Elephant Disc Punch could compete with Heavenly Go, they'd have been laughed out of the room. But there he was. Hansen was using Elephant Disc Punch to repel Queen's Heavenly Go with no sign of being at a disadvantage. And now, people began to think Heavenly Go wasn't as effective as they had previously been led to believe. Holy crap, Dollar is using Elephant Disc Punch. I know this skill myself. Why can't I use it as good as him? Yeah, if he can use that skill to this level of effectiveness, he might as well be a god. It didn't take long for people to recognize the skill Hansen used was Elephant Disc Punch. After all, it was very common and many people had learnt it due to the affordability of a class Hyper-Geno arts. It was frequently considered a must-have skill, but it shocked them to see Dollar cast the very same skill with such a terrifying amount of power. Dollar is Dollar. The word freaking awesome is what we can use, Tang Zhenlu said in praise. Queen was shocked just as much. She knew exactly what kind of skill Elephant Disc Punch was, despite not having learnt it herself. She was shocked to see her opponent using such a regular skill and still keeping up with her. But Queen was Queen, and she didn't let the surprise put her at a disadvantage. She didn't care about which skill he used against her. All she wanted to do was win. This fight was a surprise to be sure, but a welcome one. This is good. So, after all this time, humanity hasn't been resting on its laurels. The younger generation has followed in the footsteps of their predecessors, taking the abilities of their forefathers forward with greater strength. Fan Mingquan was excited to see this as well. He didn't know such a powerful female existed, and that she could do so well in combat against Dollar. His fists were like an elephant and hers were like a battle axe. Hansen knew he could not beat her if he maintained this status quo. The best he could hope for right now was Queen exhausting all her energy. If he fought for his life, Hansen might win. But he didn't want to kill her, nor did he want to spend too much energy. So, Hansen suddenly stopped. He let Queen's battle axe leg, which was currently being driven at his head, carry on its approach and did not dodge. Everyone was shocked. They had no idea why Dollar just stopped fighting all of a sudden. They believed, if he accepted the strike that was coming his way, he'd end up half dead. Everyone thought Dollar might have had a trump card up his sleeve, but he didn't. Queen's leg struck Hansen's head without resistance. But what happened next dropped every jaw in the vicinity. Although Queen's strike hit Dollar's head with startling velocity and pitch-perfect aim, he didn't move. Dollar did not move a single inch. It was like Queen had whacked a statue, not a human body. But with Queen's power, even if Dollar was a statue, he'd be nothing but rubble right now. And still, Hansen stood upright as if Queen had not even touched him. Impossible. Tang Jianliu stood up, and with wide eyes, peered at Dollar, who had just stood there in acceptance of the kick. It was not just Tang Jianliu bearing such a reaction. Everyone who knew even the slightest thing about Queen and her power could not believe what had just happened. Queen's power was above all other evolvers. It was commonly believed. It was hard to imagine how tough a person would have to be to withstand one of her strikes and not even budge. And Queen herself was just as shocked. But still, she did not let that be cause for refrain. Her pair of beautiful legs went back to kicking Hansen like two fierce dragons, and again, she was unopposed. She hit Hansen heavily, over and over. Queen kept on kicking, striking, and hitting. Her leg skills left no room for retaliation. Had Dollar sought to pull a stunt, the legs just came at him in a ceaseless barrage from every angle. The crowd was frozen at the sight, at how none of Queen's attacks made Hansen move a single inch. The entire shelter was quiet. Even the other human fighters who had joined Divinity's bout were in awe. The raging sound of the kicks echoed far and wide across the battlegrounds, but Dollar's strong purple body continued to stand still, as if Queen's hurricane of attacks was nothing more than a stiff breeze. Queen, who always did what she wanted and achieved the results she desired, suddenly started to look a little panicky. Dawn. Queen kicked towards Hansen's face, but then stopped right before it landed. Everyone looked at the two. Dollar did not move. All he did was raise his right hand slowly. He grabbed Queen's lower leg, and she was unable to move it anymore. Have you kicked me enough yet? Can we end this now? Hansen asked gently as he held onto Queen's calf. Everyone who heard this was struck with a strange feeling, and the atmosphere changed. It no longer looked like a fight on a battleground. Queen now looked like a little girl who had been throwing a tantrum to her father. Dollar was the father who allowed her to let it all out before taking her home. Although it was inappropriate, that was how people viewed the scene after hearing Dollar speak. The cold and powerful Queen was little more than a sulking little girl now. Queen took notice of this strange atmosphere as well. She gritted her teeth and lifted her other leg. She twirled in the air and kicked Hansen. Hansen did not care for the other kicking leg, and he allowed it to strike his neck. He stepped forward, reached out his hands, and grabbed a hold of Queen's waist as she was in the air. Then, he lifted her up on his side like a little girl and walked to the edge of the battleground. No matter how many times Queen kicked, Hansen did not care. He just continued his walk to the side of the battleground. Everyone thought their eyes were playing tricks. No one could have expected a person as calm and composed as Queen to take part in such a juvenile scene. The father and daughter feelings only continued to grow. Queen was the tantrum-throwing girl while Dollar was the understanding father. He did not argue with the little girl. He only allowed her to release the anger she had pent up inside her. Somehow, a phrase popped into many people's heads: a father's love. Everyone looked puzzled. The people from the Ares Martial Hall, in particular. Their mouths continued to remain open, not seeming likely to close anytime soon. Queen's heart was stricken with anger and embarrassment. She never thought she would be treated like this, and she would have preferred to be killed. But at the same time, Queen was shocked. She was aware of the extent of her own power, and she knew there were only two possible explanations for Hansen's ability to withstand her attacks. Firstly, his armor must have been incredibly hard to survive her barrage of kicks. She struggled to imagine what sort of armor he possessed, if it was indeed that tough. It was either that, or he was just much stronger than her. The strength of his armor would not matter too much if their powers had been on a similar level. A lot of the educated spectators could see this, and it made them even more surprised than the evolvers. Queen had already maxed out her sacred Geno points. She also had the best hyper Geno arts. Her power was way above the limits of most normal evolvers, and yet she could not do anything. Those watching could not believe or even fathom how powerful Dollar might have been. Super Geno points. He must have absorbed Super Geno points. Otherwise, he could not be that powerful. These thoughts ran through the minds of many people. The first God's Sanctuary and second God's Sanctuary had people who had killed super creatures and obtained their life Geno essences. But up until now, a method of absorbing the essences and gaining Super Geno points had yet to be discovered. The only explanation for Dollar's performance was that he had managed to do what others thought impossible. In the silence that now enveloped the arena, Hansen had reached the edge of the battleground. He threw her off the stage. Go home and stop wasting your time. I am not here to fight humans, Hansen coldly told her. As he said this, it was like everyone stopped breathing. I am not here to fight humans. It was an average sentence, but still, it made people unable to breathe. The blood of the audience began to boil in excitement. In addition to his supreme fitness level, Hansen wore berserk super armor. He also simulated the Cub's energy flow to make his body not far off the strength of obsidian. That was how he managed to shrug off Queen's attacks. If he had not simulated that energy, the armor itself would not have been enough. After all, Queen knew how to make use of yin force, and no armor could withstand all that power. It looks like my absorption of life geno essences is going to be exposed. Hansen had known exposure would be inevitable when he went up against the final spirit. But he hadn't counted on meeting Queen and having it revealed so early. But Hansen was prepared for the world to know. Anyway, he was playing the role of the enigmatic dollar, and no one would be able to find him once the matches were over. In the next two fights, he met humans again. When his would-be opponents walked on stage, however, they did not fight him. Dollar, I am a fan of yours. Can I have your signature? A 2-meter-tall big man stood in front of Hansen looking shy, and handed over a pen and paper. Hansen froze for a second, expecting another match. He didn't expect someone who had come so far to give up the fight and instead ask for a signature. He took the pen and paper and scribbled his name down. He was not worried about someone recognizing his handwriting. He could control his body well enough to mask his handwriting, so he used a style no one would be able to trace back to him. Thank you, thank you. The big man greatly appreciated his autograph, and then quickly exited the stage. The second human opponent was not as fanatical as the other man, fortunately. He did tell Hansen something, though. He said, "Good luck, Dollar. You have our support. Go and become a son of God." Then, he also gave up the fight and exited the stage. The last opponent of the day was a royal spirit. Hansen killed it with a single blow, which made humanity super happy. Hansen did not stay for long afterwards. He quickly made his leave and returned to the privacy of the Crystal Palace. Dollar's words lingered on the minds of many, but they particularly stood out to Fang Mingquan. I am not here to fight humans. Returning to the office, Fang Mingquan wrote an article called, I am not here to fight humans, the King's Declaration, and posted it. It described Dollar's fights over the previous 2 days. He made sure to highlight Dollar's most profound line. In the end, Fang Mingquan wrote, the king has returned, his sword directed to the position of becoming a son of God. Will Dollar become humanity's first son of God? The day held unparalleled fervor and excitement. They were hopeful for Dollar's performance in the future, hoping he would stand as a representation for humanity's position amongst the Son of Gods. But the real shock came from the Alliance's office. Normal people only understood he was strong. They didn't quite grasp the full extent of his strength like others might have. The high-class officers of the Alliance were aware Dollar must have absorbed life geno essences. They also knew he was wearing a super beast soul armor. If he wasn't, they knew he couldn't possibly have possessed such insane defense. Even Queen could do nothing before him, and as a result, they were certain this was so. A lot of people were excited and curious about this development. They were almost salivating at the prospect of Dollar proving that humans could indeed absorb life geno essences. Their inquisitiveness of how he had done so was difficult to temper. A lot of people wanted to find out, but they did not know how to get in contact with the elusive Dollar. Many people analyzed the information they had on Dollar in an attempt to predict who Dollar might be. They composed a list of suspects, one which contained the name Hansen. But Hansen and Dollar had appeared in the same area many times, as well as at different locations at the same time. This led to his name being crossed from the list. Not many people owned a doppelganger beast soul. People only knew Hansen and Ningyu had one, so no one considered this possibility. Ningyu was there watching Divinity's bout. As well, this made him think of something. Not being wholly certain, he didn't let people know what he was thinking of just yet. The Aqua Reaper lived inside him, and his thoughts and life were in Hansen's hands. If he did something to displease Hansen, he'd be a dead man. Over 80% of human evolvers were focused on Divinity's bout for the first time. The media began reporting as much as they could on the event. Most reports were about Dollar, his past, present, and possible future legacies. Overnight, Dollar became a legendary figure to the entire Alliance. His name was on the tip of everyone's tongue. The fame he received was different than what he received in the past. This time, Dollar was shouldering the glory of all humanity. Made-up stories said he could walk around the day he was born. He could fight when he was merely 1 year old and admire women with big boobies by the time he was 3. Others were firm in the belief that Dollar had volunteered for some super geno engineering. They believed the genes of his composition had been modified, enabling the supreme power he wielded. Everyone had their own story, and all manner of false rumors and tall tales had begun to spread. Many articles and books had been released, some unabashedly false, such as The Secrets Between Me and Dollar or Trapped in an Elevator with Dollar. Such stories became quite popular. The officers and factions of the Alliance worked tirelessly to figure out who Dollar was, but still, they could not find out. People like Hua Ping had painstakingly analyzed the potential outcome of the next fight. With the data collected from Light Son of Gods and Hansen's previous fights, he had come to the conclusion that Hansen had only a 20% chance of winning. Hua Ping and his people had been predicting this outcome for a while now, even before Dollar's popularity exploded. They hoped to find a way Dollar might manage to beat his ultimate enemy. But in each one of Light Son of God's battles, he killed everything that came close. No one had managed to last longer than a second after a bout started with him, and standing before him seemed to be a guaranteed death. His movement speed was far too quick even to see. The reason Hua Ping believed Hansen still had a 20% chance of winning was attributed to his armor. With good fortune, such sturdy armor might be what was needed to survive one of Light Son of God's killing strikes. While blocking his attack did not guarantee a win, it still provided an opening. It was a slim chance, but it was a chance nonetheless. All the big factions of the Alliance conducted their own analyses, but each one's result was considerably worse than Hua Ping's prediction. They saw Hansen having less than 10% chance of achieving victory. Compared to these high-class sorts, however, the general populace was overall more hopeful and optimistic. It was almost expected that Dollar would become a son of God, and they spent little time dwelling on the alternative outcomes for his final fight. Hansen himself tried not to pay much attention, but it was a popular topic that was making headlines everywhere he looked. He read a few articles out of curiosity, which revealed to him who he would be fighting. Hansen read one of Fang Mingquan's articles. It was a report that quoted Hua Ping's prediction of success, and the reasons why, which gave Hansen some sort of idea of what he should expect. A speedy spirit. That could be difficult. Hansen frowned. He was afraid of encountering speedy spirits, particularly those who would also be stronger than him. It was the worst of both worlds, and wielding such power with that terrifying speed really would make Hansen an easy kill. Hansen's thoughts aligned with Hua Ping's. He had to hope his armor was sturdy enough to withstand the attacks of Light Son of God. That would be his window. I have Berserk super armor. Even if he is a super spirit, I should be able to block it, right? Hansen was deep in thought, and he continued, if he is fast, then that means he will be weaker physically. Heavy punches always hit harder than fast ones. If you had brought your pet to fight alongside you, all this glory might have been yours. Annie approached Hansen, supper in hand. She sat in front of him as he read the news while he ate. Hansen smiled and said, I would have liked to, but I don't have super armor. I don't have defense like him. And I don't even have the ability to absorb life geno essences like this guy. Either. My fitness would be too low. In such a small arena, a super spirit could gleefully ignore my pet and come for me right away. There'd be no room for me to maneuver and exclusively sick my pet on my opponent. You are right, but that Dollar's fitness is still lower than the super spirits. Even with super armor, he is still useless. He will not be able to hit Light Son of God, and so he will still lose. Annie took a breath and then continued to say, if your pet is with him, it might give him the edge he needs to become one of the 10 Son of Gods. Even if I wanted to lend the pet to Dollar, where can I find him? All of the factions are looking for him like mad, right now. Hansen shrugged. Annie nodded and said, we have run many tests on the life geno essences. We have no idea how to absorb them, yet Dollar has somehow managed to. I would like to know how, too, Hansen said, as he continued to eat. The next day, the human shelter's battleground was packed to the gills with spectators once more. The audience was rabid, eager to watch Dollar fight the Light Son of God. If Dollar won, he would become a son of God himself. It would be the ultimate glory, and one of the highest achievements of humanity. A lot of old evolvers also entered the battle arena, earlier than most. Quietly, they waited for the matches to start. Their hearts were nervous, and no one wanted Dollar to win more than they did. From 20-year-old people to 200-year-old people, this fight was a cultural phenomenon. It attracted people of all ages, from all walks of life. It was unknown how many billions of human evolvers now turned their attention to this fight. Even those who said Dollar had no chance of winning still prayed he might be able to summon a miracle. This was nothing personal. Although Hansen personally felt that it was, he was representing the entire human race. Until Hansen, no human had ever come this far. He was a genuine pioneer for humankind, and he shouldered the expectations of countless people. This was his glory. He's here. A strong purple body stepped forward to enter the arena. The anxiety that tempered the mood of the crowd was suddenly loosed into a blazing flare of excitement. A lot of people had read the analyses of Light Son of God. He was a terribly strong foe for anyone to encounter. As such, they were slightly worried Dollar would have been a no-show. He had long white hair to skirt his cold, handsome face. He wore a white robe hemmed with gold, and he approached like the son of God he was. The whole world seemed humbled by his mere presence. Everyone watched the light son of God come on stage, and they all froze with bated breath. His oppressive presence made it difficult for the audience to look at him straight. To look at him felt like blasphemy. So handsome, the woman could not help but blurt out. He looked so holy. Even a woman from a different race couldn't help but find him attractive. Compared to humanity, the light son of God was like a perfect being. He stood casually, yet he emitted a holy aura that belittled everyone else who looked at him. The light son of God was of a similar height to Hansen, but from the way he stood, he looked taller. It was as if he was looking down on Dollar. His eyes were full of disdain, as if Hansen's worth was less than that of an ant. The evolvers who watched felt suffocated. It was like a mound of rocks was slowly being built upon their chests, and they wanted to heave blood out of their mouths. God said, "Let there be light." These words exited light son of God's mouth. His white eyes shone, as if to embody the God he spoke about. He said these words before every single fight. It wasn't anything personal uttered towards Hansen, because he looked at everyone the same way. He considered everyone he opposed as nothing. With his angelic voice, light son of God raised his index finger. It was thin, long, and perfectly chiseled. It pointed towards Hansen. A white beam suddenly formed in the air and pinged off Hansen's forehead. Before he had the chance to react, Hansen looked as if he had been sniped with a perfect headshot. His body leaned backwards after the shot, and he crumbled like a castle to the ground, the momentum catching up and sliding him a good distance back. The humans who watched the fight fell silent and suddenly felt terrible. Dollar could not even withstand a ranged attack that came from Light Son of God's finger. The people who had researched Light Son of God bore wry smiles as they shook their heads. They knew this was going to happen, but still, they couldn't help but feel bad. The Light Son of God's attacks were too fast, and humans had no chance of dodging the white beams emitted from his fingers. Suddenly, Dollar's collapsed body moved. He pulled himself back to his feet and touched his head. His dark purple helmet had a circular indentation in it. It was almost like a bullet hole, but it didn't pierce all the way through. People yelled with reinvigorated joy. They couldn't put into words their sudden relief, and all they could do was chant his name in unison. Hansen's forehead lit up with pain. He had already cast the Ant King's energy flow to boost his defense inside his Berserk Ant King armor. And still, Light Son of God's attack had almost pierced right through. His foe was stronger than he had imagined, and he most certainly believed he was a super spirit. He was most likely stronger than a super creature. Light Son of God's power was indeed at the level of a super creature, but his wisdom far exceeded theirs. When Light Son of God lifted his finger earlier, Hansen could not even see the beam's trail. Without seeing it coming, he could not react to it. Before he noticed it was firing at his forehead, it was too late. Light Son of God saw Hansen survive his beam attack, and was surprised that Hansen's head was not blown off. He raised his lips and mockingly said, "Not bad. To not be killed by my beam, your life must have many accomplishments. If I can kill you, that'll just be another one to the tally." Hansen shook his head. The beam was incredibly powerful. Although his helmet blocked it, his head still suffered a concussion. His neck was in pain as well, most likely suffering whiplash from the sudden impact. Light Son of God had a disdainful smile, and he said, "Ignorant human, that first hit was only a drop from the well of my power. Do you really think you have what it takes to compete against me? Yes, for if that was any indication, you must have a pretty small well." After that, Hansen ran towards Light Son of God with his fist raised. But after Hansen's first step, Light Son of God pointed his finger at him again. The white beam managed to strike Hansen's head once more. Blood dripped from beneath his helmet. Everyone was shocked, the blood telling them that things weren't going too well, too strong. This is not something mere evolvers can go up against. With such speed and power, there is no way he can win. A lot of people had similar thoughts, as the audience's faces went pale. Although the Light Son of God was not going after them, they still felt hopeless after watching his dominating power. The dark purple body stood up once more. The helmet had another bullet hole in it, and this time it had pierced all the way through, causing blood to leak from the hit. It was a terrifying sight. "Is that all you got?" Hansen stared at the Light Son of God, as the blood in his body pumped faster to the accompaniment of his heart. Hansen felt no fear, only excitement. He saw the glimmer of hope, the one that would guide him to defeat the Light Son of God. The Light Son of God's attacks did not heavily damage him. Even though the beam pierced through his armor, the power was not enough to damage his gargoyle glyph body. He had cast the bear cub's energy flow to strengthen his body even more. Hansen's greatest disadvantage right now was the fact he was using Dongshuan Sutra to cast a number of different energy flows at once. He couldn't fight much longer, so he had to find a way to end the battle soon. He could not risk collapsing from exhaustion. He stepped forward with another look of certainty. He raised his fist again with the intent of hitting the light son of God. The light son of God's face looked ugly, almost as if he was mad. 5 fingers now pointed at Hansen, and another 5 beams of light pierced through Hansen's body. A few sensitive female spectators held their mouths as tears fell from their eyes. With more blood seeping through his wounds and the tears of his armor, Hansen managed to stand up once again. He didn't say anything this time. He just tried to punch Light Son of God again. Light Son of God's eyes went cold as he fired another 5 beams of light. Hansen tried to evade them, but the beams really were too quick. He could not dodge them. And again, 5 more bloody holes appeared in his armor. But this time, Hansen did not fall. His legs carved 2 deep marks into the hard floor of the arena. Hansen used his hands to maintain his grip and not fall over. Although things looked dire, he didn't fall. Blood continued to drip. Seeing Hansen still managing to stand up, the chests of many people felt heavy with sunken emotions. When the Light Son of God looked at Hansen again, there was no longer disdain in his expression. Instead, he looked at Hansen with respect. He considered the dollar he was up against to be a genuine opponent. Now, I will treat you like a real foe. You can quit now if you'd like. If you choose not to, understand I will not allow you to live, the Light Son of God offered, continuing to look at Hansen. Hansen did not answer. He just raised his fist to try to punch him again. The Light Son of God's body finally moved. His entire body became light, and he teleported in front of Hansen. Several beams of light were cast, which stitched together to strike Hansen. Hansen's body was smacked into the air as more and more blood began to pour from inside the dark purple armor like a red peony. Pang! Hansen's body crashed down onto the ground with a heavy thud. Not a single sound came from the audience that looked on, as the Light Son of God's power shocked them all. But in their hearts the faint flame of hope was yet to be fully extinguished. Stand up! People chanted this line in their hearts but did not dare shout it out loud. They felt their hopes were pitiable, and nothing more than false hopes. They thought it was like trying to light a match in a typhoon. They hoped the match could continue to burn, but they feared if they said something, its fire would go out. Even though they did not speak, however, they still understood its futility. The wind itself was what would extinguish a match that was lit inside a typhoon. But Hansen was not a little flame. He stood up. A few cracks delicately traced and adorned his armor, blood seeping through them. Despite his wounds, he stood up straight in defiance. He waved his fist towards the Light Son of God again. The Light Son of God snorted and moved. The beams of light were cast again and they all struck Hansen's body, which summoned even more spilt blood. Hansen did try to dodge it, but again, his foe was too fast. He could not see the attacks, and as a result, could not evade. He was repeatedly knocked down, but he never stayed there. Every time he was knocked down, he got up again. His armor was coated with a vast number of marks. His dark purple armor was now dyed red in his blood. Stop fighting, give up. A woman cried out with a soft voice. She tried to hold it in, but no longer could. With a voice that was as soft as a prayer, she pleaded. She did not want to see Dollar suffer a slow, brutal death. Hansen could not hear her voice, and even if he had, he would not care. He looked far worse than he actually felt. If it was ordinary armor he was using, he would have been killed far sooner. Under the constant attacks, the armor would have broken a long time ago. The Devil Ant King armor had very strong recovery abilities, however. Hansen simulated the Ant King's energy flow, which allowed it to absorb the damage that was being dealt and not wholly break. The damage he had taken earlier was healed before he suffered the latest hit. This was what allowed Hansen to pick himself up again and again. Without the protection of the Ant King armor, he would have been shredded into nothing but bits. Hansen, who had been beaten down again, stood up once more. He raised his fist but could never get close enough to the Light Son of God to even touch the cloth of his garment. Hansen wasn't being reckless, but the Light Son of God was too fast and he simply could not follow. If he hadn't been able to sustain the attacks, then his inability to defeat the spirit would have been assured. Hansen needed to get a grip on the Light Son of God's attack pattern. If he could just touch him, he might have what it took to beat him. Heavenly Ghost formation allowed for the prediction of an enemy's attack pattern. He could react before they started attacking, and this even allowed him to dodge bullets. When the opponent started firing, it would be too late, of course. You would have to dodge just as the gun was raised. Dongshuan Sutra could do this too, but perhaps even more effectively. The energy moved before the body did, and the energy inside the Light Son of God could not lie. Hansen had to better learn his energy flow so he could predict the spirit's movements and evade before he unleashed an attack. I'm almost there, I just need a little more time. Now, the light son of God's energy flow was starting to appear more clearly to Hansen. Soon, he would be able to predict his every movement. But the humans who were watching could only see him getting beaten down repeatedly, with seemingly no advancement. People felt their hearts slowly break as they watched the blood paint his armor. Hansen was hit by the white beams once more. He crashed onto the ground headfirst, his helmet carving into the arena floor as he slid another few meters. His head had formed a trench in the ground, which shocked the people watching. This hit to Hansen was the same as before. It wasn't deadly, but his neck was already injured and he struggled to stand up immediately. He rolled his neck a few times first to ease the pain. But this movement, to the people who were watching, strained their suspended hopes. All they could see was Hansen being beaten down another time, now unable to lift himself up. They thought his neck had been broken, despite his urge to continue the fight. They thought he was dying. It was as if it was only his will that kept him coming back for more. Even those who did not like Dollar were tense. Dollar, stand up. No one knew who started it, but every human present began chanting those words. It did not matter whether it was in pity, or whether or not Dollar could even hear it, but they wanted to shout this out in his honor. They didn't want to believe he was dead, they wanted to see him stand up. And for as long as he stood up, they knew there was a chance of victory. Hansen could not hear what they were saying, and he only bent his neck to make himself feel a bit better. But after that, he chose to stand up. Of course, the others thought they had given him the encouragement needed to defy a looming death and get back into the fray. With grand excitement, they now started to feel emotional. The bodies of a few vibrated in the release of tension. Even Queen, who hated Dollar to her core, now felt enthusiastic. She clenched her fists and although she did not say it out with the rest, chanted in her heart and hoped for a happy ending. Fang Minquin was watching the match as well. Usually, he could talk a lot when commentating a fight, but he could not do that on this day. All he could think to say right now was to call Dollar's name. The light son of God was powerful like an ancient deity, but his eyes suddenly revealed a glint of panic. He noticed Hansen's body was recovering once more. Even scarier was the fact that he couldn't strike the same wound twice. Hansen had now read the light son of God's energy flow. Whenever his foe drew upon energy, Hansen could calculate the exact time he'd make his next move. Dongshuan Sutra was now beginning to prove its worth. Hansen wanted to dodge the light son of God's attacks before they were even executed, and later lead him into the exact position he wanted him to be. By doing this, he had greatly improved prediction and formation. From the beginning up until now, that was what Hansen had sought to achieve. But the light son of God was too fast, and Hansen's attempts were lacking as a result. The crowd couldn't see any of this, but Hansen was doing something. Subtly, he was preventing the light son of God from hitting him in the same place twice. Now that Hansen was familiar with the light son of God's energy flow, his abilities of prediction and formation were getting better and better. The light son of God's body was like lightning, and he repeatedly slashed with his lethal white beams. Not one hit Hansen, but still, each evasion was only accomplished by a scant few millimeters. The light son of God was flabbergasted, unable to believe Hansen had managed to dodge his attacks repeatedly. He dodged it. Hua Ping's eyes brightened. This was the first time he had seen Hansen dodge the light son of God's attacks. Tang Liu and the rest saw him dodge the attack, too, and were all shocked. Dollar had taken a lot of damage, and if anything, should have been in worse shape now than earlier. But now, after all the damage he had sustained, he had managed to evade an attack from the light son of God. Coincidence? Everyone asked themselves. The light son of God was unable to believe what had happened, so he started to move again and used the beam to attack Hansen once more. Everyone who saw his next attack were unable to tell if Dollar could dodge it again. He dodged it again. Dollar dodged the light son of God's attack. Fang Minquin was overwhelmed with excitement and leapt off his stool. Those who had been disappointed in how the fight had been going up until now suddenly felt the reignition of a warming fire. They were feeling hope once more. With wide open eyes, they paid extra attention to the arena. As for the girls who shed tears earlier, their salty screams ceased. Drying their eyes, they perked up and refocused their attention. Impossible. The light son of God's face suddenly looked dour. His body glowed with a holy light, which slowly consumed his entire body. He raised all 10 fingers and pointed them at Hansen. He hastily unleashed 10 beams as he did so. Hansen started moving his body like a street-crawling drunkard. He looked so very unstable. But within those strange movements, Hansen managed to dodge every single beam. And during Hansen's wobbling, he inched his way closer and closer to the light son of God. This infuriated Hansen's nemesis, as he and his holy-looking body kept casting beam after beam, trying to kill him. The crowd's eyes opened wider and wider, watching the stage. They could hardly believe what they were seeing. The light son of God, who had previously looked indestructible and flawless in his composure, was now unable to deal damage to Dollar. Although there were still some beams that grazed Dollar, such hits were nothing grievous enough to slow his advancement, and nowhere critical on his body was dealt damage. The beams didn't pierce his body like they did earlier, either. The chance of the light son of God hitting Hansen became increasingly lower. The holy-looking light son of God, who could not previously lose, started to tremble. His face hungered for feral violence. His calm composure from earlier had now evaporated, and his boisterous look was nowhere to be found. Heavenly Go. Is this Heavenly Go? Kill Dollar really was Dollar himself. Heavenly Go can really be used against Light Son of God. Someone recognized the skill Hansen was using, or so they thought. After taking a closer look, they noticed how it seemed to resemble Heavenly Go, but different in some way. It looked even better than Queen's Heavenly Go. No wonder Queen didn't stand a chance against Dollar. Dollar is good at Heavenly Go, too. He might even be better at it than Queen. I thought only Queen knew Heavenly Go. How does Dollar know it as well? And how is his version even better? Dollar's Heavenly Go does seem strange, and it is indeed different than the real one. Everyone was talking about it, and even Queen looked at the scene weirdly. Although it did look similar, she knew he wasn't using the genuine Heavenly Go, and the difference between the two was something only she could tell with absolute certainty. Even if it wasn't Heavenly Go, what Queen saw was a skill that was better than her own signature move. Queen didn't want to believe this, but from what her own two eyes were telling her, she had to. If Queen was in Hansen's shoes right now, and used Heavenly Go, she wouldn't have been able to dodge the Light Son of God's attacks. What Dollar was doing was unequivocally better. People were perplexed, having seen the tables flip like they had. Dollar was getting ravaged earlier, but now, the Light Son of God was unable to do a thing. Although Dollar could only dodge for the time being, at least he wasn't being injured. If he could keep this up, he might have a clear chance of winning. The Light Son of God suddenly regretted torturing him in the beginning, and how he didn't simply blow the human away right when the battle began. No longer caring for Divinity's bout, all he wanted to do right now was kill the human that threatened him. But he couldn't. Huaping was full of both excitement and worry. He had watched many Second God Sanctuary Divinities bouts over the years, and Dollar was the only evolver to come this far. He really hoped Dollar could win, and thus claim the Light Son of God's position. But there was still a gulf of power separating the two. Even though Dollar could utilize his magic dodging moves to avoid the Light Son of God's attacks, the speed of Dollar's enemy kept them distanced from each other. He would most likely not be able to touch the Light Son of God, and that was enough for the spirit to maintain his throne. Everyone knew Dollar had opened his gene lock to fight, which meant his time was limited. Ordinary evolvers, in a fight this long, would already have exhausted their strength and had their gene lock shut down. Dollar was abnormal, it would seem. His fitness was much higher than the average evolver, and it seemed as if he could last far longer with an active gene lock. But it was not infinite, and no one knew exactly when it might fail. Hansen's eyes were so calm, and his body was so composed. Slowly, bit by bit, he was threading the subtle movements to lead the Light Son of God into exactly the right position. The Light Son of God, by this point, was madly attacking Hansen like a rabid laser dog. He hadn't noticed up until now that he had been driven to the edge of the arena. The moment the Light Son of God backed into a corner, Hansen made his move. He simulated the Light Son of God's own energy flow. His fitness prohibited him from being as powerful as the Light Son of God himself, but it was still effective. Hansen's fitness was 217. The fitness of a super creature was around 300. The difference between them was 30%, so there was no chance the spirit could utterly, completely dominate Hansen. How can he be that fast? Many people stood up in reaction to Hansen's sudden, blazingly quick attack. With a speed like that, maybe he can. Fang Minquin's excitement was through the roof. Huaping clenched his fist and stared at Hansen's next move with unblinking eyes. If this speed did not allow Hansen to close the gap and touch the Light Son of God, there wouldn't be another chance. A lot of people held their hands in the hope that Hansen could now hit his fearsome foe. The Light Son of God was already on the corner of the battleground, and he had been spooked by Hansen's sudden change of pace. When he realized what was going on, he quickly dodged Hansen's attack and went right past him. He managed to slip away from the corner. The audience could not help but sigh. They felt sorry for Dollar because, after all that, the Light Son of God had still managed to dodge the attack that had so much build-up. His enemy was still too fast. If you want to compete with my speed, you have a long way to go, the light son of God said with a mocking smile and disdainful look, as he passed Hansen by. I do. Hansen stood where he was and coldly looked at the light son of God who had gone right past him. He opened his hands and tried to grab the light son of God. It is useless to compete with my speed. Nothing in the second God's sanctuary rivals me. You pitiful humans will never be able to achieve the same. The light son of God sped up again and created a gap between him and Hansen once more. Hansen's hand had not been able to even touch his clothes. Seeing Hansen's hands trying to grab him, the light son of God simply pulled away even further. The people who were watching were starting to once again feel weak and without hope. But then suddenly, the light son of God, who was quite far from Hansen, had his whole body sucked towards Hansen like a magnet. He was thrown through the air towards his human nemesis upside down. When the gap closed, Hansen grabbed his head. Let's try that again. Hansen raised his fist and brought a punch down directly on the light son of God's suddenly distraught face. Pang! The light son of God's head suffered a terrible strike, which sent it backward. A large red mark painted the center of his pretty face, and his nose had been bent out of shape as it now oozed blood. Without hesitation, Hansen struck again, his fist unleashing the elephant disc punch upon his foe's face multiple times. Punch after punch it raged, the skull of his enemy clanging like metal. Every punch was strong, and even the bones inside rattled and collided against themselves. The light son of God was in total shock. He tried to squirm his way free, to resist and fall back, but he couldn't. Some strange force drove his body towards Hansen, one he couldn't escape. His speed had slowed down, and in this frenetic panic Hansen had managed to catch up. Pang, pang, the infernal fists crashed down on the light son of God's face like a landslide. The sound of each punch was an audible pleasure. The boisterous light son of God was like anybody else now, with a bruised face and bleeding nose. The light son of God wanted to block the hits that kept pummeling him, but the force continuously sapped him of his speed. His moves were still being predicted, and Hansen reacted accordingly every time. Hansen punched him every time he made half a move. Being unable to dodge, all he could do was flail his hopeless hands. The spectators all froze in their seats. Left punch, right punch, elbow strike, knee strike. The light son of God was like a punching bag, getting attacked without reprieve. His face was a sordid, disfigured mess. The sound of beaten flesh and rattled bones was almost sinister, and hearing it shocked all those who watched and listened. People couldn't believe the light son of God could ever be treated so poorly and have such a wretched day. But amongst all these hits, there was one thing Hansen could not do. He could not break the light son of God's bones. The bodies of super spirits were too strong, and even the light son of God, who had no prioritization of vitality, had unbreakable bones. You can't kill me, you pitiable human. You can't kill a son of God. Once your energy has depleted, I am going to make you suffer my wrath and end you. The light son of God was seething with rage, and he gritted his teeth to spitefully curse his opponent aloud. He had been drawn to Hansen by a strange force. Despite all he tried, he could not break away and create distance between himself and Hansen. All he could do was suffer the repeated blows. The punches he had received were innumerable, and his pretty face was now a maimed wreck. His heart only wanted one thing right then, and that was to kill Hansen. The light son of God screamed in a frenzy. He wished he could tear Hansen apart, as his face had devolved into a hideous hodgepodge of bruises and blood. I'm not sure you'll get the chance to, Hansen replied, coldly. Hansen pushed the energy in his right arm to the max, and elephants trumpeted and stampeded all about his body. A primitive, beastly power now energized his fist. It was like God himself was going to smite his enemy with all his might. Boom! That horrible fist rocketed into the light son of God's face, shattering his skull. Blood and brain matter sprayed everywhere while the rotten, headless corpse was still propped up by Hansen's other hand. When Hansen first began punching the light son of God's head, he used the enforce and elephant disc punch. To finish his foe off, he used elephant wreck strike. It detonated the in-force that had built up inside his enemy's head, causing it to explode from the inside. Outside the battlefield was all quiet. It was like the audience had turned to stone upon seeing the headless corpse in front of Hansen. They could not believe Hansen had overcome the odds and beaten the light son of God. The body of the light son of God began to disintegrate into sparkles as he was returned to his spirit stone. Hansen exited the divinity's battleground and returned to the crystal palace. Hansen collapsed and hit the floor. He had exhausted far too much power over the course of that fight. Jade's sun force and long life could sustain him for a long time. But when he drew too much power at once, it took a long while for it to recover. He didn't only use elephant wreck strike this time. He simulated the energy flows of multiple creatures, with such a large energy output, in addition to the damage he had already sustained. It was a miracle that he lasted as long as he did. If it wasn't for the reward of becoming one of the 10 Son of Gods, Hansen would not have held on as long as he did. Fortunately, even though the light Son of God's speed was frightening, his body was not as tough as a super creature's. This was what allowed Hansen to finish him off in the way he did. But beating the light Son of God was largely because of his usage of the Gurd's energy flow. He initially thought the energy flow was useless, but the opposite turned out to be true. He never expected the suction of the Gurd's energy could draw the light Son of God towards him. Although it didn't totally restrain his body, it lowered the light Son of God's speed enough for Hansen to keep up. If it wasn't for this, Hansen would most likely not have been able to defeat him. I don't ever want to struggle through a fight like that again. Hansen continued to lie on the floor as his entire body rocked with pain. He couldn't even muster the strength to move his fingers. Zero approached, holding the silver fox in her arms. Zero tried to heal the wounds he had sustained, while the silver fox used its tongue to lick the greater traumas he had incurred. Quietly, Hansen recovered. The Alliance, on the other hand, was busy. Dollar had just beaten the light Son of God and earned a position amongst the 10 Son of Gods. This made him the first human Son of God in recorded history. For humanity to be able to achieve something as big as this, it was no small topic. People were going crazy. All the news organizations reported Dollar's victory over the light Son of God, and his earning a position as a Son of God. Each and every one gushed praise over his heroism. The night after, Dollar's name became synonymous with the word hero. The fight between Dollar and the light Son of God was on the tip of everyone's tongue. Hansen's doppelganger remained in the goddess shelter while he rested and recovered in the Crystal Palace, waiting for Divinity's bout to end. He decided to never join another Divinity's bout. With his current level of power, fighting super spirits was still a difficult and dangerous affair. Beating the light Son of God was solely because of his usage of the Gurd's energy flow, and if he had not done that, he could never have managed to beat him. If he had gone up against a super spirit that focused on vitality instead, he would never have managed to break through its defense. The first 10 rewards were randomized. He didn't need to fight and achieve a higher place for the chance of earning an even better reward. Gunning for first place would be impossible, as things were right now, anyway. Dollar was a household name and super famous across the entire Alliance now. Although the fights could not be recorded, someone animated a recreation of the battle. It was only 3 minutes long, but it became the most watched video for a whole week. A lot of people were inspired by the battle to create video games of it, too. Dollar did not show up for the final few fights, which established the Son of God rankings. People expected as much, so they weren't too disappointed. After all, everyone had seen how injured he was following his previous fight. In such a state, he couldn't continue fighting and had already achieved 10th place. That was enough for him. History seemed to repeat itself. Back in the first God's Sanctuary, Dollar had managed to beat down his final enemy and reach 10th place in the Son of God rankings. He didn't continue after that and was happy to sit where he was. But compared to the first God's Sanctuary, this 10th place earning was far harder fought and worthy of far greater praise and recognition, and rightfully so. Hansen continued to rest in the Crystal Palace, and as a result, missed out on the enthusiasm everyone shared for Dollar. He could see the rest of the Son of God rankings from the Crystal Palace, and the other 9 were all spirits, as expected. Hansen waited until Divinity's bout ended, so he could collect his reward. He could claim it from the Crystal Palace's arena, so he didn't have to worry about others seeing this. You have obtained title of 10th Son of God. Your randomized reward is opening. Hansen placed his hand on the tablet, which caused it to shine. A lot of different images spun around in front of him. There were beasts, animals, handsome men, and pretty girls. Hansen started to get excited. Amongst the images, Hansen also caught sight of many different spirits. He could not guess what level they were, however. Not long after, the tablet stopped spinning. It stopped on the image of a beast. Hansen was a little disappointed at first, as he was hoping to receive a super spirit. He wasn't sure when he'd achieve the power needed to earn a super spirit for himself. After all, fighting an entire shelter's worth of foes was different than going one-on-one and toe-to-toe with a soul super spirit. Such shelters were also bound to include a number of super creatures as well. You have obtained a super beast soul, devil unicorn. The voice made Hansen feel happy again. Although he did not receive a super spirit, receiving a super beast soul wasn't too bad. A pitch-black beast suddenly appeared in front of him, and it resembled a unicorn, minus its grace. It turned into a black light and entered Hansen's sea of soul. Super Beast Soul, Devil Unicorn. Possession Beast Soul. A possession beast soul could directly increase the power of a human or another beast soul. Hansen wondered what this beast soul might be able to possess. Hansen summoned the devil unicorn and watched a black smoke rush inside his body. It was a beast soul that could possess a human body. When the beast soul entered Hansen's body, his body began to produce a dark smoke that resembled a black flame. Hansen looked like a devil that had just walked out from the pits of hell. Hansen clenched his fists but noticed that his power and speed had not increased. It made him curious what benefit the black smoke was providing. He found a rock and punched it. The rock broke, but he did not feel as if the black smoke helped. Amidst Hansen's confusion, the silver fox suddenly unleashed a silver lightning bolt at his master to shock him. But strangely, the lightning did not touch Hansen. It evaporated as soon as it came into contact with the black smoke, dissipating some of the smoke as it disappeared. Soon after, the black smoke that had disappeared returned. It seemed like the powerful lightning bolt could not deal lasting damage. Hansen was overjoyed with this, and he thought to himself, the devil unicorn can actually block and absorb elemental power. In other words, it's an elemental shield. But elemental only, it most likely cannot absorb physical damage. Although it could only block elemental damage, it was enough to delight Hansen. After all, he had what it took to dodge physical attacks. If he met an elemental super creature like the blue seahorse that could spew blue flames, he could rely on this super beast soul to see him through. I wonder what the damage threshold of the black smoke is. If it's powerful enough, then maybe I can indeed go up against the blue seahorse. Hansen called out to the silver fox, telling him to unleash as much lightning as he could. He wanted to stress test the limits of his elemental defense. Hansen was overjoyed with the results, and he was pleasantly surprised by the black smoke's sturdy defense properties. The silver fox's strongest attacks could not penetrate his shield anymore. If there was one issue, however, the speed of recovery. When the silver fox unleashed lightning, it would evaporate some of the black smoke. If it attacked repeatedly, the black smoke would be used up at a quicker rate than it could regenerate. This opened up a hole in his defense. Hansen guessed that the black smoke could block an adult super creature's elemental attack, but only about 2 or 3 times at the most. After that, it would take a while for his defense to return. If it was an AoE attack, and the attack was not focused on him entirely, the black smoke would manage to hold on for longer. Its regeneration would most likely be able to catch back up, too. This is some pretty good stuff. Hansen quietly snuck back into the goddess shelter and put away his beetle knight. Hansen thought to himself, now, where could I find and slay a second-generation super creature, so that I can fill up my super geno points? Becoming a surpasser meant he'd become a champion, and he'd have little reason to worry about the events of the Alliance. Aside from celestial beings, it'd be impossible for him to be threatened, as well. Because of this, Hansen wanted to become a surpasser as soon as he could. He needed to be stronger so he could not only protect himself, but his family, also. Hansen was wondering whether or not he should resume his super creature hunt on Devil's Mountain. But while he was in thought, young Manly approached to tell him that someone wanted to see him. Didn't I tell you I don't want to see anyone these days? Hansen frowned. I wasn't sure if Captain King counted as anyone. Therefore, I have come to double-check with you, young Manly said, looking at Hansen. King Xuan is here. What are you waiting for? Send her in. Hansen was happy to hear of her arrival. There are others accompanying her, however, and they are not from our special squad. I am afraid you will have to meet with them, as well, young Manly explained. For they. When Hansen saw young Manly's face, he knew they must be important figures. I don't know who they are, but Captain King treats them with much respect and politeness. There is also a young man amongst them, who acts as if he has a crush on the aforementioned captain, young Manly said with a smile. Hansen went to the meeting room post-haste and saw King Xuan engaged in conversation with a few others. Hansen, allow me to introduce you. This is Angel Jean's director, Mr. Zhao. King Xuan saw Hansen approach and immediately introduced those in her company. When Hansen heard her mention Angel Jean, he quickly understood why the people with her had such proud looks. The Alliance had 2 organizations that excelled in the field of gene research. One was Donglin and the other was the Zhao family, called Angel Jean. Hansen had heard a lot about the Zhao family's pride, as a lot of their family members were councilmen. The Zhao family's influence was so great, they had even been known to affect the entire swing of presidential elections. This alone was an example of how powerful and influential their family was considered. As a result, they had every right to be cocky. Zhao Hang was one of the directors and played a pivotal role in the family. The young man amongst the people that had come to visit was called Zhao Heiyang. He was the chairman of Angel Gene and grandson of the organization's leader. Manly, come and pour tea for the Zhao director and Mr. Zhao. Hansen believed the reason they had come to see him was because of his little angel. If that was the case, however, he wasn't sure why they had brought King Xuan with them. Of course, their association was not a strange one. The Zhao family had ties to a great number of different factions and organizations. You are Hansen of the Zhai family, yes, Zhao Heng asked, as he looked at Hansen. It was like an elderly asking any young person a question. I am Hansen, Hansen answered. Zhao Heng had believed him to be a true member of the Zhai family, and he wasn't sure what to say in response. Not long ago, I had a chat with Zhai Ryuajin. The topic of you came up, and from what I hear, you are quite nice, Zhao Heng said. Thank you for the compliment. Hansen frowned, unsure what this old man was looking to sell. Although Zhai Ryuajin was younger than Zhao Heng, he had already achieved more than the old man had, and he was on the verge of becoming president. Zhao Heng was only one of the dozen directors of his family. The way he spoke would suggest he was superior to Zhai Ryuajin himself. His voice oozed arrogance. Qin Xuan noticed Hansen's apparent displeasure at the company he had suddenly received, and quickly sought to remedy the situation. She said, the reason they have come here today is to request that you hunt a super creature on their behalf, or at least, it is a beast that looks like a super creature. But before Qin Xuan could continue speaking, Zhao Heyang took over and said, you don't have to come. You can just sell us your super pet. There will be no difference. When Hansen heard this, he did not look mad. He just thought it was strange that a person like Zhao Heyang could have survived this long in this world. Sorry, I'm not selling my super pet. And I've been quite busy recently, so my schedule is full up for the foreseeable future. Hansen never considered helping others hunt super creatures, particularly people like the Zhao family. Young man, please consider our requests. Zhao Heng blurted out at the sight of Zhao Heiyang, who looked ready to blow his lid after the sudden rejection. Hansen wanted to say something dismissive again, but Qin Xuan suddenly coughed and said, Director Zhao, please have a drink of tea. Hansen, there is a classified document from the squad you should have a look at. I brought it over for you. Hansen, in the exclusive company of Qin Xuan, exited the room and moved to his office. Team Qin, what's going on? Has the squad ordered me to help them? Qin Xuan had a wry smile, but she shook her head and said, no. If this was a matter concerning the squad, things would be simpler. After Qin Xuan explained, Hansen understood. The Zhao family had many seats in the council, and Zhai Ryuajin's election was running so smoothly because of the backing of the Zhao family. No wonder that Zhao Heng randomly mentioned Zhai Ryuajin. That's why, Hansen coldly laughed, and then continued to say, I don't believe the Zhao family will stop supporting Zhai Ryuajin due to my rejection. But Zhao Heng and Zhao Heiyang are only bluffing with their projection of power. The Zhao family's support for Zhai Ryuajin provides them with benefits, too. You're right that they won't so simply give up supporting him. Qin Xuan had a brief pause, but then continued by saying, but think about it, if you reject Zhao Heng, and the Zhao family complains to Zhai Ryuajin, is that something you can accept? Hansen owned 5% of shares in Sky Technology. If something went bad during the election, and Zhai Ryuajin was not made president, the stocks were sure to plummet. If Zhai Ryuajin really was to become Hansen's father-in-law, it seemed he would have no choice but to agree. You can still talk about the terms and conditions with the Zhao family. It's either talking about them with that lot or with Zhai Ryuajin. Who would you rather have such a talk with? Qin Xuan smiled. Well, if things are like that, I'll go and help them, Hansen said, with an evil smile. In an ancient forest resided a gentle spring and basin. It did not flow with water, nay, it flowed with blood. A creature guarded this spring, and had done so since it was born. The Zhao family believed this beast to be a super creature. They had done battle with it many times, and on each occasion, their forces were dealt grievous harm and forced to retreat. Fortunately for those that fought it, the super creature never left the spring it guarded. It never gave chase, and this allowed the Zhao family to continue provoking the beast and attempting the same fight many times. Hansen and Zhao Heng hammered a deal out, and then Hansen followed him out to the spring. Qin Xuan accompanied them, too. This pleased Hansen because he had no fondness for the Zhao family, and he feared he'd die of boredom without someone he was fond of talking to being present on the journey. On the way, any creatures that sought to bar or prohibit their passage were dealt with by members of the Zhao family. The 8 Zhao family members wanted to impress Qin Xuan and Hansen, as they had each unlocked a gene lock. Zhao Heiyang was quite powerful, and he was more than keen to flex his muscles. There was one thing that interested Hansen a lot, and that was the fact that the Zhao family members' fitness levels were higher than those of most people who had unlocked their gene lock. While they were taking a break, King Xuan quietly told Hansen that the Zhao family had a gene optimization solution, and that the family members were provided with a special training regime since they were born. With a controlled diet, their genes would actually improve. This was why the Zhao family had greater strength than those who were at a similar level. And that was also one of the many reasons they were pompous braggarts. King Chuan, try this. It is a nutrient fluid from angel gene, and it is good for your body. These things cannot be bought at the markets, you know. Zhao Heiyang approached the two and handed over a pen-sized bottle to King Chuan. Inside, a transparent purple concoction swirled. Thanks, but I have my own. King Chuan did not accept the fluid from his hand, and a hurt look crossed his face. Hansen was laughing on the inside. The Zhao family members really seemed to think themselves as gods, as if they could do whatever they pleased. The special squad had an important rule, however. Unless the situation was dire and the absolute need arose, squad members were not allowed to accept items from others. This also applied to the people on their team. You drew from your own supply strictly, to avoid problems arising further down the line. King Xuan's rejection of the fluid was normal protocol, and even Hansen would not even think to offer her an item. He was positive Zhao Heiyang knew about this rule, but perhaps unexpectedly, he sought to bend the rules and offer her the gift regardless. Hansen listened in on them for a bit, and he felt sorry for her. Zhao Heiyang was so self-obsessed that he could only talk about himself and about the power his family possessed. All King Chuan did was smile and nod, without making a single vocal contribution. It wasn't long before Hansen got tired of listening to the inane blabber and decided to sit next to a tree away from the others. There, he rested his eyes for a bit. He also sent a message to Princess Yin Yang, who was far away right then. On a mountain, a good distance from them, Princess Yin Yang was leading another party. Zero and the Silver Fox were trailing directly behind her, with Wang Yuhang at the back. He appeared to be sulking. Hey, princess, might I ask where we are headed? Wang Yuhang asked miserably. Just follow in silence. Princess Yin Yang sternly responded, giving Wang Yuhang a peeved look. The entire time the party had been traveling, Wang Yuhang had done nothing but complain. He had previously tried to ask Zero, but he felt as if his presence before her was invisible. She didn't respond or even look at him, as if he was nothing but an annoyance. Only Princess Yin Yang would occasionally tell him something, but nothing she said was particularly explanatory or revealing. Princess Yin Yang ignored Wang Yuhang and continued walking. Hansen's intent for bringing Wang Yuhang and the rest was by no means good. The Zhao family had pretty much forced Hansen into fighting a super creature, and he was not going to bow to their desires quite so simply. The Zhao family would never expect Wang Yuhang and the rest of Hansen's team to be following them. Near an ancient tree, a river ran by that was blood red. It was like the gentle gush of a freshly opened wound. Follow this stream of blood and descend. In about 20 miles, we will see the blood spring in its creature, Zhao Heiyang reminded them. The Zhao family were arrogant, yes, but they weren't dumb. They were borrowing Hansen's strength to finally slay this super creature of theirs, once and for all. If they couldn't capitalize on his presence amongst them this time, they weren't sure they'd get another chance. According to our deal, you will need to cooperate with us for the length of the fight. And also, you must provide us with the final hit, Zhao Heng told Hansen. Okay, whatever you say. Hansen nodded. Hansen did not say much and simply summoned his Adorade. Zhao Heng and the rest looked at the Adorade with genuine admiration. There was also a glint of envy towards Hansen. It confused them why a person such as he had been fortunate enough to find a dying super creature he could easily finish off, and then be rewarded with such a pet. Hansen commanded the Adorade to attack the super creature, while he also sent a message to Princess Yin Yang. The Zhao family spread out and encompassed the area, but little else. Clearly, they were waiting for the Adorade to beat the super creature into a near-death state, so they could swoop in and claim an easy kill. These assholes, Hansen swore in his heart. He looked at the super creature, then opened his gene lock and scanned its life force. The super creature's energy was all clouded. He could tell that it was a strong creature, but still, the cloudiness indicated it was a first-generation super creature, and therefore nothing he was particularly interested in going up against. Although the Adorade might have been a little stronger than the super creature, the power gap wasn't enough for it to dominate. The super creature was of similar strength to the Adorade, and like the Adorade, it didn't excel in any particular department. That also meant it wasn't weak in any other department, either, so it was a well-balanced monster. The Adorade went ahead to slash the monster. Even though no particularly deep wounds were wrought, the attacks were enough to surprise and impress Zhao Heng. In the past, they had tried to lay siege on the monster themselves, but every attempt was a failure, and they could never seem to deal any damage to the beasts. Now here they were, watching a pet go up against a super creature, dealing lasting wounds with a greatsword. The sight led Zhao Hang and the rest of the Zhao family members present to view the adorate with great admiration. But Hansen's vision was drawn to the blood spring. Instead, the super creature they were fighting was quite strange. He was sure that the super creature was intelligent enough to know it was fighting a losing battle, and that it should be running away rather than staying to fight. But the super creature was determined to remain, and nothing could compel it to flee. There was something strange about this place, and the blood spring in particular. Hansen used Dongshu and Aura to take a look at the blood spring, and he was surprised to see that it abounded with energy. What was coming out was no ordinary spring water, that was for sure. The center of the spring contained life, even. As he watched the crack in the rock, Hansen suddenly felt the presence of an extremely strong life force. The power he sensed suddenly sent him into a cold sweat. Damn it, inside the crack, a scary creature resides. Hansen continued to look at the crack on the craggy hill, and suddenly, he felt as if he was being watched. Like the peering of an evil eye, a malevolent gaze had fixated on him. It made his heart race with uncertain panic. Quickly, he deactivated his Dongshu and Aura and averted his eyes away from the spring. The creature inside the crack can find my Dongshu and Aura. They can even find out where I am through it. Whatever is in there is something ancient and something evil. The Zhao family have no idea what they are doing, coming here to disturb this place. For all I know, they are openly seeking suicide. Hansen did not even see what the creature may have been, yet it terrified him even so. And the creature, whatever it may have been, did little else other than look back at him. Whatever the case may be, there was a super creature inside the source of the spring that was more powerful than anything he had ever encountered before. Hansen was considering whether or not he should grab his little angel and depart. They wouldn't receive any benefits from slaying this super creature, and all the while, he feared the unknown malice was continuing to peep on him. But if Hansen returned now and didn't finish the job, it would be a waste of time. Hansen gave another look in the direction of the crack, then turned his head back to watch the super creature engaged with the little angel, then gave up his idea of fleeing. The creature inside the crack did not seem as if it wanted to leave its current abode, and after Hansen gave it some more thought, he came to the conclusion that he didn't have to escape just yet. If something were to happen, he could escape more quickly than anyone from the Zhao family anyway. So, if the creature was hungry, Zhao Hang and his people would be the first to fill up its tummy. Therefore, there was no need for Hansen to rush and escape just yet. No matter what happens, stay behind me. Do not run off. Hansen approached King Xuan and spoke to her in a lowered voice. Why? What is it? King Xuan looked at Hansen with sudden surprise. The creature was already being suppressed by Hansen's pet, so it was weird for him to suddenly say something like this to her. I feel as if something is amiss. Whatever it is, it disturbs me. It's an instinct, and my instincts are rarely incorrect. Whatever happens, do not leave my side. Stay near me. If something does indeed go wrong, we have to escape first, Hansen told her. Okay. King Xuan looked around and did not notice the presence of anything out of the ordinary, but still, she agreed. The little angel's greatsword continued carving marks into the super creature. Despite blood now having dyed its entire coat, it refused to escape the area. It roared to the sky and adamantly remained to fight with the little angel. Zhao Heng, with great excitement, said, Hansen, tell your pet to put more effort in. Make her deal heavier damage to the super creature and prevent it from escaping if it chooses to. Director Zhao, this is a super creature. This isn't a scuffle between a cat and a dog, Hansen replied coldly. Zhao Heng didn't say anything in return, acknowledging that this wasn't really something that could be rushed. Unfortunately, the super creature continued to not show signs of wanting to escape. Zhao Heng then commanded his people, who were still surrounding their foe, to move a little closer. If it did want to escape, they could do their part in prohibiting its flight. But the super creature was almost behaving stupidly in its stubbornness to remain. Its inability to fight back against the little angel was plain to see. Yet it continued to do what it could as the gashes and wounds mounted and caused it tremendous pain. It was bleeding heavily now, and its attacks slowed. Death would greet it soon. The little angel was like something holy. It flapped its wings, flew behind the super creature, and slashed the greatly injured neck of the super creature. A deep cleft had now been made in its neck, and the spine looked as if it was ready to snap. More and more blood seeped to the surface and bled to the ground. Hansen, do not forget your promise. Command your pet to return and we will finish it off, Zhao Heng shouted to Hansen, as he commanded his people to draw even closer. My job is done here, yes. You can finish it off. Hansen did not say anything in complaint and simply returned his little angel. He could feel the creature inside the spring begin to move, and a scary aura seeped through with the water. The hill now looked frightening, and he suspected the dark menace within was about to escape its subterranean home. The super creature had not yet died, and even if it was killed by the little angel, Hansen was not willing to walk up and claim the rewards. All he wanted to do was run away as far as he could and end all involvement with these events in this place. The 8 Zhao family members now ran close to the fallen beast and attempted to kill the super creature. They used all the different weapons they had at their disposal, striking the exposed wounds of the dying creature. But then a sudden scream sounded. The dying creature stood up again and leapt onto a man of the Zhao family. It tore the man's head off with its teeth, and its claws tore the rest into shreds. Zhao Heng shouted and used his lance to thrust at the most grievous of the wounds, on the back of the super creature's neck. The creature roared in pain and fell back down to the ground. The rest of the family ran up again and tried to strike the beast simultaneously. Although someone had died, they did not want the little angel to help out anymore, as they were afraid the little angel would finish it off with ease. Although the super creature was on the precipice of death, it had managed to lash out enough to deal damage to numerous members of the Zhao family. But now, the damage it had incurred was too great, and it would soon fall for the last time. Out of the 8 family members, 3 had been killed. The rest had incurred at least one trauma or injury. But the thought of felling a super creature rallied their courage to continue their fight. Let me kill it. Zhao Heiyang peered at the monster that could hardly stand and spoke aloud with great excitement. It pounced on another family member and took off running into the forests. Earlier, the super creature, despite being at an obvious disadvantage, did not run. Now, it was dying and could barely stand. Where had the vigor come from? Go, chase it. Do not allow it to escape. Zhao Heng reacted first, immediately commanding the others to take off after it. But suddenly, they heard the sound of rock breaking. This was a surprise to all of them. They turned around to take a look, and the little hill that was the source of the blood spring exploded outwards. The spring was no longer a crack in the earth, as a giant red centipede writhed out amidst a cloud of dust and spewed rubble. A dark red body that was thicker than the carriage of a train loomed out. A single segment of the centipede was 20 meters long, and its legs wriggled ceaselessly, carrying it towards the fighters. A second later, 2 of the remaining Zhao family were spiked to death under the centipede's wretched legs. The rest of them were almost frightened to death, and their thought of pursuing the escaped super creature quickly evaporated. Running away themselves, they shouted, Hansen, use your pet to restrain it. Are you kidding me? You want me to send my pet to its demise against a monster such as that? Hansen called back, as he and Qin Xuan had already turned to leave. Hansen, do not forget the deal we made, Zhao Heiyang reminded him. Our deal consisted of me helping you slay the other super creature. I have done my part. This wasn't a part of it, so it is no concern of mine. Hansen was far ahead of the others, yelling back as he ran alongside Qin Xuan. Zhao Heiyang was furious. The blood centipede was a Goliath, and it terrified them all. This was surely a foe no human could hope to compete with. A second later, the creature's mandibles grabbed another Zhao family member and sloppily devoured him. There were only 3 people of the Zhao family left now, but the blood centipede did not continue to pursue them. Instead, it took off in the direction the other super creature had gone. When Hansen saw it, his heart jumped. The super creature had been attracted away by Wang Yuheng, but now the blood centipede had, as well. Things were taking a turn for the worse. How can Wang Yuheng be so unlucky? There is always some misfortune waiting to befall him. Hansen was planning to go after Wang Yuheng, but then stopped and went towards the blood spring instead. What are you doing? Qin Xuan asked from behind. I'm just going to take a look. You get away first, Hansen said as he ran back. When Zhao Heng saw Hansen run back, he was amazed, but they didn't dare follow. They watched Hansen run back all the way to the blood spring, unable to comprehend what his intention might have been. But to them, right then, they thought it better if Hansen were to get himself killed. The Zhao family had sacrificed many people this day, all to no avail. The creature they sought to kill had gotten away, and all they had incurred were great losses as a result. Hansen did not care what the Zhao family thought of him. He reached the broken rocks of the spring and jumped beyond. Earlier, when he turned on the Dongchuan Sutra, he had detected the presence of a life force inside it. He already knew there was something in there. And now, while the blood centipede was away, he thought it would be okay to take a proper look at whatever lay inside. Beyond the broken stones was a tunnel that led into a cave. Inside the cave rested a blood-red egg. It was like a football, but it was completely red. The strong life force Hansen had detected came from the egg. Hansen was overjoyed at the discovery. He had eaten the devil ant king egg not too long ago, so he knew that this had to be some good stuff, too. There was no life geno essence inside, and it could be eaten to immediately receive super geno points. Its consumption was a much easier process than absorbing a life geno essence. Hansen had not expected the centipede to create an egg, but regardless, he leapt over and quickly pocketed it, before turning around to exit. Hansen was still wondering how he might hope to save Wang Yuhang when suddenly, he heard a sharp, monstrous, shrieking sound emitted from the forest. In the distance, he noticed many of the ancient forest trees getting toppled in a wave that moved towards Hansen, and he figured that the blood centipede had sensed its baby being stolen. Hansen did not linger, and quickly ran in the direction Zhao Hang had been running. He was much faster than Zhao Heiyang, and quickly managed to catch up with him. Zhao Heiyang looked back with surprise. Hansen was directly behind him, but behind him, the giant centipede also came. The giant, slithering body was uprooting trees and spoiling the earth as it rampaged towards them. It was like a crazed dragon. What have you done? Why did you bring it back this way? Zhao Heng inquired, in evident anger. Me? Oh, I didn't do anything, Hansen said, as he continued running forward and leaving them behind. Zhao Heng cursed Hansen, praying the worst death would strike him and strike him soon. Hansen had attracted the monster their way, but he was now leaving them behind like bait. They wished they could kill Hansen. Hansen was far ahead of them now, due to his speed. The blood centipede, however, looked likely to catch up with the Zhao family members. Hansen caught up with Qin Xuan, who was still firmly ahead, leading the escape. When he turned to look back, he noticed another person of the Zhao family had fallen victim to the vile creature that chased them. Let's go. Hansen grabbed onto Qin Xuan's waist, summoned his wings, and flew to the sky. But then he heard the blood centipede roar. It was 100 meters long when looking down, and Hansen watched it spread transparent blood wings. It took off into the skies towards them. Bollocks. Hansen thought he could fly away with relative ease. He didn't expect the monstrous foe to possess wings of its own, and it flew with such great haste. It was much faster than the berserk sacred wings. You run that way. Hansen gritted his teeth and returned to the tangled forest floor. He put Qin Xuan down and ran in another direction, attempting to draw the centipede away. Hansen successfully drew away the flying centipede, and it went back to chasing him through the forest. Many trees were toppled in its rampage, and many of the forest's other creatures were promptly evicted. Those that could fly soared away in fright, whereas others fled as quickly as they could on foot. Every other creature in the forest seemed terrified of the centipede. Hansen opened his gene lock and used Dongshuan Sutra to simulate the light sun of God's energy flow. It increased his speed by a good deal, but even then, it wasn't enough to gain a good lead on the foe that pursued him. All he could focus on doing was running as fast as he could and not slacking into the hungry mandibles that were chasing him. This monster was incredibly powerful, and it was something the Adderade would surely struggle to beat. The Adderade wasn't weak, but the size between the two was not comparable. The blood centipede had a unique power that made it far stronger than the Adderade, too. Hansen thought about throwing the centipede's egg away, but he didn't want to. Hansen tried to let the little angel draw the attention of the centipede, but it was as if it had locked onto Hansen, without a care for anything else. The little angel swung her greatsword at the centipede many times, but the creature had countless wriggling legs that blocked each attempted attack. She couldn't get a hit in. Hansen kept running until there were no more trees to evade. After leaving the canopy of the forest behind, he found himself before the slopes of a grand mountain range. He had no idea where he had come to. Hansen had no other choice but to run headlong up the mountain. He circled one of the mountains and tried his hand at fighting the centipede for a bit. Hansen felt strange. When he was in the ancient forest, he had seen many creatures fleeing for their lives. But these mountains were barren, and not a single creature was around. After running the length of 2 mountains, he hadn't managed to see a single other creature. It was a dull, lifeless region, composed of gray cracks. Few plants grew there, also. Hansen did not have the time to stop, poke about and ponder the area he had stumbled into, however. With his gene lock running, he was on a timer. He had been running for half a day, and he was already starting to feel exhausted. His body was in agony, and he feared if he kept going, his body might end up permanently damaged. But still, he couldn't afford to stop, and turning off the gene lock would remove his ability to simulate the light sun of God's energy flow. This would result in his speed decreasing, and the chance of him not being able to outrun the centipede's crazed pursuit. Hansen gritted his teeth and took the centipede egg from his pocket. planning to throw it at the centipede so he could escape the area with life. He turned around to take a look and noticed that the blood centipede was no longer directly behind him. In fact, the centipede was down near the foothills, merely crying out to Hansen. It didn't come after him, as if it were afraid of something. Hansen was surprised, to say the least. He looked around and saw nothing out of the ordinary. While the craggy mountains appeared nearly identical during his run, he had drawn close to a mountain that was different than the others. The mountains around the one he was on were gray and rocky, but the one he was on now was blue. The rocks there appeared to be metallic. He wasn't sure what made this mountain so unique, but the scary centipede only roared and did not come up. Despite its desire for Hansen's blood, all it did was twirl and writhe around, breaking the rocks that peppered the foothills. Its power did not matter in the shadow of the blue mountain. It appeared. Hansen acknowledged something was wrong, and so he quickly cast Dongshuan aura. Still, he did not notice the presence of anything strange around. There did not seem to be any life on this mountain. Hansen felt relieved, for he was at least out of danger for the time being. But he couldn't relax, for the radius of his Dongshuan aura was limited and it did not reveal all that may have been there. Hansen then raised his head to look up the mountain. The mountain was massive, and its head rested above the clouds. He could not see what secrets its peak might have hidden. And as for the rest of the mountain, it was as barren as ever. It was entirely blue, and only metallic rocks resided there for decoration. There wasn't even a single blade of grass. What is that blood centipede afraid of? Even with its baby having been nicked, it doesn't dare set foot up here. Something has to be amiss with this place. Hansen looked up the mountain and could not see anything through the mist that cloaked the top. Although Hansen was curious about what may have been up there, he had respect for the proverb that concerned itself with feline mammals and the consequences of their curiosity. Therefore, he resolved to walk around to the other side of the mountain and descend that way, in an attempt to escape the centipede. The red centipede still did not dare ascend the blue mountain, and it only stared at Hansen. But wherever he went, the monster carefully followed him. Hansen gritted his teeth again and placed the centipede egg between the rocks of the blue mountain. Then, he went in another direction. He hoped the centipede would remain, showing concern for the egg more than the person who had stolen it. But things did not turn out the way he expected. When the centipede saw its egg, it only enraged the centipede further. It still wouldn't descend the blue mountain, and instead, it wriggled with greater ferocity as it traced Hansen. Its exclamations were even louder as well, and the pitch of the echo was heightened as its wretched voice carried across the mountain range. The sound of rocks breaking continued under the jittery legs of the centipede as it traced the egg thief. Big marks and clefts were left in each ravaged rock. This guy really wants me dead. Hansen's heart sank. He imagined the best he could do right now was use his little angel to take the egg and lead the monster away. But just as Hansen was willing to do this, he suddenly heard the sound of a bell toll from atop the mountain. Dawn, the sound of an ancient bell rung from high above, echoing across the expansive mountains. It caused the energy inside Hansen to turn into chaos, and he quickly ran Dongshuan Sutra to quell his disturbed flow. Dawn, when the bell rang again, a weird power caused the energy inside him to coil and swirl in turmoil once more. Hansen gritted his teeth and continued casting Dongshuan Sutra to soothe the restless energy and fight back against the mysterious tone of the bell. The bell's sound was quite beautiful. It possessed a certain power that cast what seemed like a sonic wave, dispelling the mists and clouds that obscured the peak of the mountain. Like a curtain being pulled, the entirety of the blue mountain was then revealed. Hansen looked at the blue mountain's peak and tried to see what was there. He was eager to learn where exactly the bell had tolled from. Hansen's pupils shrunk. He saw a mysterious blue shelter residing atop the peak. Its presence there was like a castle, perched in the heavens. The blue shelter looked rugged, though. Many parts of the building had fallen and crumbled. Even the gate of the front wall had fallen, succumbing to mounds of dust. The place looked as if it had been abandoned a long time ago. Shelter. How can there be a shelter out here? I wonder, is it a human or spirit shelter? Hansen observed the distant shelter as best he could, but did not see too much. Although it seemed to have decayed over time's relentless march, it still looked solid, perhaps even operable. It looks like the shelter isn't home to any humans or creatures. If it is, why would it be in the state it currently is? But then again, why would the blood centipede be so afraid of it? While Hansen pondered the stockpile of questions that now occurred to him, he saw the blood centipede start moving again. After the broken shelter had revealed itself, the blood centipede possessed what seemed like a renewed courage, and it rapidly climbed the mountain after Hansen. Hansen froze, and when he thawed soon after, he quickly took off running up the mountain. The monster had most likely believed the shelter was whole, which held off its initial advance. But now that it knew the shelter was an abandoned ruin, It ascended the mountain without fear. Hansen had no other choice but to ascend. He hastened his brisk steps to ramble and climb his way up to the shelter. It was a decayed structure, and it didn't look like anyone lived up there. But if there was still a teleporter inside, and it was still in working condition, he could escape by returning to the Alliance. Hansen ran inside the shelter and strode across the thick dust that had gathered so deeply that it felt like snow. The blood centipede followed Hansen to the front of the shelter. It hesitated before the entrance for a moment, but still decided to follow him inside. The blue metal shelter had many toppled buildings, and many structures only had one or two disheveled walls remaining. Some had been cut in half or even had their roofs shaved off. Hansen's run kept him weaving left and right between the remains of old buildings and constructs to avoid the centipede's pursuit. He summoned the little angel and gave her the egg, bidding that she fly away from him to the other side of the shelter. The blood centipede shrieked at Hansen, but turned around and gave pursuit to the little angel now instead. Hansen had finally achieved a moment's reprieve. He moved around the decayed shelter in search of a teleporter that may have fared better than the rest of the area. He had searched through a number of ruined buildings and was still in awe of the devastation. The entire area was a mess, as shrapnel and bits of twisted metal lay strewn about every corner. But thus far, unfortunately, he was unable to find a teleporter that was in good shape. In his search, he stumbled into a plaza which contained a half-toppled bell tower in its center. The bell was composed of blue copper, and it exuded an aura of mystique. Strange carvings were etched into the metal of its composition, with many of the drawn shapes resembling bugs. Hansen saw this blue bell and wondered if this place had indeed been abandoned. Why had 6 bells rung out earlier? Hansen looked around, observing the thick dust that coated each crevice of the lost shelter. He didn't see any footprints or marks that suggested occupation. Even the blue bell was covered in dust and ash. He believed it must have been years since a person last touched the bell. The tolling bell could not have been this one. Hansen flapped his wings and flew onto the bell tower to take a closer look. Hansen was then hit with a sudden surprise. There was a body inside the bell tower that looked like a human in rugged clothes. Through decay over time, the body was little more than a dust-covered skeleton. Hansen summoned a lance to poke the clothing that once dressed the deceased. With little effort, the clothes and bones fell apart into ash. Was this a human shelter that got attacked by some fearsome creature? Hansen came down from the bell tower and treaded the shelter with a little more care this time. Hansen summoned his super armor in case something unfortunate was about to happen. Since there weren't any other humans around, no one would see or recognize him. The fallen metal buildings were everywhere, and he couldn't find a single building that had been left untouched. Most of the houses did not contain teleporters, and the ones Hansen found were broken and had ceased to function. Hansen later discovered many other skeletal remains that were similar to the first one. For some reason, all it took was a little touch for the remains to crumble and wholly collapse. Hansen had searched through half the shelter so far and had yet to find a single working teleporter. The little angel was on the other side, keeping the blood centipede busy. He didn't fancy venturing that way. Strange, aside from the blue copper bell, there aren't any other bell towers here. There aren't any other bells at all. What tolling bells did I hear? Hansen thought, puzzled. While Hansen was deep in thought, he heard the mystery bells ring once more like thunder. The shock was so strong, he almost collapsed. Hansen quickly ran his Dongshuan Sutra to quell the energy inside him. He raised his head and saw the bell in the bell tower was ringing, all by itself. Not even a stiff wind brushed it, yet it tolled. Why is this happening to me? Why does the bell ring itself? Hansen tried his best to calm the energy inside him. As he stared at the bell, the little angel and the blood centipede stopped fighting, as if they were both affected by the bell as well. Dong! The blue bell rang again, at an even scarier tone than before. It was loud, like an explosion detonating right on Hansen's eardrum. The tolling of the bell, when he had been further down the mountain, was not as strong as what he was hearing now, because he was so close to it. Every ring was like a thunderbolt that convulsed his body and caused him to spit blood from his mouth. Dong, dong, dong. The blue bell continued to ring, and Hansen continued to writhe, oozing blood from his mouth. He used the Dongshuan Sutra the best he could to fight back the damage caused by the loud tolling of the bell. Although the Dongshuan Sutra was powerful, it didn't provide enough relief to fight back the noise. The energy inside Hansen went insane, and the chaos inside highlighted every vein that coursed through his body. A green vein, in particular, began to expand in his body, looking ready to rupture. Some of his smaller veins were broken already, which dyed his skin red. It was a frightening sight to witness. The blood centipede was not doing any better. In its agony, it twisted and wriggled around on the ground, toppling many buildings. Its madness only generated more noise. The bluebell seemed to deal damage to any creature that heard it. The more energy a creature had, the more damage it suffered. The little angel, however, was not affected. Her body's energy exuded a holy presence, and because of her purity, the bell could not deal damage to her. But the little angel still had to fight back the noise, and so couldn't do anything else. Suddenly, Hansen's mind flashed back to the berserk devil unicorn that had finished evolving. He summoned it before he considered whether or not it would even work. The black smoke whirled around Hansen like a black hole. The sonic pulse pounded the black smoke, which caused a bit of it to evaporate. Its disappearance revealed Hansen slightly, consumed by the protective smoke. But when the noise halted for a moment, the black smoke fully rejuvenated. It was like a shield, protecting Hansen. Through the black smoke's protection, Hansen didn't feel as affected by the tolling of the bell. Now, his Dongshuan Sutra was able to fight it. The discord of his energy began to simmer and settle down as the veins relaxed and returned to their ordinary size and shape beneath his skin. That's some good stuff. Hansen was overjoyed. He then thought to himself, if the devil unicorn can block elemental attacks, does that mean the bell's noise is a special sort of element itself? After 9 times, the bell stopped. There was no more noise, but that only led Hansen to discover something even more frightening. The bluebell was alive. It started flying, and looking set to crush Hansen, it suddenly went right for him without cause. Inside the bluebell was a blue metal chain, and at the bottom of the chain was a cone-shaped, blue metal ringer. The ringer was the reason the bell had rung. Luckily, Hansen's energy was no longer messed up and he could focus. Quickly, he jumped and rolled away, evading the blue bell that tried to land on top of him. Fortunately, the bell was not as quick as he feared it might be, which allowed Hansen to dodge the attack. The blue bell missed Hansen, but it didn't try again. It immediately stopped going after Hansen and went after the blood centipede instead. The bell spun around and around like a saucer as it went. When it arrived, the bell that was only as tall as a human morphed its shape. As it hovered above the writhing centipede, it expanded until it was large enough to consume the entire creature. Seeing this gave Hansen the heebie-jeebies. Boom! The blue bell landed atop the twisting centipede, and then Hansen heard noises come from within. He heard the centipede trying to fight its way out of the bell's entrapment. The noise that emanated from the bell was not unlike the ringing he had heard earlier. Every tone was a shock, and Hansen had only his devil unicorn to repel it. Of course, it wasn't half as effective as the noises from earlier, as it wasn't a proper tolling. These noises were created by the panicked centipede, and as such, the devil unicorn could block each pulse. The blood centipede continued fighting on the inside for half an hour, until its noise gradually weakened. After another half an hour passed, there was no more movement to be heard at all. Hansen then finally saw the blue bell move again. It spun around in the air again before shrinking down to its initial size. When it was about as tall as a human again, it went for the little angel. From its time beneath the bell, the blood centipede had now become nothing but bones. It looked as if it had been dead for a good many years, just like the bones Hansen had seen earlier. But the little angel wasn't threatened. She dodged the incoming bell with ease and then smacked it heavily with her greatsword. A deep cleft was left in the bell's side, which made the object squirm backwards and unleash more of its horrible tolling sounds. The little angel's energy was messed up as a result, and she had to cast her energy flow skill to ease it. She could not dodge the bell's attack due to this, and all she saw was the bell spinning towards her. The little angel hastened her cast and was able to quell her inner turmoil and evade the bell's strike with just enough time. Still, by exerting so much effort, her energy had become even more messed up. Hansen then decided to summon the little angel back to the Sea of Soul, which made the bell lose its target. But after the little angel disappeared, it did not turn its attention to Hansen as it had previously. It merely flew back to the bell tower and reattached itself. What is that thing? Is that a super creature? Hansen was flabbergasted. Aside from that, he couldn't think of what else it could have been. Hansen had never heard of a super creature using bell noises to kill people before. Hansen looked at the bell once more and then walked near the corpse of the blood centipede. When Hansen touched it with a bit of strength, it crumbled into dust. This blood centipede's essence has been drained by the bell. Hansen was surprised. Clearly, the monster bell used the tolling sound to screw with the energy flows of its potential victims. When people or creatures were in pain and struggling with the confusion of their energy going haywire, the bell would fly out to cover them. That was what had happened to the blood centipede. Such a terrifyingly powerful foe was completely drained of its essence in less than an hour. Hansen now knew the bell was a frightening thing. But fortunately, it was slow, and if you could repel the noise, then you didn't have to be too afraid of the fiend. The bluebell only attacked Hansen once, and after he dodged it, it didn't attempt to get him again. It had some intelligence, that much was certain. It most likely realized Hansen was too agile for it, and there was no use going after him. What a strange super creature. I wonder what manner of beast soul I would receive if I killed it. Hansen gave the bluebell another look, the grimace of greed creeping upon his face. But killing the bell wouldn't be easy. Merely attacking it would generate the sound that disturbed energy flows. Hurting the monster meant hurting yourself. There would have to be another solution for killing it. It was a shame the little angel was not a spirit. If she was a spirit, she could use the devil unicorn beast soul herself. With the protection of the devil unicorn, her energy would not be disrupted and she could fight the bell with all her power. But she wasn't a spirit, she was a pet. She was unable to use any beast souls. As a result, Hansen continued to observe the bell for a good long while. But he could not come up with a better solution. He summoned his little angel again and got her to attack the bluebell once more. Dong! The little angel struck the bell with all her might, and it rang with its wretched toll. The strike did leave a decent mark on the bell, however, and it became enraged in response. It flew madly towards the little angel, attempting to swallow her. Hansen immediately returned his little angel. Having lost its attacker, the bell returned to the tower and reattached itself. This could work. Hansen was delightfully surprised. He resummoned his little angel and had her attack the bell once again. He cheesed it this way many times. The bell was covered in clefts and deep cuts before long. When the bell lost all patience with its phantom attacker, it started to toll itself. Dong, dong, dong. The horrible bell noise racketed across the shelter and beyond. Hansen put the little angel back in the Sea of Soul and used the devil unicorn to shield himself from the noise's effect. After a while, the bell stopped ringing. Then Hansen got back to it. He summoned his little angel and bid for her to attack the bell once again. After she attacked, the blue bell took off in flight. This time, it was going away from the shelter as if it wanted to escape. Hansen didn't want this, so he commanded the little angel to chase after it. Dong! Another ringing sound erupted, and the little angel froze in the air. Fortunately, Hansen was able to summon her back in time. It seems like it is still able to toll, even during its flight. The sound is definitely weaker than when it was stationary. However, Hansen waited until the bell stopped ringing before resuming the chase. Across the mountains, the sound of a malfunctioning bell echoed far and wide. No creature dared to come near the airborne fighters. Hansen trailed behind it and used his Dongshuan aura to scan the bell. Hansen could not sense a life force on the blue bell at all times. He could only sense it when the bell started ringing. Hansen, as he observed the energy flow, thought it was quite strange. Hansen and the little angel chased it 1,000 miles. There were countless marks scraped across the entire body of the bell, and they had lost count of how many times they had struck it. Eventually, however, victory was achieved when the bell was hewn in half. It no longer rang after its final hit, and it crash-landed in relative silence. Super creature hunted, death knell. The beast's soul has been acquired. Its flesh cannot be consumed, but you may collect the life geno essence and obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. The announcement chimed in Hansen's head, which brought him great joy. But when he looked at the remains of the death knell that had been sliced in half, it didn't disappear. It remained where it had fallen. Can this guy be considered a second-generation super creature or third-generation super creature? Don't tell me a bell can produce babies. That would be hilarious. Hansen continued to observe it, pondering whether or not it could produce offspring. But he didn't concern himself with the question for too long before seeking to retrieve the life geno essence instead. The bell did not have any flesh. Aside from its outer shape, there was only the metal chain and pendant inside. Hansen looked at the pendant and summoned the little angel. He asked her to strike the pendant, which cracked open to release its blue life geno essence. I am going to be rich. A centipede egg and a life geno essence. And the strange death knell's beast soul on top of all that. I have earned a lot today. Hansen was more than pleased. He took another look at the shattered pieces of the slain bell, which lay scattered about. He brought out a bag and collected all the broken bits, crushing some of the bigger parts to fit them all in. Then he summoned his golden roar and placed the bag on it. With his rewards in hand, he turned to ride away. Hansen put away the life geno essence and let the little angel crack the blood centipede's egg open for him. The little angel sliced the egg, and that chimed the announcement. Super creature hunted, 1,000-blade blood dragon baby. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Hansen quickly lifted the egg that had been cracked open and consumed the yolk that was inside. The juice tasted like coconut, and it was quite nice. It surprised him, as it didn't taste like any creature. Thousand Blade Blood Dragon Baby consumed. You have received 1 Super Geno point. This notification played a few times, and a huge smile burst on Hansen's face. Try as he might, he could not stop grinning. The warmth swirled around inside his body and blended with his blood. The blood cells seemed to quickly morph, and they felt different from before. When all was said and done, the Thousand Blade Blood Dragon Baby had given Hansen 7 Super Geno points, which brought his total Super Geno tally up to 24. His fitness felt an immediate increase. After consuming the Thousand Blade Blood Dragon Baby, Hansen spent some time researching the energy flow of the blue bell. If he could simulate its energy flow, he could absorb its life geno essence. Hansen used Dongshuan Sutra to simulate Death Knell's energy flow, and felt his entire body vibrate. He heard the sound of a bell ring, and his body throbbed to its chime. Hansen flicked his arm, which generated a noise not unlike the death knell. The bell sounds no longer affected Hansen, but they made the golden roar by his side shake. This is interesting. If I use this skill, and people hit me, it should issue the same results as the death knell did. The sound generated should screw with an attacker's energy flow. Although I cannot simulate it to its original power, it might still come in handy. But this bell noise affects everyone and everything. It can even hurt my friends. I need to be careful when and where I use it, lest I commit friendly fire. Hansen was quite interested in Death Knell's energy flow. He tried it out for a while before trying to refine the bell's life geno essence. As Hansen began to refine the blue metal life geno essence, the cells in his body started to become lively. Although the life geno essence was named after death, its effects were to provide rebirth and a strengthening of one's genes and very life. When the refinement process was complete, Hansen's absorbance of the Death Knell life geno essence provided him 8 Super Geno points. This brought his total Super Geno tally up to 32. These are some good rewards I have received. If this continues, it won't be long before I max out my Super Geno points. But Hansen had to ask himself a serious question. Was he strong enough to visit his mother's shelter? With his own power and the aid of the Silver Fox and Little Angel, few creatures could threaten him. As such, he could consider going to visit her. Hansen. As Hansen walked past the human shelter, someone called his name. Hansen heard the voice and noticed it sounded familiar. He could not, however, recall to whom it belonged. He turned around and saw a big man running towards him, which surprised him. Brother Fist, Hansen shouted when his eyes recognized the face. He was one of the leaders of the Steel Armor Shelter's army. Although he never spent much time with Hansen, they had a friendly relationship and had cooperated on various occasions. Brother Fist was a friend of Fang Jinki, and Fang Jinki was one of Fang Zuxi's elder brothers, who had grown up with Hansen. Brother Fist was also a good friend of Tang Zhenliu. That was why they respected each other, despite not having done much together. Brother Fist, I know you love me, but I am a raging heterosexual, and this is getting a little awkward. Hansen slipped out of his grasp. Hansen was quite tall himself, but Brother Fist was even taller, standing about 2 meters tall. You feel awkward? I don't. Brother Fist patted Hansen's shoulder, smiling as he spoke. I do love you. I love you so much. Seeing you here brings tears of joy to my eyes. So why don't you come help me and Fang take a spirit shelter? Fang Jinki is here, Hansen asked, with a tone of surprise. Me and him are stuck at the hip. We are like 2 peas in a pod. I can't believe we both arrived here in this dump. Upon our arrival at the Second God's Sanctuary, there are no resources here, and neither are there many elites. I still need to collect a whole trove of sacred Geno points, so we're making plans to take down a royal shelter to make our lives easier going forward. There is a small number of elites nearby, and we figured we would have need of their help. But here you come, passing me by. It's a stroke of good fortune. Brother Fist tugged at Hansen's arms as he kept walking and explaining how things had been. The area was a little better than the ice field had been when Hansen first arrived there. Still, there hadn't been much change since. Brother Fist and Fang Jinki were not living here happily as a result. Hansen followed Brother Fist to a night-class shelter. Fang Jinki was there, and when he saw Hansen, he had a similar reaction to Brother Fist and said, Hansen, what brings you here? Oh, what a wonderful opportunity. We are off to try to take down a royal shelter, so you should join us. Hansen smiled and agreed. He'd be able to obtain a new royal spirit, and at the same time help old friends. He didn't see a reason why he should refuse their polite request. It had been a long time since Hansen last collected a spirit, and he hoped it would be another beautiful lady spirit. She'd fit in nicely in the ranks of his goddess army. Today, the Thunder Shelter and the Devil God Shelter's people are coming. When they arrive, we can discuss any new proceedings with them, Fang Jinky said, with much excitement as well. Clearly, they had no idea Hansen owned a super pet and had achieved what he thought to be common knowledge. They just believed Hansen was any old, ordinary elite. Hansen did not spoil their perception, and simply allowed them to arrange everything. He only had to help them and get the royal spirit when the time came. With his power, there was no possibility of him failing. But when Fang Jinky and Brother Fist brought Hansen over to discuss matters with the others, there were disagreements. Brother Fist and Fang Jinky knew Hansen was an elite, so they wanted him to receive a higher share. The people from the Thunder Shelter and Devil's God Shelter, however, did not agree. They insisted Hansen was just another component of the team, and he shouldn't receive preferential treatment when it came to the distribution of loot. Kai and Jiang, how can you say that? We are cooperating to take down the shelter together. We have plenty of time to discuss this, Brother Fist said, frowning. Kai and Jiang, from the Thunder Shelter, replied, if we are cooperating, then we should use the contract we have already signed and settled on. For you to go out in search of someone else is a concern of yours, where the rewards come directly out of your own shares. You cannot burden us with someone whose aid we have not asked for. Why should we give him anything? With our manpower like this, taking down the royal shelter will cost us much. Hansen is a fierce and strong elite. He can secure our victory. Our sacrifices will be considerably lessened by his presence, I assure you, Brother Fist explained. Hansen wasn't really interested in this talk of a cut. All he wanted was a new spirit, and he'd have long been gone had the possibility of earning one not been a prospect. Extra money made no difference to him, so earning a cut didn't really entice him. Oh, come on. Who do you think this guy is, Coin? If he's that good, then why bother coming to look for us? Go and take down the shelter all by yourselves. They can do that, can't they, Liu? Kai and Jiang then dragged the Devil God Shelter's leader, Liu Tai, into the argument. Liu Tai said, Kaian is correct. After everything was supposedly prepared, you are the one who has brought an extra person into this. Our shares have been settled. Therefore, there is no need for us to make a change that would accommodate him. Kai and Jiang and Liu Tai were not budging on their stance, and Brother Fist and Fang Jinky could not take back their proposal. Brother Fang and Brother Fist, can you guard the shelter? Hansen asked them, seeing that their argument had now come to a standstill. Brother Fist wasn't sure what Hansen meant, but right now, he couldn't allow anyone to believe he was weak. In fact, Brother Fist and Fang Jinky were the strongest evolvers in the region. The Thunder Shelter and the Devil God Shelter combined would not have the strength to take them on. They wanted more resources, which was why they wanted to take on the Royal Shelter. Fine, there is no need to cooperate. We will indeed tackle it ourselves, Hansen said. When Hansen said that, everyone just looked at him without saying a word. Brother Fist looked ready to say something, and he moved his lips to do so, but no words were vocally drawn. He thought Hansen had suggested something ludicrous and quite frankly, impossible. Fang, this is possible, yes. Brother Fist did not have much of a background, and he hadn't heard the recent tales of Hansen's accomplishments. Fang Jinky smiled and said, if Hansen says okay, then everything will be okay. This guy is awesome. He can even slay super creatures. Fang Jinky had recently spent much time in his shelter, preparing for the attack. He hadn't heard about Hansen owning a super pet, but he had heard of his initial slaying of one super creature. He just wasn't entirely sure if the story was true. Holy crap, you really killed a super creature. Hearing Hansen say that, Brother Fist still struggled to believe him. Hansen had arrived at the second god sanctuary much later than Brother Fist did, and he lacked the confidence to slay even a sacred blood creature. Therefore, it was quite difficult to believe Hansen already had what it took to take down a super creature. Why did you not say something about this earlier? If I knew you were this strong, I wouldn't even have had to talk to them. You could solo a royal shelter easily. I'm afraid this will be difficult. That's okay. Me and Fan have a few people, and we can all accompany you. We are taking this royal shelter no matter what. It will be difficult not to incur any losses, but even if Kaian Zhang and Liu Tai show up to take advantage, we can guard the place without error, Brother Fist said. No, I meant it is difficult to go now. If I go now, I won't be back in time for my lunch, Hansen said. You don't need lunch. If we're taking a royal shelter, what use would it be to come back here? I will roast meat and heat up wine for you right then and there. My Fist family makes the best grilled meat, I'll have you know. All right then, let's go, Hansen said. Are Fist and Fang Jinky crazy? They are actually going to try to conquer the shelter with just their own people. Kaian Zhang and Liu Tai, after hearing word of their endeavor, were shocked. Upon leaving, they merely thought Brother Fist would renegotiate with Hansen and have him take a step back. They never expected them to follow through with what they had said and actually go there with only their own men. Kai Jiang and Liu Tai quickly rallied their troops and went out near the shelter to watch how things fared for them. If they had the opportunity, they'd waylay and try to mooch off their efforts. If Brother Fist and his people were injured during their fights, but were overall nearing success, they imagined they could swoop in and claim the entire shelter for themselves. When they arrived, they saw Brother Fist atop his mount, racing towards the shelter. They were fast approaching the gate. Brother Fist did not falter or slow, and simply followed Hansen's lead into battle. They were attempting to seize the shelter directly by attacking the main gate. What are they thinking? Do they honestly believe they can take on a shelter like this? Liu Tai frowned. Taking on a shelter from the front would consume far too much power, he thought. Many creatures poured out of the shelter to greet their would-be conquerors. There were wolves, bears, a variety of 10-meter-tall beasts, and a 50-meter-long snake. There were even birds, taking off into the skies so they could assail them from above. Hansen was riding his golden growler, leading the siege. The spirit shelter was rather powerful, but it was still weaker than Princess Yin Yang's shelter. A green-winged bird soared through the skies like a green cloud that blotted out the sun. Its presence darkened the region as it descended. Hansen did not blink and merely waited for it to complete its descent. When it did, he summoned his flaming Rex spike and swung it upwards. In one hit, the monster was cut in half. Blood and feathers danced in the air like rain. Sacred blood creature hunted, green cloud eagle. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of sacred geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. Brother Fist and the rest, who witnessed this scene, were shocked but happy. They called aloud with grand excitement. Kai Jiang and Liu Tai were taken aback after seeing this. To see a giant sacred blood bird creature killed in one hit like that was a frightening thing. A 10-meter-tall beast roared. On his approach towards it, Hansen leapt off of Golden Growler's back and brought his flaming Rex spike down on the creature's head. The weapon went clean through, splitting the monster in two, each split side of the beast falling a separate way as a heap of guts dropped directly down to the ground. When Hansen landed, the Golden Growler was by his side. Immediately, he leapt onto his mount and continued the siege. He was an unstoppable force. A 50-meter-long snake now guarded their approach. Hansen thrust into it with his Rex spike and threw it into the sky. While it was still airborne, Hansen sliced and diced it into a rain of snake bits, which fell down to the ground with thudding noises. Countless wolves and bears were killed without reprieve, their charred remains illuminating the battlefield. The guy was a killing machine, and within seconds, he was right before the entrance of the shelter. The entire army did not slow down for a second, and immediately hacked their way inside. Who is this man? Kai Jiang and Liu Tai had questions coming out the rear. Brother Fist and Fang Jinky, on the other hand, were surprised. They knew Hansen was strong, but not that strong. Under the pressure of his wretched, flaming weapon, not a single creature was given the opportunity to fight back. There, they saw a figure wearing steel armor. This person was 4 meters tall, and he wielded a great axe that was larger than a door. He was like a metal robot, standing vigil in protection of the spirit hall at its entrance. He was the spirit of this shelter. Hansen dismounted Golden Growler as the Rex spike in his hand began to spin. It spun faster and faster as Hansen approached the spirit, until the flames became a controlled tornado affixed to his weapon. The spirit roared and he brought his great axe down towards Hansen with both hands. The flaming Rex spike clobbered the great axe, shattering the blade in the process. The flaming Rex spike did not stop there, though. It pierced through the armor of the spirit and drilled directly into his chest. Hansen kept going, pushing the spirit into the spirit hall. The spirit was nailed to the statue, deader than dead could be. Hansen did not even look at the spirit, and just casually climbed the disintegrating body that had been pinned to the statue, using it for better grip. The spirit's body provided the elevation needed for Hansen to effortlessly grab the spirit stone embedded in the statue's forehead. I, Steel Prince, am willing to submit and offer absolute loyalty to a new master. I will become a faithful servant from now until eternity. The steel giant responded via the spirit stone and pledged his allegiance to Hansen. He took off his steel helmet to reveal the face of a rugged man with long locks of black hair. Hansen put the spirit stone against his forehead, and in the bright light, the spirit stone combined with the entity of the Steel Prince. Then, he went into Hansen's sea of soul. Hansen's audience had their mouths agape. From the beginning, when they assaulted the gate, until now, effortlessly reaching the spirit hall and its master to finalize the conquest. It all happened in less than an hour. It was pulled off without a hitch, at a blisteringly fast pace. The people who followed Brother Fist and Fang Jinky looked upon Hansen with great shock and were nearly traumatized by the repeated surprises Hansen had been delivering. The only ones in greater shock were Qian Jiang and his people. Get a fire going. It is time we feast. The royal shelter is ours. Brother Fist brought out the wine he had stashed on his beast mount. He raised it up and took a hearty swig. As the people warmed up, following their heart-stopping surprises, they began cheering in overwhelming joy. A lot of people had readied themselves to lose not only the lives of their friends, but their own lives as well. No one expected they would pull through without a single fatality, let alone a single scratch. Qian Jiang and Liu Tai watched the remainder of the creatures flee the shelter, in deep regret of their earlier decision. They did not expect Brother Fist to have found someone so strong, who could practically solo the entire conquest of a royal shelter. In deep regret, they wished they had accepted the new terms. If they had, they'd be inside reveling in the victory alongside them. But it was now too late for them to say anything, and they knew Brother Fist would not share the royal shelter with them. Brother Fist and Fang Jinky insisted on providing Hansen a share of the shelter's future income. After a contract was signed, the terms were for them to pay out a lump sum at the end of each year. Hansen remained at the shelter for one night, but rejected Brother Fist and Fang Jinky's request that he stay for longer. Upon leaving, he returned to the goddess shelter. Aside from Prince Steel, Hansen had also managed to obtain the giant snake's beast soul. It was a sacred blood-class metal-bone snake beast soul that took on the shape of a spear. It was a decent weapon. Of course, Hansen had no use for sacred blood beast souls anymore, and so he decided on selling it or at least trading it sometime down the line, if an alluring proposition or item caught his interest. Hansen rode his golden growler across the ice field. In his hands, a blue metal bell rested. This was the Death Knell's beast soul, and it was a pet beast soul. When Hansen held it in his hand, it looked like a toy bell. Seeing it there now, no one would ever comprehend what it must have been like to witness such a thing killing the blood centipede in the manner that it did. When Hansen first got this pet, he wondered how he would feed it. He didn't think it could consume meat. After conquering the shelter, Hansen tried to drip the blood of sacred blood creatures onto the bell. The result seemed a success, as the blood was absorbed by the bell, which soon after started to glow. That was when Hansen realized the bell drank blood. But it didn't drink any old blood. It only seemed to react to blood from sacred blood creatures. Similar to the little angel, it was a picky eater. Hansen wondered if, like with the little angel, sacred blood would not be enough to compel its evolution. He thought it would most likely require super creature blood to evolve into a battle mode pet. If this guy evolves into battle mode, could it be as scary as the original Death Knell? Hansen's heart was hopeful at the thought. For Hansen, felling super creatures was no longer an impossible feat. Therefore, attempting to evolve the Death Knell through the method he theorized wouldn't be an all too difficult task. On his return to the ice field, Hansen ran into Wang Yuhan. Or rather, Wang Yuhan caught sight of Hansen and then ran up to him. "Bossman, might you kindly sell me the life Geno essence?" Wang Yuhan asked, with a look of hope. The monster that guarded the blood spring was slain by Princess Yinyan after Wang Yuhan drew it away. No body was left behind, only a life Geno essence. Sure, you still haven't cashed in your 30% from before, and after the latest hunt, you are owed an additional 20%. It's yours if you can cough up the other 50% of what it costs. But you must also keep the item a secret. You cannot tell anyone that you practically stole it from the Zhao family. If they were to learn we stole their super creature, I can't imagine they'd do anything kind to us, Hansen said. I understand. I will tell the tale that this life Geno essence belonged to a creature we both found and fought together. I will tell this to my family as well. Aside from you and I, nobody else can possibly know, Wang Yuan said, with a voice coated in excitement. Hansen rolled his eyes. Zero was present, and she was most certainly aware of which creature had dropped the life Geno essence. He seemed to have forgotten about her existence. But regardless, Hansen believed he wouldn't admit the truth to anyone. His own hide would be on the line if he did. Not to mention his possession of a life Geno essence taken from the Zhao family would hurt his own family, if the truth were ever revealed. That was not to suggest Hansen was afraid of the Zhao family. Hansen looked for Huan Fu Ping King for assistance and brought a map of the second god's sanctuary with him. The shelter was enormous, and even with the powers of the Ares Martial Hall, it was difficult to compose such a map. There were a few 100,000 miles of uncharted regions as well. Many known places were marked as danger zones, and lengthy journeys were only made longer due to the detours travelers had to make to avoid such treacherous places. These alternate routes often tripled the length of a journey, but unfortunately, there were many places that could not be avoided at all. The Ares Marshal Hall paid hefty prices of blood for the cartography of such areas. The closest danger zone to the ice field, where no one was advised to visit, was called the Black Desert. This place was unavoidable, and it had earned an association with certain death. Inside the Angel Gene Corporation office, a man sat behind a desk. His face was gloomy. Zhao Heng and Zhao Heiyang were standing in the room, silent. With heads lowered, they could not dare look at the man before them. The man behind the desk looked to be in his 40s. He was fairly unremarkable in appearance, but his body exuded an aura of terrible power. Every faint movement he made was intimidating. Even though Zhao Heng was of the same generation, with his grandson at his side, he almost didn't dare steal the air to breathe in that room. He was the chairman of Angel Gene, Zhao Seventh. It was a very old-fashioned name, derived from being the seventh child of the family. The 6 brothers that came before Zhao Seventh were given much better names, but each of the 6 prior babies died during childbirth, and only Zhao Seventh had managed to survive. Back in that time, people were still superstitious, and the parents allowed a psychic to predict the life Zhao Seventh would lead. The prediction, however, stated Zhao Seventh would not survive the first 7 days of his life. These 7 days did not begin immediately following his own birth, but 7 days after his last brother died. Zhao Seventh would die 7 days from that day. The psychic foretold that the bad string of luck, which made the Zhao family's babies die, would end following the death of Zhao Seventh. If the mother was to make any more babies, they would live. 7 days after the 6th brother died, Zhao Seventh almost did die. Not wanting him to die, his mother did everything she could to protect him. She clutched Zhao Seventh in her arms and did not let go. A mother, who had 6 dead children, would not just sit idly by and watch her 7th baby die. On that day, his mother guarded him without rest. And something did indeed happen. The house collapsed, with the mother and son both inside. During the rescue operation, the mother was found crushed to death beneath the rubble. Zhao Seventh, however, was safe in the bosom of his mother's protection. She had died, but he had lived. He was fine, save for his mother's blood that soaked him. Upon his rescue, the baby was still licking his fingers and smiling jovially. And just like that, Zhao Seventh outlived his 7th day. Through his efforts, Angel Gene was built from the ground up, earning great renown for the Zhao family. It originally operated out of a small research facility, but it had since grown to become the Goliath entity it was on this day. Brother Seventh, I'm sorry, I messed it up. Zhao Heng was old, but in front of Zhao Seventh, he looked like a small, regretful child. His head was lowered and still, he did not dare look at the man. Everyone in the Zhao family was afraid of Zhao Seventh. They each spoke of how tough his life had been. And it was true. To develop Angel Gene into what it was, he had tread atop many corpses. Failure is nothing. It is mankind's habit to fail, and ill results are no stranger to any person. But those who do not recognize the mistakes that have led to their failure deserve a harsh response. Zhao Seventh looked at Zhao Heng coldly and continued, so tell me, what led to your failure? Zhao Heng, stuttering and tripping over his words, responded, I am sorry, but it was misfortune that led to our failure this time. We did not expect the hill of the spring to contain such a foul creature. And the boy, Hansen, was not willing to use his super pet to stay the advance of the super creature. He also led it our way, and it was that action that led to the significant losses we incurred. Zhao Heiyang had not said a single word yet, but he chipped in to help Zhao Heng by saying, Hansen tricked us. If he hadn't drawn the creature our way, we wouldn't have. Zhao Seventh looked at him coldly, and Zhao Heiyang swallowed the words he had yet to speak. It is my fault. Zhao Seventh looked at both of them when he said this. Calmly, he continued, it was my mistake for allowing you to tackle the foe without appropriate preparation. Leave now, but give Zhao Lion a shout. I need him. Zhao Heng and Zhao Heiyang breathed heavy sighs of relief. They left Zhao Seventh's office as if they had just dodged a death sentence. Not long after, a tall, middle-aged man knocked on the door of the office. He then entered. It was difficult for people to believe such a big and broad man, with a tanned face, had the name Zhao Lion. The name did not match the person, not by a long shot. Does the chairman have any requests? Zhao Lion politely asked. How are the Angel Gene fluid tests coming along? Zhao Seventh said, with a relaxed demeanor. Families always had at least one talented individual, and Zhao Lion was one of the younger family members he had taken a great liking to. Zhao 7th gave him a lot of important tasks. We're still in the first stage of testing. Our results have highlighted the presence of a variety of issues and problems. Time is all they request, however. They'll get it fixed in due time, Zhao Lion answered. How many first-stage test vials were formulated? Zhao 7th asked. There were 23 of them, Zhao Lion said. Give them to Zhao Long and his men, and have them kill Hansen at his shelter. I don't care what it takes, Zhao 7th coldly ordered. But the angel gene fluid is not yet stable. It has destructive results in the human body. If Zhao Long and his people use it, even if they succeed long enough to accomplish their task, they may not live very long afterwards. Zhao Lion sought to speak more. But what was cut off? The Zhao family has fed and cared for them. All for this day, Zhao 7 said coldly. He continued by saying, it's time we attempt the fourth stage test. Observe Zhao Long and his people after they use the fluid. The data you will collect is imperative for the future success of the angel gene fluid. Yes, Zhao Lion did not say anything further. He took his leave and went directly to the 19th sub-basement laboratory. According to the Ares Marshall Hall's predictions, should nothing too awry present itself, it would take Hansen a month to cross the Black Desert. If troubles did arise, no one knew whether or not he would emerge from that place ever again. Fu Pinking advised Hansen not to go, saying that his mother was at a big human shelter, and that there was no danger there. Even if Hansen wanted to give her something, he could have sent it via delivery. He didn't have to go in person. But Hansen knew that what he wanted to give his mother was not something he could easily trade. That was why he wanted to go there and visit her himself. Don't worry, I have a super pet. I will be fine. Hansen smiled at Fu Pinking while talking with her on the communicator. Fu Pinking merely sighed in response and said, do not underestimate that place. Our people have only traveled there once. A team comprised of 100 people were sent in, yet only 2 made it out half alive. Those who made it out weren't even sure how they did so. Their account detailed an encounter with a black dragon in the Black Desert. But another monster swallowed the black dragon up, and it looked like a phoenix. They spoke of mountains that moved, pits in the sands that consumed creatures, and worse. That place is far too dangerous for anyone to venture alone. How can dragons and phoenix exist in this world? This is not mythology, they are merely creatures. These beasts you speak of are most likely super creatures, at worst. And it's not like I haven't killed a super creature before. Hansen smiled again. I know my attempts at swaying your resolve to go there are futile, but still, I would like you to think about it and perhaps reconsider. Fu Pinking said. Senior, when I make it to the other side, await my report. I'll make sure to contact you and let you know of my success in making it through. Again, Hansen smiled. Okay, if you're that determined, how about you transport some beast souls on my behalf? Fu Pinking asked, with a wry smile. After his preparations were complete, Hansen brought along the silver fox and left the goddess' shelter. He traveled in the direction of the Devil's Mountain, and once over, he planned to veer away and head towards the Black Desert. But after arriving at the trail leading up and over the Devil's Mountain, he frowned. Immediately, he did not feel safe. I have walked this trail many times. There shouldn't be a threat. And I'm not Wang Yuhan, so I can't be unlucky enough to have misfortune befall me. Despite Hansen thinking this, he opened up his Dongshuan Sutra to scan the surrounding environment for life forces. He wanted to see if there were any powerful creatures in the vicinity. In the next second, Hansen's face changed. He sensed the presence of many powerful creatures, all about. He could sense the force of these creatures, but he could not tell what they were. Still, just sensing such life forces was enough to make Hansen almost panic. The energies he sensed were greater than sacred blood creatures, but not quite in the realm of super creatures. Hansen was more than surprised, because he had never sensed something like this before. Each of the energy life forces were different, but when he looked deeper, the forces seemed comparable to his own strength. The fitness of whatever awaited him had to be at least 200. But this was a strange number. Sacred blood creatures don't reach such levels, and super creatures were never so low. Even the silver fox had a stronger energy reading. There were more than 20 of these life forces, as well. Things were taking a strange turn. Shura, how is this possible? Hansen saw that each person had a horn protruding from their head, the sign of a male Shura. But Shura were unable to exist in this place, as they could not use beast souls. But as clear as day, Hansen could see them clad in beast soul armor, wielding beast soul weaponry. What is this? What's going on? Why are there Shura here, in the shelter? Did the Shura figure out how to survive here in this world? Hansen was shocked. If what he was seeing was true, then humanity was assuredly doomed. Quickly, however, Hansen realized something was wrong. Although they had horns similar to the Shura, their colors were off. The horns of a Shura could be black, white, gold, and purple. There were no red horns, which was what he was seeing now. One of the blood-horned Shuras let loose an arrow from a beast's soul bow. The arrow flew directly towards Hansen with frightening power. It cracked the air in two and approached him quickly. Dong! The Adderate appeared in front of Hansen and broke the beast's soul arrow. But this did not appease or make Hansen any happier. If anything, it made him look glummer than ever. The power of the arrow was almost as strong as what Hansen himself could achieve. "Who are you people?" Hansen called out, eager to know whether or not they were Shura. "We are the ones who have come to kill you," the man who fired an arrow coldly responded. He gestured with his hand, and he and his 22 blood-horned compatriots charged towards Hansen. On the other side of the peak, Zhao Lion was holding up a pair of binoculars. He was watching every little move with keen interest, and he recorded the results. First stage, Angel Gene Fluid versus a Super Pet. Let's see what happens. Zhao Lion looked excited, and he was eager to find out what was going to happen. But Zhao Lion knew that these evolvers, despite having a fitness level of over 100 and having consumed the Angel Gene Fluid, would still not have what it took to take down a super creature. Their primary target was Hansen, after all. But no matter how strong the super pet was, there was only one of it. They would not be able to protect Hansen when he was surrounded. It is a shame, though. It is a shame that I must sacrifice Zhao Long and all his people on the account of cutting down that Hansen. We should have loosed these warriors against the super creature. Zhao Lion felt sorry because the beast's soul would disappear into the empty upon Hansen's death, and Zhao Long would not be able to test his mettle against the super pet. The people who had consumed the Angel Gene Fluid were dead men walking, too. They could serve no purpose in the future. Dong! The Adderate swung her sword as Zhao Long and his people approached with firm haste. In a formation, they looked set to deal with the attack. The Adderate was a really powerful, oppressive force, but killing them in a short amount of time would be difficult. 8 of the people with blood horns surrounded Hansen. The Adderate spread its wings and flew past the blood-horned Shura. She swung her greatsword and sliced the arm and shoulder of one. The blood-horned Shura that was dealt the blow, however, acted as if it did not even feel pain. Without a care for the bleeding puncture, it swung its beast soul sword towards the Adderate's neck. Other blood-horned Shura approached the Adderate as this went on, in an attempt to surround her. She swung her greatsword again and decapitated the Shura she had already injured, before dashing away to avoid the attacks of the rest. The blood-horned Shura did not seem to fear death, and this made it increasingly difficult for the Adderate to finish the fight quickly. The first stage Angel Gene Fluid is clearly not as effective as we would have hoped. Plainly, they cannot compete with super creatures just yet. Their effectiveness against an evolver with an open gene lock would be much higher, Zhao Lion thought to himself, as he recorded the combat data he was obtaining from observing the blood-horned Shura. Although he could not use machinery to more accurately log the battle and performance of the combatants, he had sharp eyes, and his records would more than suffice. But non-evolvers are unable to cope with the mutation of their genes. If they could, the Angel Gene Fluid would have been enough to allow humans to slay super creatures in the first God's sanctuary. It's a shame, really. Zhao Lion then turned his gaze to Hansen, and continued to think, perhaps they may not be able to kill a super creature, but killing a human should be no problem for them. Even if he is a top evolver, with powerful beast souls and a high fitness level, there is no way he stands a chance against them. While Zhao Lion was deep in thought, Hansen summoned a crossbow that resembled a peacock. He withdrew a bolt from his quiver and loaded it. He wants to use a crossbow to kill the Shura. He is naive. With their speed, I doubt he'd be able to hit any of them, even if he had a Berserk Sacred Blood crossbow with Berserk Sacred Blood bolts. Zhao Lion raised his lips, confident in the blood-horned Shura. He had been in charge of the research program of the Angel Gene Fluid and was well aware of the terrifying power the subjects wielded upon consumption of the substance. Even elites with an open gene lock, upon facing one of these test lab Shura, didn't stand a chance. The only advantage such evolvers had were the skills of their open gene lock. But in every other facet, they would be inferior. The 8 Shuras surrounding Hansen began to swing their weapons toward him with bloodlust. Their power and speed made for a frightening combination. Eager to see what would happen next, Zhao Lion began to get excited. Experimentation and improvements to the Angel Gene Fluid were still ongoing. It would only be deemed complete when they could remove its negative side effects, and humans could freely consume it. Once it was complete, the Zhao family believed it would usher in a new era for humanity. Despite the scary Shura surrounding him, Hansen raised the crossbow, which emitted a number of black flashes. The bolts pierced through each of the Shura's heads, one by one like the tumbling of a circle of dominoes. 8 of them were killed in no time at all. They all crumpled to the ground, none of them managing to get within 2 meters of the person they had sought to kill. How is that possible? No way. Zhao Lian's eyes were wide open in disbelief, having great difficulty comprehending what he had just seen. He did not understand how the bloodhorn Shura could have been so easily killed by a crossbow like that. The super pet itself seemed to have a harder time killing its foes. Hansen is stronger than the super pet. That's impossible. That crossbow must be a super beast soul. It's the only explanation. Damn it. How can Hansen own something like that? How many super creatures has he truly killed? Zhao Lian quickly realized his mission today had failed. For as long as Hansen wielded that crossbow, he knew the Shura would pose no threat to him. Hansen observed the dead bodies that lay strewn about and frowned. The bodies of the blood-horned Shura, after being killed by the Adderade, began to rot quickly. Even the horns on their heads decomposed, as their mangled bodies reduced to thick, bloody mush on the ground. It was a grotesque sight. What are these things? Hansen frowned. Clearly, they weren't creatures, but neither were they humans. And if they were indeed Shura, as he initially suspected, there was something different about them. Hansen's thoughts turned to Zero, but she was vastly different than these monsters, as well. Regardless of whether Zero was in human or Shura mode, she did not have a disfigured body akin to the creatures he had just fought. Her body cleanly represented either a human shape or a Shura shape. These things cannot be a natural creation of this world. Humans must have constructed these beings. Whoever created these and set them loose upon me obviously wants to see me dead. But who would do such a thing? Hansen frowned again. Angel Jean seemed like the most likely candidate. Hansen did not continue. Instead, he returned to the nearest shelter and teleported back to the Alliance. If his opponent was willing to do this to him, he was afraid of what they might do to his family. No one would dare come after him in the Alliance, especially now that he was counted as one of the Jai family. So, the first thing he did when he returned to the Alliance was try to contact his mother. He wanted to tell her not to spend much time in the shelter and remain in the Alliance for as long as she could. Or at least, wait until he arrived there to protect her. But when Hansen called his mother, he received no answer. This made Hansen's heart jump with worry. Hansen called King Xuan and asked her to send a few members of the special squad over to protect his mother and escort her out of the shelter, if they could. The Blue Crystal Shelter was near the Bukta Mountains, and Liu Sulan was out on a hunt under the protection of Wu Qinggang. Although she already had a lot of Geno points, her combat skills and prowess were still somewhat lacking. Mrs. Han, it would be best if you came with us. The leader of sorts stepped forward to speak, and as he finished his line, delivered a half-smile. Who are you people, and why should I follow you? Liu Sulan asked, frightened at their sudden approach. Do not worry, we do not plan on bringing you harm. We are here to bring you reunification with your son, the middle-aged man said. What happened to little Sen? Liu Sulan quickly asked. You will know once you come with us, the man said, with a frosted tone. I'm not going with you, Liu Sulan said, as she nibbled her lips. Why do you even bother talking to her? Just capture her already, another man coldly interjected. Okay, then, the other man then gestured with his hand, and the rest approached her. They knew all about Liu Sulan. She was a housewife who killed a few ordinary creatures to survive. She has been taken care of through the kindness of others, unable to fight for herself. They had already separated her from the assigned protector of the special squad, which meant capturing her would be an easy task to accomplish. You guys have parents. How do you think they would feel if they knew you were out here, attempting to kidnap a lone woman? Liu Sulan sighed as she spoke. Shut up. If you refuse to come with us peacefully, take one last look at that silky smooth skin of yours, before we cut it up and drag you away with us, Zhang Feng coldly told her. Just when Zhang Feng's hand was about to touch Liu Sulan, she raised her silky smooth hand and casually waved it in front of Zhang Feng's neck. Flop, he was only 2 feet away, and Zhang Feng's head was removed from his neck as if it were severed by an invisible knife. Have any of you ever felt hopeless? Liu Sulan's face was like ice. She did not look scared or afraid at all. She looked devoid of emotion, cold. Just cold. Their hearts shivered as chills ran down their spines. Blood spread all about like flowers. She quickly moved around, and with each directional turn, red syrup followed. Devil, you are the devil. Du Ruzhai was petrified with fear. All the elites around him, including Zhang Feng, and 2 with open gene locks, they most likely had the power to slay or capture a super creature. If they didn't possess such power, it would have been impossible for them to shake out 3 sacred blood creatures to attack and draw away Wu Qinggang. But the elites were now mercilessly slain by a woman that only had to walk 10 quick steps to sever each elite's head from their neck. Yet with the cleric blood that sprayed and flowed, not a single droplet stained the woman's clothing. Liu Sulan still looked as elegant and as gentle as ever. The woman stood in front of Du Rajai, who no longer thought she was a pretty woman. She was now the devil. Don't kill me. I still have my parents, and I have a wife and kids. Du Rajai slobbered his plea for mercy after dropping down to his knees. The devil doesn't believe in tears. Liu Sulan gave Du Rajai was one last, cold look. She swung her hand, and another head rose to the sky with an airborne wake of blood. The Blue Crystal team found Liu Sulan out near the mountains and quickly brought her back to the shelter. Wu Qingdian killed one sacred blood creature and managed to chase away the other two before returning himself. The Blue Crystal team believed things were not as simple as they might have initially seemed, as those sacred blood creatures should not have appeared where they were in the first place. But aside from their intrusion, nothing else happened. Liu Sulan was safe. Although it was strange, Liu Sulan's safety was all that mattered. After she returned to the shelter, she teleported to the Alliance. Near the base of the mountains, the ground seemed disrupted. The soil seemed fresh, as if something had been recently buried. Mom, are you okay? King Chuan had told Hansen what had occurred at the shelter, and he found it strange as well. I'm fine. What could have possibly happened to me? Liu Sulan asked. Mom, I may have offended someone in the shelter. They have tried to come at me already, but they were unsuccessful. Little Sen, who did you offend? Will something happen? Liu Sulan worriedly asked. Don't worry, I can handle all this. Your son is strong now. Hansen smiled as he spoke. It's my fault for being unable to protect you. Liu Sulan spoke with a tone of sadness. Mom, it was difficult enough for you to raise me. Now, I should be the one protecting you, Hansen quickly told her. Little Sen, do you still have your great-grandfather's relic? Liu Sulan asked him, seemingly randomly. Of course I do. Do not worry for that, Mom. I always carry this pendant, Hansen said. All right, then. A look of relief then washed over Liu Sulan. After hanging up the communicator, Liu Sulan's expression was complicated. She thought to herself, after all these years spent working so hard, can we still not escape this loop? After Hansen confirmed his mother's safety, he decided to resume his journey to the Blue Crystal Shelter. Hansen was riding Golden Growler through the Black Desert, and because of the region's vast size and barren wastes, he looked lonely and small in its midst. I wish I did not have to eat or drink. At least I would feel better in this damn place if I did not have to. Hansen had been on his traversal of the Black Desert for 6 days before realizing he was lost. A massive black sandstorm had kicked up 2 days prior, which was quite threatening. It did not harm Hansen, but in his escape, he ended up losing all sense of direction. The silver fox didn't look comfortable under the sunlight. It still remained perched on Hansen's shoulder, but it used its own tail as a shield or fluffy parasol to block the sunlight. It also yawned a lot. A shelter. Hansen saw a really large building in the middle of the black sands he traversed, which made him open his eyes wide. Even if it wasn't a human shelter, and as long as it wasn't a super shelter, he could venture inside and obtain a new spirit. If he did that, he could teleport back to the Alliance and have a hot shower. He could rest, restock, and prepare himself once more. Hansen hurried his Golden Growler, wanting to approach the place faster. He keenly observed the shelter as he drew closer and closer. It was fairly small, so he became certain that it wasn't a super shelter. But when he got closer, Hansen began to feel a little disturbed. The shelter looked a little disheveled and rugged. It didn't look to be in total ruin, but it most certainly looked like an ancient city that had been abandoned a long time ago. This cannot be an abandoned shelter. Oh, please, God, let the teleporter still be functional. Hansen prayed in his heart. As he got closer to the Yellowstone City, things were not as bad as they initially seemed. It was indeed a human shelter, and before the front gate, he noticed a giant parasol had been placed. Under the parasol was a sunbathing bench with a person lying on it. There was a beautiful woman lying there. She had nice long legs with short black hair. Her butt was firm and round like a peach, whose limelight was only stolen by her large boobies. Her waist was slim but solid, and you could espy a little muscle there. In the middle of this boring black desert, Hansen's eyes almost fell out at how amazing this sight was. How could Hansen see it so clearly? Because the short-haired lady was naked, sunbathing on the bench in a relaxed posture. Are my eyes playing tricks? Am I suffering a hallucination? Having been in the Black Desert too long, maybe it really is a mirage. Hansen rubbed his eyes hard, wanting to confirm what he was seeing was actually true. The Yellowstone City was still there. The parasol and the sunbathing bench were still there, as was the beautiful lady. But Hansen still did not believe it to be true. He put the Golden Growler back in the Sea of Soul and sped up his approach to the Yellowstone City. He ran there as fast as his legs could carry him. As Hansen got closer and closer, the image of the place he had discovered became clearer and clearer. It really did seem like a real place that existed. No way. Is this for real? There is no way I'm this lucky. It doesn't make sense to have a pretty, naked woman sunbathing here in the desert. This must be a hallucination. It must be. Hansen was now in front of the short-haired lady. He reached his hand out to grab the woman's bubble butt to confirm the validity of his vision, and was surprised to feel that her skin was smooth and bouncy to the touch. He could even feel the sunscreen that had been rubbed in. Maybe I was wrong. This does seem real. Hansen thought it felt really good, so he squeezed her butt some more. A second later, however, the short-haired lady woke up. She turned her head in a sleepy fashion and said, "Little orange, don't do that. I'm trying to sunbathe here." When her eyesight came into focus, and she saw Hansen with a hand still firmly clasped on her buttock, she completely froze. They both locked gazes with each other for a few seconds before the woman snapped, which led to a scream echoing across the black desert. Her beautiful legs were like two lashing dragons, attempting to capture Hansen like a pair of scissors. They looked ready to cut him down right then and there. Hansen kept evading her capture and tried to plead with the woman, saying, "Lady, I have been wandering the black desert by myself for far too long. I thought I had encountered a mirage. I was only concerned with checking whether or not my eyes were playing tricks on me." Although he wasn't telling her the whole truth, he was never going to admit how he actually enjoyed playing with her butt. "I'm going to kill you." The woman did not care for his words and continued trying to attack Hansen. "If you want to kill me, can you at least put on some clothes first?" Hansen kept stepping backwards, talking to her. Things had gone a little haywire, and viewing her flailing naked body was getting a little awkward. The woman froze and screamed once more. The next second, the woman summoned armor to clothe her body. She gritted her teeth and resumed her attempts to attack Hansen. "Lady, you must believe me. I am a soldier with ethics." Hansen thought he had heard these words spoken somewhere before, and so he used them. The woman continued as if she were both deaf and mad, and her attempts to attack Hansen did not slow down. "Lady, if you keep doing this, I will have to be rude. You won't be able to blame me for what happens next. It is daytime, and you are without clothes in public. Sunbathing or not, I am not the only person who would stop to admire you," Hansen said. "Screw your public. Aside from you, what other perverts might be hiding around here?" "Huh." The lady spoke, amidst her frantic attempts to attack Hansen. Hansen just now noticed there was no one else in the city. Aside from the short-haired lady, the local vicinity was entirely dead. Even after using Dongshu and Aura, he could not detect the presence of any other life forces in the area. "There's only you here in this city?" Hansen asked the woman while dodging and blocking her attacks. The lady no longer answered him, and continued trying to attack Hansen. Hansen's principles were simple. If he was able to explain a predicament first, he would. If he couldn't, fight first and talk later. Hansen then used one hand to grab the lady's leg and the other hand to grab her fist. Then he pulled and flipped her onto the ground. The lady used her other hand to try to fight back against Hansen. He grabbed the fist and pulled her arm behind her back. Then, he pulled out the platinum chain on his waist and tied her legs and arms together. After that, he picked her up in one arm. "Asshole, let me go." The woman was very stubborn and was not keen to give up. She now tried to use her teeth to bite Hansen, but from the way she was being held, she could not reach him despite her best attempts. "When you calm down, I'll let you go." Hansen continued to hold the lady who had been tied up. He picked up one of her beverages and started to drink it. Cool. Hansen drank 3 of her beverages and belched loudly. "You're an asshole, obscene and cheap. Don't touch my beverages." The lady became even angrier as she watched Hansen consume her drinks. Hansen ignored her and carried her into the city. The city was desolate. The ruined remnants of old stone houses were all that was there. Dust and sand had caked much of the ruins, and it looked like no one had lived there for many years. There was no trace of occupation to be found. Hansen proceeded towards the plaza. A small shelter like this did not contain teleporters and ordinary rooms, only public ones in either the plaza or spirit hall. But when Hansen saw the teleporter, he was disappointed. The teleporter appeared to be damaged and inoperable. Hansen walked deeper and deeper into the city, but found little more than lines of ruined houses, sand, and dust. The houses were only 2 stories tall, but there was a spirit hall. The spirit hall stood out amongst the rest, at 4 stories tall. "Don't go in. Leave this place." "Why?" Hansen noticed she finally appeared to be willing to talk, so he lowered his head to ask her. "You can't go in there because you can't." "Stop. Don't go in. There is a scary spirit in there," the short-haired lady quickly shouted. Hansen lifted his lips and told her, "But it's such a small shelter. This is a noble shelter at the most, so what manner of scary spirit can possibly reside here?" Besides, if there is one, how have you managed to teleport in and out of this place? There really is a spirit in there. And I have never left this place, the short-haired woman stressed. Don't tell me those beverages came with you on a journey here. Hansen was not buying her story. When the short-haired lady heard that, she thought about Hansen not only squeezing her butt, but also drinking the beverages she had held onto for so long. And the fact he drank 3 all at once. Angrily, she said, "Yes, that is right, you big horny asshole. Give me back my beverages." Hansen still did not believe her. Still carrying the woman, he approached the door and pushed it open. Hansen had already used his Dongshuan aura to take a peek inside, but couldn't detect anything. Therefore, he believed she was lying. "Don't go. There really is a scary spirit in there, and you'll regret stepping inside. Let me go and die inside there all alone. Don't drag me down to hell with you." The moment Hansen stepped into the spirit hall, his heart jumped. A scary force approached him like a black shadow or a toxic snake. Dawn. Hansen held his flaming Rex spike horizontally and blocked the shadow-like snake. He saw what appeared to be an arm-thick, black chain wrap itself around his Rex spike. On the other side of the black chain, a person appeared to be holding it, clad in broken armor. He was impaled on a black pillar, and the chain he wielded led through his body and into the stone behind him. The man looked pretty but cold, and he had long, narrow eyes. He had 2 fox ears in his long black hair. He coldly looked at Hansen as his long fingers clasped the other end of the chain. The man yanked the chain, and a powerful force tugged Hansen towards him. Hansen was shocked, but he let go of the flaming Rex spike that had become entangled with the chain. Hansen summoned his Snow Lady Beast soul and combined with it, returning the Rex spike as he did so. The man lashed his black chain, which had split into 1,000 smaller snakes that sought to latch onto Hansen. If he didn't do something, he'd be covered in a legion of the slithering fiends. "Oh no, I'm dead. Did you just want someone to die alongside you, so you didn't have to die alone? I have never had a boyfriend, and I have never had sex. I don't want to die yet." The short-haired lady was still under Hansen's arm, and seeing the black chains, she almost started to cry. But then Hansen moved his body. With the lady in hand, he managed to weave and evade every single chain lash. The attacker looked spooked, and so he lashed his chain again. The black chain that he wielded looked alive, and it turned into a toxic snake that tried to snap and bite Hansen. Hansen ran between the chains, and no matter how frightening the weapon was, it could not touch him. "I'm going to die. I'm going to die." The short-haired lady felt like a passenger in a car driving at top speed along a cliffside. Any second, the car might tip and send her plummeting to the distant ground below. The short-haired lady's eyes were starting to water. Hansen had the skills to dodge the attacks. However, if the short-haired lady had been left to her own devices, she'd have been snatched up by the chain in an instant. But still, being held by Hansen and having her life put entirely within his hands was more terrifying than anything else imaginable. Hansen's face was starting to look gloomy, though, and he was already pushing his Dongshuan Sutra to the max. All he could do was continue to dodge the man's chain. And no matter how much he tried, he couldn't find a window of opportunity sufficient for him to make an exit. This is a super spirit, that's for sure. But why has it been locked up in here like this? Hansen pondered the peculiarity of Spirit's situation as he observed the hall in between his evasions of the attacks. There was no statue in the hall, just one black pillar. There were 2 black chains that were each as thick as an arm. They were wielded by the spirit, yes, but they were attached to the pillar through exposed wounds in the man's chest. The man had less than 1 meter leniency in movement, and the chain he used was one of the 2 that bound him to the pillar. Hansen used Dongshuan aura but was unable to observe the man's energy. Hansen tried escaping 6 times, but his withdrawal was prohibited each time by the chain. But still, the chain had yet to hit him, and Hansen's continued evasion was fueled by his simulation of Light Son of God's energy flow through Dongshuan Sutra. After an hour of this, Hansen finally managed to exit the hall. The spirit's full power was undoubtedly restricted by its binding. Why is that spirit chained up here? There is no statue or spirit stone here. It's pretty strange to say the least. Because he had no spirit stone, Hansen had no particular interest in killing the spirit. Killing him did not provide Hansen any benefit, and instead, it might only aid his attacker. If the spirit died, it would simply respawn at its own spirit stone, and it would not be trapped like it was now. "You damn pervert, let me go." The short-haired lady, whose face was painted with dried-up tear marks, felt her waist begin to hurt. "Sorry, I forgot all about you." The short-haired lady tried to stand up, but her waist was very sore. Her whole body was feeling numb, too. She stood up halfway, but then stumbled and fell back into Hansen's arms. Hansen helped her stand up straight, smiled, and said, "Lady, I know I am handsome, but please slow down. There is no need to literally throw yourself into my arms. I am not willing to date just anyone. It is important that we get to know each other first. You go to hell." The lady pushed Hansen away and sat down on a stone stair, feeling somewhat crippled. She then began rubbing her sore waist. Hansen wanted to flirt with the lady for a bit longer and perhaps come to learn of what might have happened here. But suddenly, he felt a scary presence dawning someplace outside the city walls. It was moving quickly. Hansen seemed glum and looked out towards the city gate. He asked the short-haired woman, "Lady, aside from this spirit, do any other horrible creatures reside in the area?" The short-haired lady did not answer. Hansen heard loud footsteps, however, and then he saw a creature that looked like a cat. It looked like a cat, but it was as large as an elephant. It had orange fur and was stomping towards them. Hansen frowned. With the life force he could sense, he acknowledged it as a super creature. "Little Orange, good timing. This big pervert has been trying to bully me, so get over here and kick his ass." The short-haired lady saw the super creature and suddenly looked overjoyed. She leapt onto the back of the cat and stroked its head. With a paw, it pointed towards Hansen. The creature used its big round eyes to look at Hansen, and then let out a fearsome cry. Meow. Watching an extra-large orange furball approach with haste, the silver fox that was still perched on Hansen's shoulder moved before its master could. The silver fox's hair all stood up, and a charge of silver light began to form across its pelt. With a fierce discharge, a silver thunderbolt struck the super creature that the short-haired lady referred to as Little Orange. The shrill shriek of the cat, and the sharp scream of pain from the lady that mounted it, sounded at the same time. Although Little Orange was much larger than the silver fox, they were both juvenile super creatures. The cat looked like it had been born before the silver fox, but somehow, it seemed to be in alliance with the short-haired lady. The short-haired lady was frozen while watching her cat get bullied. She was quite surprised earlier, when Hansen managed to escape from the spirit hall without suffering harm. But now, she was even more surprised that the little pervert silver fox pet could challenge her own. And the way it attacked was more of a fun-making tease than anything. Birds of a feather flocked together. The short-haired lady shouted aloud, despite the fear that started to encroach upon her mind. When Yume became an evolver and entered the second god's sanctuary, she never expected she would be sent to a dump like this. Not a single human populated the region, and when she first came here, she witnessed a creature battling a spirit. That was how she made it out of the spirit hall upon her arrival, and that was how she also became stranded, here in no man's land. Yume was fortunate enough to meet Little Orange in the shelter. It did not treat her like an enemy, and it was really nice to her. The reason Yume had managed to survive here was all down to Little Orange, as a matter of fact, who frequently went out to collect loot for her. The flesh of the creatures it brought her was of the sacred blood variety, which surprised Yume a lot. After being together for a long time, the bond between Yume and Little Orange had become a strong one. They hunted together often, and she was able to witness how easily Little Orange slew such creatures. But this powerful Little Orange of hers was now getting bullied under an oppressive little fox, and she was starting to grow a touch worried over its well-being. Yume turned to look at Hansen with her concerned expression, but she was surprised to see him already walking closer. He wore a smile, and a horny glint twinkled in his eye as he returned her a gaze. "What do you want?" "I'm warning you, I am a powerful evolver. Keep your hands to yourself and do not attempt anything stupid." Yume asserted a battle position as she gave Hansen her warning. Her proclamations of strength were untrue, however, and the feigned tone of power she tried to force did not work. She lacked the intimidation she desired. After all, she had been easily restrained by Hansen earlier, and now her greatest pillar of support, her pet Little Orange, was getting played with by the man's pet silver fox. "Let me ask you a few questions first. If your answers satiate my curiosity, I will forget that orange furball ever tried to attack me. Otherwise," before Hansen finished his sentence, he laughed twice with a menacing tone. "Otherwise what?" Yume's heart was struck with a chill after seeing Hansen laugh. "Since there are only the two of us here, whatever transpires between us can only be kept like so. If I am in a good mood, I will and then kill you. If I am in a bad mood, I will kill you and if my mood is ambivalent, then I'll just kill you all." Hansen bluffed. When Yume heard him speak those words, her skin flared with goosebumps. She forced herself to present a cute smile, and with a voice of pleading, she begged, "Oh, big brother, there is no need for you to do something like that. We are both humans, aren't we? And in this grand second god sanctuary, we were fortunate to cross paths. Our encounter has to be one of fate. We should help each other, not antagonize each other. What is your name? Hansen gave Zhu Yume a deep stare as he asked. My name is Zhu Yume. I hail from a poor family of minor prominence. I worked my hardest to become an evolver, and I cannot believe I ended up here in this place. Not a single other person exists here, and it seems like I cannot leave. I almost died here. Beating you was a stroke of luck, indeed. Zhu Yume looked very pitiable right now. Put away the acting talent. You are very young and powerful to have joined the second god's sanctuary. You must have maxed out your sacred geno points to become an evolver. And you are saying you hail from a poor family. Hansen spoke with disdain. Zhu Yume presented an awkward smile and said, well, I'm alright. I'm poorer than most rich people, but I suppose I'm a little wealthier than most poor people. Just be honest with me. Do you think I won't hesitate to strip you naked and throw you into the spirit hall? Hansen gave her a grim face as he told her this. Okay, brother, I will tell you everything you wish to know. Zhu Yume was spooked by Hansen once again. Hansen was then quickly educated on who she was and the relationship she shared with Little Orange. Zhu Yume was quite something, and she was a councilman's child. Although there were many children in the Zhu family, not all possessed power. But being an evolver with maxed out sacred geno points at such a young age suggested she was quite powerful amongst the members of her family. Hansen then learned all about Zhu Yume and Little Orange's bond, which wasn't all too different from his with the silver fox. Such a thing was very rare, as creatures didn't often come to acknowledge humans as potential masters. Hansen lay down on Zhu Yume's bench. He drank another one of her beverages, and at the same time, asked her questions that piqued his widespread curiosity. Zhu Yume's heart began to bleed when she witnessed Hansen resume drinking her beverages. She had been saving them for half a year, but she had to concede and allow it and answer every question Hansen posed. One can after another, Hansen drank. He had been traversing the desert for quite some time, and he had grown tired of the repetitive taste of nutrient solutions. Having long fancied the taste of something else, he couldn't quite help himself from taking her drinks. He had drunk so much that her coveted trove of drinks had now been depleted, and only one remained. When his devilish hands reached out to grab it, Zhu Yume reached a breaking point. She could no longer restrain herself, and so she lunged out to grab the can. She quickly opened it and gulped it down in one large swig. After she was done, it was as if it had instilled her with a renewed confidence. She chucked the can away, looked at Hansen, and told him, do whatever you want to me, I would rather die with dignity. Hansen took off the sunglasses he was wearing, which also belonged to Zhu Yume, and looked at her face, which spoke of a willingness to accept death. Then he said, your dignity is equivalent to the worth of a soda can. Zhu Yume's face went all red. She had been stuck in this place for the longest time, and the drink and snacks she had kept were a suspension and fortification of her hope. Now that had been ruined by Hansen, she took a few steps backward and asked, what are you doing? What? Must I report my comings and goings to you or something? Hansen smiled at Zhu Yume. No, you aren't. What? Zhu Yume's tongue tangled itself, tripping her words. She looked happy. If you really want to die, I can aid you in accomplishing this desire. Hansen said, no, you commit to your own deeds. I can take care of that myself. Zhu Yume was starting to talk nonsense. Hansen ignored her, for she was just a young woman. He only wanted to tease her, not outright bully her. Pervert, horny bastard, asshole, animal, obscene, cheap, watching Hansen enter the city and end up a good distance away from her. Zhu Yume spoke as many profanities about him as she could. Zhu Yume was a little depressed. The shelter was far too small, and if she had to remain here with the horny bad guy, problems were bound to occur at some point. I'm so young and sexy. I have a great figure. There is no way that bad guy will refrain from touching me. Should I escape into the desert now? But then again, I have no idea where I am or where I might go. And there are so many creatures out there, it'd be dangerous. If I don't escape, the holy temple of my body will be desecrated by that bad guy. Zhu Yume struggled with the decision. The silver fox eventually got tired of running around, and it ended up taking a rest on the city's gate. Little Orange had grown tired too, and despite its meowing, it didn't bother jumping up. Whether it was too tired or simply understood its inability to ever catch the silver fox, she didn't know. The pet is just like the master. All it does is infuriate others. They are both just as bad as each other. Zhu Yume thought to herself as she peered at the silver fox that was resting above the gate. She was mad. She didn't want to provoke it, however, as she had seen and felt firsthand how powerful the silver fox was. And so, she still contemplated whether or not she should escape. It was almost sunset by now, and she couldn't come to a decision. If Hansen was an ugly bastard, Yume would have already run off a long time ago. But the guy was fairly handsome and quite clean. He didn't look all too scary or villainous, and that was the reason she refrained from running away the moment he left her. Strange, what is he doing in the city anyway? Why has he been in there for so long? The time she had spent contemplating her decision of whether or not to stay had made her oblivious to Hansen's disappearance up until now as well. But now she started to worry for him. He had been gone for an entire afternoon. After all, "Hey, are you in there?" Yume called out from the outside. "What is he doing in there?" Yume bit her lip and tiptoed into the city. She sleuthed around carefully in search of him, so she could maybe catch a look at what he had gotten up to during his absence. But after walking around for some time, she couldn't find him. "That's strange. Where did he go? Has he left this place?" Yume mumbled these words beneath her breath, which made her feel a little strange. As she was doing this, it was too late for her to notice. She tripped over something and ended up on the ground. "Ouch!" Yume cried out in pain. When she raised her head, she noticed Hansen standing right in front of her. In one hand, he held a cake. In the other, a freshly brewed beverage. She also noticed he had changed his clothes, and his hair was damp. His body exuded a pleasant body wash fragrance. He had been in the shower. "Where did you get all that from?" Yume asked, with eyes opened wide. "I bought it, of course. How else would I get it?" Hansen gave her a look as if he was witnessing the feverish question of a mad woman. "No, that's not what I meant. Where did you buy all this from?" Yume quickly asked. "I bought it from a vending machine. Where else could I buy them?" Hansen returned the question. Yume believed she was going insane. Without a care for how powerful he was, she grabbed Hansen's arm and asked, "You can leave this place." "Well, duh. How else could I have bought such stuff?" Hansen smiled. "How did you get out? Isn't there a spirit guarding the teleporter?" Yume asked with giddy excitement. "I just walked. Big brother, if I offended you earlier, in any capacity, it was because of how young and reckless I was back then. Could you find it in your heart to forgive me?" Yume held on to the urge to try to strangle Hansen. She hovered around him in a cute pose, smiling fondly towards him as she spoke. "Okay, I forgive you." Hansen nodded. "Brilliant. Then come on, let's go. I'll pay you back once we're free from this place. When should we head out?" Yume had been driven slightly mad after being here all alone for so long. "I told you I forgave you, didn't I? I didn't say I'd take you out of this place," Hansen calmly told her. "Teal, what do you want?" Yume almost fainted in anger, and her finger trembled as she pointed it at Hansen. "Nothing. I just don't want to commit to the effort of getting you out of here," Hansen told her, drinking his beverage. Yume was fuming mad, but she knew there was nothing she could do. She couldn't beg, fight, or do anything for him. Suddenly, Yume's eyes drifted to the snacks Hansen had brought with him. She suddenly grabbed the bag and ran. While she ran off, she said, "You drank all my beverages. This is payment for that." Yume quickly jumped on top of Little Orange and presented Hansen with an ugly face. She pulled the drinks and snacks out of the rucksack and shouted to Hansen, "Since you aren't going to make an effort to bring me away from this place, I'm going to eat all the snacks envisioning they are you." Yume imagined the snacks were Hansen, and so she ripped, tore, and bit into them to release her anger. It had been a long time since she last ate and drank like that. Once her belly had been stuffed and she couldn't eat anymore, she went to sleep atop Little Orange. Saving people was a good thing, but it was more often than not a troublesome task. If he brought Yume out with him now, the Jew family would most likely be made aware of the connection he had with her. If he didn't bring Yume, perhaps the Jew family would hate him for it. If Hansen tried escorting her away, and something was to happen to her while she was in his hands, the Jew family would be out for his blood, too. Perhaps the Jew family would be understanding, but with what he had recently been embroiled in, he wanted to be more careful. When Yume next woke up, she noticed Hansen and the silver fox were gone. She thought Hansen had returned to the Alliance for a while and would come back shortly, but after he had disappeared for a whole day, she began to get worried. Hansen had previously asked her what points of interest there were in the area, and she had informed him of a black mountain that wasn't too far off. That mountain was inhabited by a strange twin-tailed purple scorpion. It was a creature that even Little Orange was afraid of, and was most likely a fearsome super creature. When Hansen heard of a lonely super creature out there, he had shown a feverish desire to slay it. If it was a second-generation super creature, that would have been the icing on the cake he very much desired. According to the directions Yume gave him, Hansen had to walk 100 miles to just about see the mountain in the distance. Hansen rode his golden growler towards the mountain, and with the silver fox by his side, all the other creatures that inhabited the area hid. He managed to detect the life force he had been searching for and hurried his golden growler up the slopes. Eventually, he laid eyes on the twin-tailed purple scorpion, which he found wandering the foothills of the mountain. It was fervently digging into the sand. There were many black rocks in the hole it dug, and it was a trying task for it to remove them. The twin-tailed purple scorpion was 1 meter deep, but Hansen could not guess what it may have been searching for. Hansen wanted to observe the twin-tailed scorpion's strange behavior for a little while longer, so he did not summon his little angel to immediately attack the field. For a better view, he climbed atop a 10-meter-tall boulder, and then resumed watching the scorpion digging up the rocks. He had become quite keen. While watching, he opened his gene lock with the Dongchuan Sutra to observe its energy flow, and assert whether or not it was a second-generation super creature as he had hoped it to be. Hansen was disappointed, however. The energy inside the scorpion was all blurred, and he could not watch the energy flow properly, which meant it was only a first-generation super creature. Since it was only a first-generation super creature, all he could hope for by defeating it was a beast soul. The life geno essences weren't useful to him, and only fronted a monetary value. Hansen didn't want to sell too many life geno essences, either, as they tended to make others jealous. The entire alliance was currently focusing on him like starved beggars admiring a spit roast. Is this guy a little too thirsty? Maybe. Perhaps it's trying to get some water. Hansen said this in half-jest, because he knew that super creatures did not need to eat or drink to survive. Only certain special super creatures or pregnant super creatures would occasionally eat. It kept on digging until it vanished from sight, and all Hansen could see was the remaining presence of a hole. Hansen summoned his wings and flew up high to get an aerial view of the hole. Upon inspection, he noted that the hole was a dozen meters deep and it eventually opened up into a cave or cavern of sorts. There has to be something special down there. Hansen was surprised, and so he summoned his super armor and ventured inside with his silver fox in hand. Once he had dropped down into the cave, he noticed the presence of an opening in one of the walls. He ventured closer to have a look, and what he saw surprised him. There was a further cavern inside, one that was massive. He couldn't even begin to predict how large it was. The twin-tailed scorpion was inside, snapping the bamboo-like plants. The shoots were hollow inside, but many of them contained big white bugs, not too dissimilar to silkworms. They were only about 10 centimeters long, but they looked juicy and fat. The scorpion ate the white bugs and bamboo together, which produced an echoing munching sound. If the scorpion is eating, that most likely means it is pregnant. Hansen reviewed the situation and asked himself a number of questions. The bamboo and the white bugs in the cave were eaten in droves by the hungry scorpion. Eventually, it looked to be full and wanted to leave, and so it started to return in Hansen's direction. Hansen quickly made his exit and evaded the scorpion's sight. It wasn't long before the scorpion itself re-emerged, and when it did, it went up the mountain. Hansen did not give the scorpion chase. If it really was pregnant, he knew it'd be a waste to kill it now. He much preferred the idea of waiting until it had given birth before slaying it and the baby. But Hansen still had a strong interest in the bamboo he had observed down below and the white bugs they seemed to contain. He waited until the scorpion was long gone and then, with a command for the silver fox to stand guard, ventured back inside. He didn't want to risk having the scorpion return and corner him. There were many bamboo-looking plants in the cavern, and they were about 30 centimeters in diameter. Many of them had already been snapped in two by the scorpion following its visit, so there was a lot strewn across the ground. Hansen picked up a broken shoot of bamboo and tried to crush it in his hands but could not. He had to amp up his strength and exhaust all the power he could to eventually do so. That's some tough bamboo. Hansen threw the bamboo on the floor and then summoned his pickup crossbow. He loaded it with a Z-steel bolt and fired it at one of the bugs that was trying to crawl its way into one of the broken bamboo ends. The Z-steel bolt pierced through the white bug's body, which made it squeal and release a white fog. It's a mutant creature, but how can a mutant creature release frosty air? This is strange. I thought only super creatures could wield elemental attacks. Hansen was curious, and so he summoned his flaming Rex spike to kill more of the silkworms on the ground. Over and over, the announcement continued to pop. When the dark silkworms were killed, they each let out a frosty air. The creatures were weak and unable to fight, so Hansen was able to hack them up casually and without worry. Mutant creature hunted, dark silkworm. The beast's soul has been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant geno points, ranging from 0 to 10. After Hansen hunted 30 silkworms, he finally heard the announcement that indicated ownership of a dark silkworm. Mutant dark silkworm, one-time use hidden weapon. Hansen summoned the mutant dark silkworm, which sprouted a big, white, and fat bug on the palm of Hansen's hand. It was rather heavy. He looked at it for a while, unsure of what it did. After some thought, he threw it at the cavern wall. Tang! The fat bug hit the wall and exploded. It unleashed a heavy white mist. The fog's radius was about a meter, and the stone wall it had been thrown upon was caked in a layer of ice. This is interesting. Hansen was rather shocked while looking at it. It was just a mutant class beast soul, yet it could unleash a certain frosty power. This was not normal at all. I wonder if there are any sacred blood class dark silkworms here. After killing 100 more of the Wrigley silkworms, he managed to obtain another 2 mutant beast souls. But still, no sacred blood types. Never mind. Let me pack up the ones I've already killed and vacate the area. After Hansen picked up all the silkworms he had killed, Hansen suddenly heard a noise come from deeper within the bamboo forest. It seemed that something was emerging from further within. Hansen scanned the bamboo forest with alertness, as if he had activated God mode. With his senses, he was able to determine that something was traveling towards him at a rapid pace. It was currently 3 miles away, but that distance was sure to close fast. Is it a sacred blood dark silkworm? The thought of this made Hansen quite happy. As time ticked by, the unseen menace closed the gap between them. When it emerged, Hansen was finally able to see that it was an extra-large grub. Its body glistened like ice. A frost aura encompassed it, and it left a trail of ice in its wake. He took aim at the bamboo forest, and when it was close enough, he pulled the trigger and swiftly ended its life. It had now come within 1,000 meters of Hansen. He refocused his peacock crossbow, but then heard more noises from the bamboo forests. It now seemed like an entire choir of creatures were frantically racing through the forest. At this, Hansen's face changed. Now, he was seeing a large number of icy silkworms emerge from somewhere in the bamboo woods. From his quick, initial tally, he managed to count 100 of them. Impossible. How can there be so many berserk sacred blood creatures in one spot? If there were that many berserk sacred blood creatures, then there had to be thousands of ordinary sacred blood silkworms someplace in the area as well. Instead of guessing, Hansen wanted to kill one and find out the truth. The hard light string moved and the Z-steel bolt took flight. It was like a beam of light, traveling 500 meters in the blink of an eye. It pierced through the ice silkworm's body and pinned it to the ground. Hansen was delightfully surprised, thinking the silkworms were easier to kill than he initially imagined they would be. Mutant creature hunted, dark silkworm. The beast's soul has not been acquired. Consume its flesh to obtain a random numeric amount of mutant genopoints, ranging from 0 to 10. Hansen suddenly froze with his jaw agape. He was like that for quite a bit. This isn't right. That can't be right. How can that be a mutant silkworm? How can a mutant class creature possess such a high life force? Hansen couldn't believe the fat ice silkworm was the same creature as the dark silkworms from earlier. But the announcement in his head could not be incorrect. Seeing more and more silkworms approach, Hansen ran ahead to kill them all. They were mutant class dark silkworms, same as the ones he had killed inside and outside the bamboo shoots earlier. Hansen was perplexed, and not yet able to think of a reason why their bodies would be so vastly different. The life force in their bodies was far stronger. How can the silkworms inside the bamboo breathe ice, too? Even sacred blood creatures can't do something like that. There must be an external force affecting these little icy blobs, one that I have not yet been made aware of. Whatever it is, it's imbuing them with frightening strength. Hansen killed the 100 big silkworms that approached and managed to obtain one additional beast soul. Hansen quickly summoned it to take a look. Its definition was the same, but its physical appearance was different. The head was bigger and the body was practically ice. Hansen threw it at a wall like before to check it out. It was much more powerful than the others, and the icy fog it unleashed had a radius of 3 meters. The frosty air itself was far more powerful, too. If they are both mutant dark silkworms, why is there such a clear difference between the two? If I killed baby ones earlier, and mature ones just now, it shouldn't affect the beast soul I just received. Beast souls do not factor in the age of a creature. This mystery is getting deeper. I wonder what is the cause for this curious anomaly. Silkworms have great genes, but it is a large race and they cannot all be mutant class. Surely, there have to be ordinary ones out there, too. The fact that all these are mutant class dark silkworms is nigh unbelievable. Hansen pondered the matter a little more, but then decided to hail for the silver fox to come down and join him. With the silver fox, he traveled deeper into the bamboo forests. In fear of the silver fox, all the silkworms went into hiding. If they couldn't escape, they'd hide in their bamboo shoots and shiver, which even made the stalks themselves quiver, producing noise like the rustle of leaves in the wind. The subterranean bamboo forest was enormous, but it had no stone pillar or significant stalagmites to support it. Supporting this humongous cavern was the bamboo itself, as the countless bamboo shoots rose from the ground and supported the ceiling. Hansen had traveled 30 miles through this subterranean kingdom, but he had yet to see an end. It looked mostly the same. As well, the only difference he noticed was in the temperature. The deeper he went, the lower the temperature seemed to tick. The thickets of black bamboo all around him grew denser, and after another 50 miles, the bamboo stalks were as thick as the trunks of trees. Frost covered the ground and the temperature had dropped to what would be an insufferable level for most people. Hansen proceeded, unfazed and unchilled, and it wasn't long before he ventured into a wholly ice-veiled area. The bamboo there was thicker than ever, and it would take 3 grown men, with their arms outstretched, to circle just one shoot. If there are dark silkworms in here, I wonder how big they are. Hansen used his Dongshuan aura to investigate, but could not see through the black bamboo to tell whether or not there were silkworms inside. Deeper in this wondrous bamboo forest, however, Hansen managed to detect one particular life force. Despite possessing jade skin, this frosty area, and the icy life force that swirled around it had Hansen shivering with the cold. The energy he had followed was strange, indeed. As he drew closer to the sparse meadow, Hansen's eyes remained fixed upon it in deep observation and contemplation. It was thickly iced, and in the center was a chilly, but not totally frozen, lake. In the lake, a plant that looked like a narcissus rested. The flowers were white. Hansen had seen his fair share of strange flora before, and although the narcissus was strange to see there, it didn't stand out or even unnerve him. If there was a super creature guarding the narcissus, Hansen would be glad. But that wasn't so, as he couldn't espy the presence of any super creatures around the lake. What Hansen did see, however, was a man sitting beside the still waters. He stared at the narcissus without moving, and this surprised Hansen. Hansen could tell that he was a human due to his attire. He was wearing a human battlesuit. Creatures and spirits wouldn't wear what this man was currently geared in. Why are there other people here? Hansen used Dongshuan aura to observe the fellow, and the results surprised him. He had quite the life force, one that was far from weak. This place having an actual living person surprised Hansen, as he believed himself to be the first person to ever set foot here. After all, the only entrance he knew of was the one that the twin-tailed scorpion had made. But it wasn't as if he had reached the end of this place, and perhaps further ahead was another more accessible entrance. "Friend, what is your name?" Hansen carefully walked across the ice and tried greeting the man. Provided there was no conflict of interest, Hansen was not willing to make another enemy. After all, meeting others of the same kind in a place such as the Black Desert was a delightful thing. And even a simple correspondence or dialogue with someone of your own kind was nice enough. Hansen continued talking as he approached the man. Still, there was no response. He didn't turn around or give any reaction. All he did was continue gazing at the narcissus in the lake. Hansen continued his approach, despite the lack of engagement from the other person. When he saw him more clearly, Hansen was shocked. It wasn't a living man. The man's clothing was fine, but the body inside had been frozen solid. It was like an ice statue. The fact that only his flesh had been frozen was strange, indeed. His clothing didn't even have a speck of frost upon them. Also, he did not understand why the life force inside him seemed to swirl, and suggest that he was a living person. Hansen's face quickly became grim. The man before him wore a battlesuit, but its model was something that hailed from the previous century. It seemed to be a relic from over 100 years ago. How can this man be frozen here? Is he dead or alive? Hansen's heart had been given a shock, and as he inspected the person, he noticed something in his pocket. Judging from its shape, it appeared to be a notebook or wallet. Hansen came a little closer and attempted to take it out of the pocket, as he was direly interested in a clue that would tell him who this person was. Suddenly, Hansen's heart leapt inside his chest, and the silver fox on his shoulder stood up in alarm. Its hair was all standing up, and it made grunts of caution towards the water of the lake. Hansen retreated without falter and stared at the frosty lake. The water in the lake suddenly arose into 1,000 airborne threads, with Hansen as the target. Hansen attempted to evade them, but the crystal threads were faster than Hansen was. He summoned his flaming Rex spike and swung it towards the crystal threads that came towards him. Pang! The flaming Rex spike smacked against the threads like burning charcoal tossed into water. Many of the icy threads evaporated into steam, but there were too many, and they came from every direction. They quickly wrapped around Hansen and became entangled like a spider web. Hansen felt as if a frosty air was beginning to invade his body. It wasn't long before the threads had wrapped him up completely, encasing him in a cocoon of sorts. His hands were tied up and he could no longer lash out with the flaming Rex spike. The silver fox wasn't doing very well, either. He kept blasting the threads with his silver lightning as much as he could. it did nothing to end their unceasing advance. Boom! A black smoke burst from Hansen's body like fire. It instantly incinerated the icy threads that had trapped him. The flaming wreck spike in his hand was swung madly towards the remainder, burning more threads into steamy bygones. Silver Fox, this way! Hansen shouted at the Silver Fox, and it quickly returned to his shoulders. Without delay, Hansen got back to swinging his wreck spike with ferocity at the icy threads. He ran in front of the frozen man and quickly grabbed something out of his pocket. He turned, knocked out more of the threads, and hastily retreated in the direction of the bamboo forests. The threads still coursed after Hansen, and regardless of how many he destroyed, more and more were generated by the icy lake. They were endless. The blazing fire of the flaming wreck spike was the perfect countermeasure to obliterating those he could strike down. Unfortunately, the devil unicorn beast soul was able to withstand the threads he could not react to in time. Hansen pondered what he had just encountered, as he had no idea what the living ice threads were. Hansen looked out towards the lake for a while, but nothing seemed disturbed. Then, he lowered his head to take a look at what he was clutching in his hands. Hansen had taken a wallet out of the man's pockets, and it had many cards inside. They looked very old, too. They were much bigger than modern cards, and thicker. They weren't as light as the current cards were, where 100 of them could be folded together and still be really thin. There were 30 of the cards, and their thickness and number filled up the entire wallet. It looks like that man really was over 100 years old. It's possible that he spawned in a shelter somewhere in the Black Desert, stumbled into this place as I have, and fell prey to the icy threads. Hansen observed the cards and contemplated the identity and possible story of the frozen man he had found. They were old cards, and aside from some cards that belonged to a few interstellar banking firms, Hansen had no idea what the majority of them were for. Suddenly, Hansen's pupils went smaller. He found a card which bore a familiar symbol, 9 life cats. Hansen was shocked, not expecting to see this symbol here. That meant this man who had died near the lake may have been a member of their organization. It looks like that organization has been around for a long time. Does it really have a connection with Blood Legion? Hansen continued to examine the rest of the cards. Then, Hansen's eyes stretched wide. Within the cards was a working license, and on the front was something he saw clearly. Secret Service, Team Number 7. Investigator, Continuation. This working license was the exact same as a relic Hansen once received after someone died. The only difference being the name. Continuation. Could he be from the Kin family? Hansen remembered Kin Xuan once told him she had an elder who worked in the Secret Service's 7th team. Hansen gave a strange look to the man who was sitting near the lake. If he was a member of the Kin family, what may have led him to die all the way out here? Wait a minute. Is he really dead? He still has a powerful life force swirling inside him. It's not something you can fake. So, is he really dead? Hansen looked hopeful while staring at the man. Hansen wanted to know what might have happened to the 7th team. If that man really was an elder of the Kin family, and he was still alive, Hansen was keen to finally learn the truth. Hansen emerged from the bamboo forest again, and he was greeted with the sudden reappearance of the icy threads. But to Hansen, who owned 3 super creatures, they could do little to stop him. Hansen annihilated the threads and arrived at the shore of the lake without trouble. As he went to pick up the man, he suddenly heard the sound of an explosion from the waters of the lake. Amidst the soaking turmoil and tossed water, a jellyfish-like creature arose from the waters. Under its control, the water of the lake threaded once more and viciously went after Hansen. Hansen was infuriated, so he raised the wreck spike to bring it down on the tentacle. But before he could strike, another tentacle grabbed a hold of his arm. The Silver Fox was spitting its bolts of lightning in a raging fury, doing its best to break the grip of the tentacles. But soon after, it too was grabbed. Another tentacle wrapped it up and began dragging it towards the water with its master. The Silver Fox's body unleashed as much silver lightning as it could. But still, it wasn't enough to break the hold the tentacle had on it. Little Angel. Hansen, unable to fight back, summoned his Adorade. The little angel appeared from the sky, swooped down, and with her greatsword, sliced the tentacles that had grabbed a hold of the duo. The jellyfish creature thrashed around in pain, letting out a shrill shriek amidst the chaos. Little Angel, great work. Go and kill that asshole. Hansen was extremely happy, and gleefully issued the little angel the order. Then, he swung his wreck spike towards the icy threads that had amassed and were coming towards him like a tidal wave. The little angel's cold face was like that of a goddess. Her blonde, flowing hair danced around as her body broke the air with her attacks. The greatsword slashed countless icy threads, as if she was tearing the seas asunder to get at the jellyfish-like creature. The little angel's greatsword delivered a great cut to the blobby jellyfish, but in the next second, the wound it suffered was immediately healed. The tentacles reached out towards the little angel, but she swung her greatsword and cut them down before they could get too close. Hansen was relieved after seeing this, but it didn't last. The tentacles regenerated into their prior shape in less than a second. The jellyfish was most certainly a super creature, for it could regenerate at an incredibly fast pace. The little angel's greatsword sliced and diced countless encroaching tentacles and delivered a number of 1-meter deep wounds to the primary host, but seemed to be to no avail. Within seconds, all the damage dealt would be nullified through the rapid regeneration and recovery of the jellyfish. Hansen looked at the flaming Rex spike in his hand and acknowledged that the fire element was what was needed to bring down the jellyfish. But the little angel was just a pet and aside from pet armor, could not make use of ordinary beast souls. Therefore, he was unable to give her his Rex spike. Hansen continued slashing the icy threads that wove across the battlefield, all the while observing the jellyfish. He was looking for a window of opportunity in which he could safely deliver an attack of his own. With good fortune, the flaming Rex spike's fiery elements would be enough to kill it. The jellyfish was enraged, however, and it did not seem afraid of getting injured. Even when the tentacles were cut, or a number of abrasions and lesions had been delivered to its body, it did not slow down in its attack of the little angel. Hansen frowned. The little angel had slashed everywhere on the jellyfish by now, and they had not yet discovered a weakness. Nothing seemed to halt the recovery of its wounds. Does it really not have any weaknesses? If that is true, then it might very well be invincible. Hansen frowned. He had previously thought something like this was impossible, but here it was, happening right before his eyes. It was at this time that the eyes of the little angel flashed. She rose up into the air, holding the greatsword with both hands, and delivered a flurry of strikes onto the jellyfish with ferocity. Under the fierce barrage of attacks the Adorate unleashed, the jellyfish's body was torn apart. After being cut in half, it dropped into the waters it had previously emerged from. "Little angel, nice work," Hansen shouted, with a voice brimming with excitement. But right after he said this, the jellyfish that had been cut in half reconnected and regenerated its lost tissue. It reemerged from the water and grabbed a hold of the little angel with its tentacles. Hansen froze in surprise and said to himself, "Holy smokes, this guy really is invincible. How is it still not dead yet?" The little angel's attacks were powerful, but they were seemingly useless against the jellyfish. Hansen went back to trying to observe the jellyfish and discover whether or not it had a weakness. While Hansen was having trouble, his attention was brought back to the narcissus that decorated the disturbed waters of the lake. His heart was shaken. Amidst all this fighting, the flowers had not been affected one bit. Not a single petal had been damaged or fallen. Strange, the lake isn't all that big, so how has it not been affected amidst the absolute chaos that has transpired here? Hansen thought to himself as he checked the narcissus out. Hansen observed it for a while and noticed that the jellyfish was in fact protecting the narcissus. When the tentacles were cut down, they did not immediately fall into the water. When one was cut, icy threads arose from the water to carry it gently under. The jellyfish was preventing any sliced tentacles from falling on top of the flowers. Something is not right. Actually, I do not think it is the jellyfish controlling the threads. Rather, it is the narcissus themselves controlling the threads. Hansen had made a startling discovery. Is this narcissus like the blood wasp lotus? Maybe there are super creatures inside the narcissus, and the jellyfish is just a proxy. The more Hansen guessed, the more convinced he was of this. Hansen wanted to approach the ice lake and test out his theory. If things simply continued the way they were, he did not believe they could kill the jellyfish. The flaming Rex spike became a raging tornado of flame as he raced towards the flowers. The little angel struck at the same time. Her supreme greatsword tore the jellyfish in half once again, preventing it from protecting the narcissus. The narcissus that had been quiet and still the entire time suddenly turned to face Hansen. Like a volcanic eruption, the icy threads arose en masse from the water, quickly rushing over to cover Hansen's entire body. In a moment, the threads formed together to create an iceberg inside of which Hansen was trapped. "Get out of my way," Hansen roared as a black smoke erupted from his body. Inside his body a bell pulsed, which made the icy threads begin to shiver and shake. The flaming Rex spike drilled onwards, forming an exit from the ice. The twirling weapon now commanded wind and fire, and the narcissus was in its sight. The flaming Rex spike roughly drilled into the narcissus and drilled deep. The flowers let out strange screams of their own as they suffered the wrath of the raging weapon. The petals abandoned their flowery ship as the roots of the plants were evicted and incinerated, which led to the release of a white fog all at the same time. Hansen, who had a high frost resistance due to jade skin, felt as if he had fallen into an icy bath when touching the fog. The ice lake quickly froze over and provided an additional layer of frost to the areas surrounding it. From the perforated flower, a small body fell out. It was a beautiful woman whose body was naked. She had stunning butterfly wings attached to her back. She had long white hair and pupils that reflected the ice she governed. Snowflakes adorned her body, but the woman was tiny, no larger than the palm of a hand. She was like a fairy of myth. Hansen did not hear an announcement, and when he looked at the fairy, he knew exactly what had happened. Without hesitation, Hansen smacked the fairy's head with his flaming Rex spike. The palm-sized body looked as if it was going to be smashed into bits and pieces by the Rex spike. But the fairy lifted up a small fist and knocked the Rex spike away. A frosty air swiftly rose and doused the fire the flaming Rex spike commanded and froze the weapon completely. Hansen clutched his injured hand and looked quite shocked. He thought to himself, so, this is the true body of the super creature that was birthed by this plant. Seeing the pretty yet scary fairy rise up and approach him with snowflakes around her, Hansen summoned his peacock crossbow and fired 3 bolts. The fairy fluttered its wings like a butterfly and delicately danced away in evasion of the bolts. Then, she resumed her course and continued approaching Hansen. Dong! The little angel rushed forward to slash the fairy. But the fairy managed to block the angel's attack with her fists, which was what produced the noise. Having her strike blocked rattled the little angel and made her fall back in a bit of a daze. But that wasn't to suggest the fairy was totally unfazed. The shock of the attack also shook the little fairy, too. The fairy had to fly in 3 circles before it could get its balance back. The fairy flew to engage the little angel and quickly circled her. Her fists generated a flurry of ice shards against the angel's greatsword as they fought. Hansen retreated to a corner, as his power and speed were far inferior to an adult super creature's. He had no hope of joining in their fight. Now that it was no longer fighting, the silver fox quickly approached the lake. It searched for the flower that Hansen had destroyed and noticed it was in the water. It picked it up and began eating it. Silver fox, if you retrieve good loot, how about sharing? Hansen pleaded as he ran over to his pet. The silver fox noticed its master approaching and scoffed the flower down even faster. When Hansen arrived, the leaves and roots were all gone. There was nothing left. You selfish bastard, Hansen angrily shouted. The silver fox returned to acting all cute and looked up at Hansen. It jumped onto Hansen's shoulder and no longer moved, watching the little angel fight the fairy. Without anything he could do himself, he thought now was the time to do something with the frozen man who was sitting next to the lake. He ran towards him to see if he could move him out into the bamboo forest for now. In case the little angel was unable to defeat the little fairy, at least they could escape and bring the frozen man with them. When he approached the man, Hansen was suddenly surprised. He appeared to be thawing. Is it because the narcissus was destroyed? Hansen wondered, as he dragged the man into the bamboo forests. The ice on the man was thawing quickly. By the time Hansen dragged him into the bamboo forests, the ice on his body was all gone. Will he survive such a simple defrosting process? Hansen frowned. Humans required special equipment to aid their thawing after being frozen. Because of this, Hansen doubted he would survive. Hansen observed the man. He watched his life force grow stronger and muscles become firmer. Perhaps he was going to live, after all. Hansen looked at the man nervously, not fully understanding how he had managed to defrost so quickly. The man's eyes were still closed, but that was when Hansen finally began to see movement underneath his eyelids. Nervously, he looked at the man. If he really was Ken Huasian, and if he woke up, the mystery would finally be explained. Then, suddenly, the man opened his eyes. The black eyes looked empty, but they were wide open. He was staring upwards. Are you awake? Can you hear me? Hansen was not sure what to say, so he crouched near the man and asked these questions to see if he was fully conscious. The man moved his eyes slowly until his vision ended up on Hansen. The moment he saw Hansen, the man's face looked full of fright and shock. He grabbed Hansen's arm and used all his strength in a struggle to say, "Be wary of Tam, Jin, Jai." After the man spoke those few words, blood came out of his mouth and his body began to twitch and convulse. His eyes turned white. Hey, is there something wrong? Hansen quickly held the man and put a recovery potion to his lips. But it didn't work, due to the constant spitting and oozing of blood. While the man twitched, he continued holding Hansen's arms tight. His white eyeballs continued to stare at Hansen, and it was as if he still wanted to say something. With a mouth full of blood, all he could do was gurgle on the claret, and not speak an audible word. The man used the last of his power in a struggle with his hand, and pointed at his pocket. Before he made another move, he straightened himself out and coughed blood, splattering Hansen. Then he stopped moving, his eyes still open and looking at Hansen. Hansen's face looked ghastly, and the life force of the man before him had all depleted. He was dead. But what the man said confused Hansen greatly. Be wary of Han Jingjai. Why should I be wary of Han Jingjai? Did he say that to me specifically, or were those words meant for someone else? Maybe he thought I was someone else. Hansen's heart was confused. Hansen then reminded himself of the man's suggestion to look in his pockets, and so he rummaged through them in the hopes of finding another lead. The man's battlesuit had been crafted with a special material. Unless it was purposefully destroyed, it would resist deterioration and remain in perfect condition. Hansen's hand found something inside the pocket, and from the touch, it felt like thin leather. It was soft and delicate, and he couldn't quite tell what animal's hide it might have come from. Hansen pulled it out to reveal a 2-square-foot parchment of leather. Words had been written upon the page, and it looked as if they had been inked in blood. On the left side of the parchment was a symbol of the 9-life cat. On the right side of the leather, there were 2 words written in a larger font like a title. It said, Blood Pulse. The Blood Pulse of the Blood Legion. Hansen was surprised. Blood Pulse was a tenet of the Blood Legion. Blood Pulse contained records of the Blood Legion's doctrine and some of the mythology that composed their organization. It was only in the future that the Blood Legion became recognized as a cult, and the texts of Blood Pulse were forbidden from sale. Most of the cultists only knew certain snippets of the text, as few had seen the complete work. Hansen was disappointed. Blood Pulse was merely a religious document pertaining to a faith he had no interest in abiding by. Therefore, this leathery document was useless to him. Hansen still failed to understand why the man's dying act was to point at his pocket. However, is he just a fanatic cultist? Hansen guessed as he looked over the Blood Pulse. But when he looked a bit closer, he was surprised. It wasn't merely a religious text he was holding. It was a Kai Gong. He could only view a part of it, but with his knowledge, he was able to tell it was a very mysterious Kai Gong. It was almost up to par with his jade skin. Taking a closer look, Hansen noticed how the parchment simply explained how one might learn it. He folded it up carefully and then put it away. This was not the time to read, after all. He gave the man another search but was unable to find anything else of interest. The little angel was still fighting the fairy, and it was difficult to guess who the victor might be. Hansen thought. When the next opportunity arose, he could tell King Xuan about his experience with the man, and let the family determine whether or not he really was an elder of theirs, and also see if he truly was King Huaitan. After burying the fellow, Hansen turned his attention to the battle that was still ongoing. Hansen brought up his peacock crossbow and fired 2 bolts at the fairy. It was pointless for him to try, however, as she dodged them both with her wicked speed. But Hansen then noticed that despite her speed and strength, she could only deal ice damage and ice damage alone. She wasn't really dealing any damage to the little angel as a result. Hansen saw that the peacock crossbow was not working, so he summoned his flaming Rex spike. Hansen's eyes observed the fairy's movements, activating his Dongshuan Sutra to analyze the energy flow inside her. She had a really clear energy flow, which wasn't blurry in the least. She had to be a 2nd-generation super creature. Hansen's interest in the foe catapulted to a far greater level, and he wanted to kill her right away to obtain the life geno essence she possessed. But his interest did hit a certain snag. He thought the fairy was quite cute and pretty, and she most certainly looked like something no one else would be willing to kill. The little angel didn't have the mind of a human, and so she just kept on swinging her greatsword fiercely in a bid to cut the fairy down. Hansen then took to memorizing her energy flow and learning her every move. After trying it out, his energy became like ice. It was a pure ice power. After another while of watching, the window of opportunity he had been searching for arose. The moment the fairy was smacked by the little angel's greatsword, Hansen had his flaming Rex spike on a collision course with her as well. The elephant's trumpeting sounded within, as the Rex spike now hosted a boundless power. The fairy's small body was knocked away like a little ball, but she did not catch on fire. This was because of her icy powers, which managed to withstand the flames carried by the Rex spike. The fairy was furious at Hansen and soared over to him with rapid wing flaps. Hansen turned around to run as he had just used Elephant Rex strike. Now that his body was drained of energy, he couldn't fight back. But knowing that move didn't kill the fairy, he quickly became aware that no matter what he tried, he'd be unable to defeat her. The little angel cut off the fairy's advance, and Hansen, with the silver fox, ran off through the bamboo forests. He was now well aware that there was no point in remaining where he was. He wanted to leave, recover, and later come back to try to fight her again. Fortunately, the little angel had come between them, which prohibited the fairy from following Hansen. All the fairy could see was the aggravator fleeing into the bamboo forest and completely disappearing. But she wasn't keen to give up just yet. The fairy evaded the little angel's next couple of attacks, flew around her, and went to follow. Hansen did not stop running, wanting to get outside as fast as he could. He rushed through the subterranean forest to where he had first descended, and as he neared the exit, he caught sight of the twin-tailed scorpion munching on bamboo, and the silkworms within. Why am I so unlucky this time? Hansen's heart sank. Despite the fact that the fairy continued to chase him, Hansen still decided to push on and make his escape. After all, the twin-tailed scorpion was only a first-generation super creature, as opposed to the second-generation one that lusted for his blood. Hansen wanted to escape the underground labyrinth, first and foremost. Despite being drained of energy, he still had to keep his gene lock open to enable his flight. He just hoped the twin-tailed scorpion would not be made aware of his presence. But Lady Luck did not smile on Hansen, for the scorpion noticed him. With its gnashing pincers, it did not wait a single moment before racing towards him. Hansen gritted his teeth as his heart kicked into overdrive. The power in his arms was focused. He leapt into the air like a sparrow in the breeze, and spun around doing loops to dodge the scorpion's tail sting and pincer snap combo. After launching right over the scorpion's head and successfully evading his foe's attack, Hansen remained airborne in his flight towards the exit. As he flew, he returned and redeployed the little angel, hoping that the scorpion would turn its attention to her and engage her for a while. The scorpion, however, let out a wheezy shriek and turned around to continue its pursuit of Hansen. The wag of its legs and pincers were incredibly fast, and it skittered so quickly it might as well have sprouted wings. The fairy had caught up now, as well, and it didn't even blink at the scorpion. All she did was fly past it, wholly fixated on Hansen. Today is not a good day. How can I be this unlucky? The scorpion was still on him, though, and it managed to sting his buttocks more than a few times with its tail. Luckily, he was still clad in his berserk super armor, and this provided the protection he very much needed. Although the tail's stinger managed to pierce through the plate, the subsequent damage was significantly reduced, and the literal pain in his ass just made him shout. Juyume had waited 2 whole days for Hansen's return, but he had yet to show up. She was as mad as she was sad at his absence. Asshole, horny bastard, scumbag. I can't believe he just left me hanging like that. I curse him to be eaten by creatures. Juyume's spirits had rarely dipped so low, and so she just lay slouched on the bench outside the shelter's gates. Being alone for over a year had taken its toll on Juyume, and her brief interaction with Hansen made her realize how afraid of being alone she now was. Meeting him was an extremely rare stroke of luck, and although she wasn't particularly fond of his character, his presence still enthused her. At least she did not have to remain under the desert's baking sun, alone. Even arguing with the bad guy was better than being alone, bored to death. What was worse was the fact he had just left without saying a single word. Her eyes were now swelling red at the thought of no goodbye. As Yume cursed him to high heaven, she suddenly saw the man running towards her with extreme speed. It made her overjoyed, and she immediately stood up and shouted to Hansen, "Mr. Asshole, I thought you were gone for good. What brought you back?" Hansen removed his armor and approached Yume like the wind. He didn't say anything to her. He just grabbed her by the waist and carried her inside the city. "You sick pervert, let me go." Yume was a little embarrassed and tried to shout as she struggled. "Take a look at what is following me. Do you really want me to leave you as their lunchtime snack?" Hansen casually told her as he continued to run forward. Yume then took a proper look, and she saw the twin-tailed scorpion that ravenously followed. She also saw the little angel further behind, but not the fairy. The fairy was too small for her to see from that distance. But Yume quickly understood what was happening, and her face changed as swiftly as one could turn a page. She said, "Big brother, run faster." The scorpion waved its tail as it approached, trying to sting them, and Yume's heart leapt at the creature's every attempted strike. With each dodge, a gasp and a tear or two would follow. Hansen didn't have the time to respond, and simply rushed into the shelter. He turned around to take a look and noticed that only the scorpion had followed them inside the city. The fairy seemed wary of something and stopped pursuing them near the gate. She flapped her wings in the air but did not go inside. This turn of events made Hansen happy. If he only had to deal with the scorpion, he could manage, and he would no longer be forced to run for his life. Hansen ran towards the plaza and simply waited for his little angel to deal with the scorpion. Meow. Little Orange saw Yume getting chased by the scorpion, and it growled angrily in response. With rage, it rushed towards the creature to engage. "Little Orange," Yume worriedly called out. Although Little Orange had jumped onto the scorpion, The foul creature lived up to its namesake and spread its tail in two. With both ends, it stabbed Little Orange, making the cat cry out in pain. Please save him. Little Orange cannot fight the scorpion. He used to run off whenever we saw it in the past. Yume was dribbling tears as she pleaded for Hansen's aid. Hansen did not make a move, but the silver fox acted on his behalf and spat out a bolt of silver lightning to nastily strike the scorpion's head. The scorpion was shaken by the lightning, and Little Orange managed to free itself. But then, Little Orange sunk its teeth into one of the scorpion's tails and made a hissing sound. As it writhed in pain, the twin-tail scorpion raised its other tail and took aim at Little Orange's head. When the little angel finally arrived, she swung her great sword down on the scorpion's head under Hansen's command. The shell of its head cracked open as green fluid squirted out of the crushed carapace. It wagged both of its tails, attempting to shake off Little Orange and the silver fox that clung onto it with their teeth. But it was to no avail, as their teeth had been driven deep and they had a firm grip. In one final attack, the little angel clutched the greatsword's hilt with both hands and drove it down right through the head of the scorpion, pinning it to the ground. The scorpion, as it slowly slipped into the embrace of death, waved its tails quicker than ever and managed to shake Little Orange and the silver fox off. With a few final twitches, it gave up the ghost. Super creature hunted, twin-tailed purple scorpion. The beast's soul has not been acquired. The flesh of this creature is inedible, but you may harvest its life geno essence. Consume its life geno essence to obtain a random numeric amount of super geno points, ranging from 0 to 10.